Zhou Junran unexpectedly acquired a rather troublesome system that allows him to play the role of the villain in a novel. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The significant point is that the world he traversed into is the one occupied by the infamous war god with a crooked mouth. Consequently, Zhou finds himself repeatedly traversing the plot while simultaneously voicing his disdain for it. Wait, Qin Xiaoyun, what are you planning to do? My mental state is collapsing. Can these people behave normally? Let go of me, don't touch me. Please, no. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the anti-diminution intelligence aura. Wait, there's a reward. No, please don't stop. Don't stop. To his surprise, Zhou discovers that expressing his grievances about the plot grants him system rewards. Thus, Zhou Junran embarks on a unique journey through this alternate world. Zhou muses. While receiving rewards is indeed delightful, why do I constantly feel that these women are rather peculiar? They cannot possibly be performing for me. Can they? Chapter 1. The Foolish Dog's Flattery. Zhou Junran, go die. Why? Rest assured, after your demise, I shall ensure the Zhou family follows suit to accompany you in death. You will regret this. Zhou Junran gazes at the military dagger piercing through his chest, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. However, as he closes his eyes, a faint smile graces his lips, and he inwardly exclaims, according to the reward rules, upon completion, I can obtain 1,000th of the character's abilities or 1/10th of their wealth. Thus, I might strike it rich this time with over 1,000,000 little yellow croakers, haha. How exhilarating. Upon opening his eyes, Zhou Junran finds himself seated in a lavish office exceeding 100 square meters, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This appears to be his office, surrounded by familiar sights. Zhou can no longer contain himself. System, come forth. What on earth is happening? His mental state is unraveling, struggling to accept this reality. Is this a side story? A mathematical extra credit problem? Or perhaps a reinforcement? At that moment, an alto familiar system voice suddenly echoes in his mind. Due to a recent system upgrade and data settlement error, data has been lost. The plot has been reset. The host is encouraged to persevere. Zhou Junran, what on earth? Indeed, he is not a native of this world, he is a traveler. Furthermore, this is not the first world he has traversed. 4 years ago, after unexpectedly acquiring a villain role-playing system, he was granted the ability to traverse various novel worlds. By embodying the characters assigned by the system and completing plot tasks, as long as he maintains an average embodiment rate of over 90%, the tasks would be deemed complete. Based on his previous experience, he expected this plot task to go smoothly in one go. Yet, this time, it inexplicably reset. To be honest, Zhou Junran genuinely does not wish to criticize any further. His expression darkens as he inquires of the system. If the settlement data is lost, then what are the new functions post-upgrade? Were they? A system panel opens, revealing a row of mosaics where the new functions section should be. Zhou is taken aback. System, what is this? New function description, lost. The host must ascertain it independently. Zhou Junran. To be frank, he has a myriad of colorful expletives he wishes to hurl at the system, but as the words linger on his lips, he refrains, unwilling to waste further breath on this matter. Zhou Junran. Good heavens, I haven't even enjoyed myself yet, and I'm already being slapped in the face? Dog system, do you even possess any sense of reason? After a round of complaints, Zhou impatiently exits his office and descends to the garage, watching his luxury car drive away. Jiangcheng Zhongyue International Building. A luxury vehicle adorned with winged insignia comes to a halt at the building's entrance. Young Master Zhou, you have arrived. Zhongyue International Building is an asset of the Zhou family, hence the security guards readily recognize him. Zhou Junran steps out of the car and instructs the guard, park it properly. Of course, young Master Zhou, the guard responds, beaming with flattery. Zhou nods and strides into the building. It is currently 4:30 in the afternoon, just before the end of the workday, so the building is bustling with people. Upon his arrival, numerous gazes turn toward him. Good day, young Master Zhou. Young Master, you're here. Young Master Zhou is so handsome. I wouldn't mind marrying young Master Zhou, even if it meant being a mistress. I thought Xiao Zhang was pursuing you. Ha, someone like him is not worthy. If it were young Master Zhou, I'd gladly pursue him, even to the point of licking his toes. It must be said that sometimes the perks of being a villain far outweigh those of the protagonist. Particularly in stories featuring a returning war god, the villain is endowed with both looks and wealth, receiving adoration wherever they go, unlike the protagonist who faces derision and disdain. Zhou Junran takes the exclusive VIP elevator directly to the top floor, where the Qin family office is located. Although the entire Zhongbing building belongs to Zhou Junran, he merely acts as the landlord, having leased out the offices. Among them, the largest tenant is the renowned clothing company, the Qin family. Qin Xiaoyun is a well-known beauty entrepreneur in Jiangxing and the current president of the Qin family. Additionally, she holds the title of the heroine in the war god Li Wentian's harem within this narrative. As for Zhou Junran's character designation, he is the devoted dog and ex-husband antagonist to Qin Xiaoyun. You've come, young Master Zhou. Are you here to see President Qin? How enviable. Young Master Zhou is so devoted, why won't President Qin accept him? You're the most eligible bachelor in Jiangxing. I truly do not understand President Qin's thoughts. Upon noticing Zhou Junran's presence, the employees of the Qin family can't help but whisper among themselves. This floor houses the commercial department of the Qin family, while President Qin Xiaoyun's office is situated at the farthest end of the same floor. As Zhou Junran traverses a vast expanse of office space and approaches the office door of Qin Xiaoyun, he suddenly spots a striking woman in a white OL uniform. Her figure graceful, her face beautiful, with exquisitely defined features. This woman is none other than Qin Xiaoyun. Upon encountering Zhou Junran, Qin Xiaoyun instinctively furrows her brow. What brings you here? Her tone drips with disdain, unmistakable in its clarity. Zhou Junran, feeling a surge of indignation within, forces a dog smile onto his face and replies, Xiaoyun, may I invite you to dinner tonight? As he speaks, he seemingly performs a magic trick, retrieving a bouquet of blue roses he had bought from florist along the way from his system storage space. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xiaoyun appears momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing a hint of surprise directed at Zhou Junran, as if struggling to comprehend how he has suddenly acquired the ability to perform magic. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that she is unwilling. Just as Qin Xiaoyun prepares to decline, she suddenly freezes. I can't take it anymore. I thought I could endure this storyline again, but it still feels so cheesy. Alas, it seems I'm still too young. This foolish woman is as cold as a brick. If it weren't for the plot, I'd be a fool to flatter her. Oh heavens, when will it be my turn to play the protagonist? Chapter 2. System Bug? Qin Xiaoyun stands frozen in place, her expression solidified as her mind erupts in a cacophony of disbelief akin to a bomb detonating. She gazes at Zhou Junran, her eyes wide with incredulity. What's happening to her? Did she just hear things? Wait, that voice sounded like Zhou Junran's. He spoke? No, he did not speak. That voice seemed to resonate directly within her mind. It seems to be the inner voice of Zhou Junran. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyun's peculiar behavior did not escape his attention. He gazed at her with an expression of bewilderment. What is this foolish woman staring at? Has she never seen a handsome man before? Your true destined partner is not me. So why do you look at me? Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, Intelligence 1. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Zhou Junran's mind, and he felt a wave of clarity wash over him, followed by an exhilarating joy. Wait, a reward? He received a reward? No, that's not right. He had done nothing but complain. A realization dawned upon him. Illuminating his thoughts, it was indeed the act of complaining that had led to this reward. System, can I receive rewards for mere complaints? Is this a new feature? Analysis currently unavailable. The function may contain serious bugs and cannot be repaired at this time. Please explore independently. Seeing this, Zhou Junran felt a stream of frustration coursing through him. Qin Xiaoyun, meanwhile, found herself questioning her existence, feeling an absurdity in the air. Yet, when she heard Zhou Junran's internal monologue again, she could confirm with utmost certainty that she could indeed hear his thoughts. What was happening? What is that foolish woman still staring at? Zhou Junran noticed Qin Xiaoyun still in a daze and couldn't resist another sarcastic remark. Yet, at the same time, his smitten smile grew even more radiant. Xiaoyun, this bouquet of blue roses is a token of my deep affection for you. Please accept it. As he spoke, he extended the entire bouquet towards her. Ugh, is this woman unwell today? Why is she just standing there? Shouldn't she quickly refuse me and leave? Hearing Zhou Junran's inner complaints, Qin Xiaoyun felt a surge of annoyance. You are the foolish when your entire family is full of fools. Oh, you want me to reject you? Very well. I shall accept it and see what you can do about it. Just as Zhou Junran finished his first complaint, Qin Xiaoyun unexpectedly reached out her hand. In that instant, Zhou Junran's expression froze and panic surged within him. Wait, what are you doing? Don't come closer. As Qin Xiaoyun's hand neared the bouquet, Zhou Junran instinctively pulled his hand back. Qin Xiaoyun looked at him in surprise. Aren't these flowers for me? Zhou Junran was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to respond. Of course they are for you. Does that mean you agree? He asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyun replied coolly, I can accept the flowers, but let's skip the meal. Will you continue to send them? If not, I shall leave. Having said that, she did not wish to prolong the conversation and opted to walk away. Zhou Junran felt a wave of relief wash over him. What a scare! I thought this foolish woman had lost her mind. Xiaoyun, wait. Zhou Junran seized the moment, grasping Qin Xiaoyun's hand firmly. Xiaoyun, just agree to be with me. I promise to treat you well. Onlookers were momentarily stunned, their expressions morphing into amused smiles as they witnessed this dramatic scene unfold. Wow, a classic tale of a domineering CEO pursuing a delicate wife. Zhou Junran truly lives up to his reputation. How charming. Is he not more appealing than Bo Ran? Zhou Junran is so handsome, I absolutely adore him. What are you doing? Let go of me. Qin Xiaoyun shot him a cold glare. Zhou Junran's heart soared with delight. Perfect. This is just right. If you're not angry, I wouldn't know how to react. Quick, scold me, call me insane, and storm off so I can continue pursuing you and the plot can progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Defense 1. Xiaoyun, I genuinely love you. Please agree to be with me. I will treat you sincerely. Zhou Junran's expression radiated an even brighter smile. Qin Xiaoyun regarded him with an incredulous gaze, and in the next moment, Zhou Junran was taken aback. Taking a deep breath and glancing at her watch, Qin Xiaoyun said, Zhou Junran, if you have something to say, please come to my office tomorrow. It's after hours now, so I apologize. Zhou Junran, what is happening? This woman is not dismissing me, and she's being so polite. Apologies? What are you apologizing for? I didn't ask for your apology. I'm done with this. Oh heavens, if I am at fault, please strike me down with lightning rather than send such a foolish female lead to torment me. Zhou Junran felt a slight breakdown. Yet for the sake of completing his mission, he chose to pursue her once more. As Qin Xiaoyun heard this, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in irritation. You're the one who is foolish, the one who is insane, endlessly self-deprecating and complaining in your mind. It's no wonder you can't win my heart. No wonder you remain single. Just as Qin Xiaoyun decided to ignore him and hastily leave the scene, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the office area. Stop! Everyone froze and turned to look. The newcomer was clad in the standardized suit of the Qin Corporation's marketing department and sported a somewhat handsome appearance. Upon seeing him, Qin Xiaoyun momentarily lost her composure. She recognized him. He was Li Wentian, the man who had heroically intervened to drive away a group of thugs not long ago. She had thought him a decent fellow without a job, so she arranged for him to work on the 15th floor of the marketing department, but she hadn't expected to see him here now. What was he doing here? Brother God of War, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't know how to continue this act. Brother God of War, you have no idea how hard it has been for me. This woman is insane, you know? Only such a foolish woman would be captivated by your charming smile. You two are truly a match. While Qin Xiaoyun was surprised, Zhou Junran was elated, as if he had found savior. As for Li Wenqian's identity, Zhou Junran was well aware, having traversed the plot before. Li Wentian was the god of war from the overseas war god palace, a man feared like a demon king abroad, yet he preferred to endure humiliation domestically, displaying a complete lack of dignity. Sometimes, Zhou Junran even suspected that he might have a masochistic tendency. But none of that mattered as long as Li Wentian appeared, the plot could continue. When Li Wentian approached, he expressed concern for Qin Xiaoyun. Qin, are you all right? Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyun looked at him, her brows knitting slightly. Did Zhou Junran just imply that she was attracted to Li Wentian with his charming smile? How could that be? Was she truly that foolish? Would she ever fall for Li Wentian? And who is a match for whom? You two are the true pair. What brings you here? Qin Xiaoyun asked, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Li Wentian paused, then explained, our team leader sent me to retrieve the proposal. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyun nodded slightly, and then Li Wentian inquired, Qin, have you encountered any trouble? Just as Qin Xiaoyun was about to deny it, Zhou Junran seized a rare opportunity, boldly declaring, who is this country bumpkin? Who allowed you to get so close to Xiaoyun? Perfect. The plot is back on track. Phew, I was worried the plot had deviated. Chapter 3. Disruption. In this early part of the narrative, the character Zhou Junran emerges as the principal antagonist. At this moment, he embodies the arrogance and disdainful nature of his original persona to an exquisite degree. If he were granted the opportunity to participate in an acting audition in real life, the world would undoubtedly owe him a little golden statuette. Li Wentian scrutinized the youthful, affluent Zhou Junran before him. His initially stern countenance suddenly transformed into a sardonic smile. So it's you, young Master Zhou. My apologies. I mistook you for some insignificant troublemaker who has come to our company. One cannot deny that Li Wentian's smile bore a certain lethal charm. In a previous time, such a moment might have rendered Qin Xiaoyun momentarily dazed, but now, for reasons unknown, she found Li Wentian's grin rather irksome. However, upon hearing Zhou Junran's inner monologue, she could not suppress a bout of amusement. How dare that Li Wentian insinuates such things about me? You are the insignificant one. Your entire family is insignificant. If it weren't for the progression of the plot, I would make you understand why flowers are so vibrant and why the sun shines so bright. Oh, Qin Xiaoyun, you little minx, how dare you mock me? What a terrible plot. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Beauty points 1. Upon receiving the system's reward, Zhou Junran felt a surge of joy within. Yet he remained displeased with Li Wentian's words. Thus, he opted to firmly establish his persona. Country bumpkin, it's enough for you to recognize my identity. Those who are wise should leave promptly. In response, Li Wentian flashed a devilish smile and shook his head slightly. Though you are young Master Zhou, you cannot act with impunity here, especially since this is Qin's territory. Do you want to jeopardize your standing? Zhou Junran, visibly irritated, retorted, who do you think you are to reprimand me? Li Wentian maintained his calm demeanor. Apologies, my job was assigned by President Qin, not by you, young Master Zhou. Your Zhou family's influence, however vast, cannot extend into Qin's domain. You're seeking death. Zhou Junran's expression turned furious, and he prepared to retaliate. However, Li Wentian was swifter. With a punch directed at Zhou Junran's abdomen, Zhou's complexion changed dramatically as he stumbled back 2 steps. Gasps of shock filled the air. Young master, are you all right? Zhou Junran waved his hand dismissively at the concerned crowd, attempting to maintain a facade of strength. Wow, the God of War strikes with such force. Thankfully, I possess the golden bell cover and iron shirt technique. But do these people lack common sense? Young Master Zhou has just been assaulted, and not one of them thinks to call the police. Otherwise, I'd ensure Li Wentian spend a good 10 days behind bars. Zhou Junran critiqued the absurdities of the original plot with ease. In such narratives, the antagonist typically plays the role of the female lead's infatuated admirer. After being incessantly harassed, ultimately finds a male lead to act as a shield, claiming him as her boyfriend. This back and forth leads to mutual affection blossoming between the lead characters, while the antagonist is conveniently eliminated, providing a dose of romantic drama. Interestingly, Qin Xiaoyun, the female lead of this story, initially harbored similar thoughts. During Zhou Junran's previous encounter with the plot, she had acted accordingly. However, this time was different. As she listened to Zhou Junran's inner thoughts, despite her unfamiliarity with some terms, such as plot and lead characters, it did not hinder her from re-evaluating Zhou Junran's character from a fresh perspective. At this moment, witnessing Li Wentian's strike, Zhou Junran stirred something within Qin Xiaoyun. Although she harbored disdain for Zhou Junran, she could not deny the trepidation that his notoriety instilled in her. Thus, when Li Wentian raised his fist once more, she immediately intervened. Stop! The utterance drew the attention of all present. Li Wentian's eyes reflected confusion, while Zhou Junran stood in stunned silence. President Qin? Libantian inquiret. Please, cease the fighting. But President I said to stop. Qin Xiaoyun's tone remained icy and resolute. Reluctantly, Li Wentian lowered his fist. As the god of war, his authority was paramount, and his temperament retaliatory. Yet, this was domestic territory, and the one intervening was Qin Xiaoyun, the woman who had captured his heart at first sight. Seeing Li Wentian genuinely relent, Zhou Junran's frustration mounted. What are you doing? Foolish woman, do you realize the gravity of your actions? If the god of war doesn't strike me, how will the plot proceed? He cannot refrain from striking me, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Zhou Junran's realization that he had been saved did not evoke gratitude, but rather sparked further sarcasm. Qin Xiaoyun felt a twinge of displeasure. Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhou Junran hastily sought to incite Li Wentian's wrath with a taunt. Country bumpkin, do you dare strike me? Do you know my status? You are doomed. I assure you, there will be no place for you in Jiangxing moving forward. Li Wentian's brows knitted in irritation, revealing his displeasure and an inclination to retaliate. While one might expect ordinary individuals to panic in such a moment, Zhou Junran felt elated. Marvelous. Strike me. If you do not, I would be a loss for words. God of war, unleash your fury upon me. Aim for my face. You did not hear me say stop? I do not wish to repeat myself. Just as Li Wentian prepared to strike again, Qin Xiaoyun interjected once more, leaving everyone bewildered, especially Li Wentian and Zhou Junran. The murmurs among the onlookers speculated on Qin Xiaoyun's unusual behavior. President, are you not the one who despises Zhou Junran the most? Li Wentian asked, perplexed. Zhou Junran shared this confusion, pondering why Qin Xiaoyun would come to his aid. Could it be that this foolish woman was also a time traveler? Her cool demeanor and captivating presence only added to the allure. Anyone would be moved by such a sight. Yet, Zhou Junran felt a deep sense of discomfort. Just as he prepared to voice his grievances once more, Chapter 4, Infatuation with him. Qin Xiaoyun spoke again, prompting Li Wentian to grasp the situation. Zhou Junran, too, began to comprehend. No wonder she is the chief consort of the god of war. Her mind is astute. She anticipated this. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a tenfold reward. Tenfold reward. Zhou Junran's internal composure faltered. His system was extraordinarily generous. To receive such a reward was remarkable. Qin Xiaoyun, upon hearing Zhou Junran's inner thoughts, felt speechless. What nonsense is this about being the chief consort? She shot Zhou Junran a glare. Young Master Zhou, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, and you all should wrap up for the day. Casting a glance at everyone, Qin Xiaoyun turned and departed, wishing to extricate herself from this trivial matter. Xiaoyun, wait for me, Zhou Junran called out, feigning a desire to chase after her. Tenfold reward. This was unprecedented. Previously, such rewards were only encountered upon completing tasks. Yet he had stumbled upon one now. Clearly, his critiques were effective. The new feature was indeed powerful. However, he reminded himself to remain humble and vigilant. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Zhou, you must persevere. After Qin Xiaoyun departed, Li Wentian once again shifted his focus to Zhou Junran. A devilishly charming smile graced his face, accompanied by a hint of provocation in his gaze. Young Master Zhou, I advise you to abandon any thoughts regarding General Qin. Although you may dominate Jiangxing, the law is not named Zhou, he remarked. Zhou Junran, uninterested in engaging with this individual, simply replied, I have noted your earlier assault on me. Do be mindful of your status, or I, Zhou Junran, assure you that I possess 100 ways to ensure your demise in Jiangxing. With that, Zhou Junran took his leave, leaving everyone to watch him depart. Truly, young Master Zhou is passionate, handsome, youthful, and wealthy while also possessing depth. Yet who is this fellow? He is incredibly reckless to dare strike young Master Zhou. It is fortunate that young Master Zhou is magnanimous and does not stoop to his level. He seems to be a salesman from our Qin family sales department. So, a mere commoner. No wonder he lacks manners. General Qin is indeed fortunate to have someone like young Master Zhou pursuing her. As Zhou Junran's figure faded from view, the surrounding chatter filled his ears. Li Wentian's expression darkened, burdened by disdain. Status. Wealthy and youthful, handsome, if only he could reveal his true identity. Once he descended from the upper floor, Zhou Junran joyfully drove his luxurious car through the city. In his reality, he was merely a third-rate writer, having written little since acquiring the system. This was due to the system's abundant offerings, far exceeding what a mere third-rate writer could achieve. Thus, he cherished every moment of rest after completing tasks. If he could sit, he would never stand. If he could lie down, he would never sit. Consequently, his laziness had reached its zenith. Although this is a fictional world, one cannot deny Jiangqing's impressive development. Towering skyscrapers stood tall, and beautiful men and women graced every corner, creating a seamless blend of modernity and futuristic technology. Upon returning home, Zhou Junran lazily reclined on the living room sofa. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss and called out, "Changma." Changma was Zhou Junran's housekeeper and also a bodyguard sent by his mother. Despite Zhou Junran's despicable and shameless behavior towards others, he always treated Changma with kindness. This was not only because she treated him well, but also because he was well aware of her formidable strength. During a critical moment in the narrative, when Zhou Junran found himself cornered and nearly killed by Li Wentian, it was Changma who saved him. Although she ultimately perished, she inflicted severe injuries on Li Wentian, leaving him in a coma for a month. This demonstrated the sheer terror of Changma's abilities. "Stop calling. Changma is not here." "Oh." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhou Junran swiftly rolled off the sofa. He looked up to see a woman clad in a black sheer dress standing before him. The dress was strapless, and her long legs peeked out from beneath the hem. Truth be told, each time Zhou Junran laid eyes on this woman, he felt a surge of excitement. This woman was none other than his fiancée, Lung Qinxiaoyun. Lung Qinxiaoyun was the beloved daughter of the Lung family in the capital. Due to the long-standing friendship between the Zhou and Lung families, they had been betrothed since childhood. Zhou Junran and Lung Qinxiaoyun had known each other for a long time, yet Zhou's demeanor towards her had always been cold. Conversely, Lung Qinxiaoyun exhibited a tenacious attitude, persistently pursuing Zhou Junran. Even after Zhou Junran's demise, she assumed the position of power within the narrative. This clearly illustrated Lung Qinxiaoyun's deep affection for Zhou Junran. "What brings you here?" Zhou Junran asked coldly, furrowing his brows. His demeanor did not signify genuine disdain for Lung Qinxiaoyun. Rather, he felt a certain sympathy for her. Compared to someone like Qin Xiaoyun, he found Lung Qinxiaoyun more to his liking. After all, with those long legs and that beautiful face, it would be a disservice to call himself a man if he were not stirred by her presence. "Why can't I come? We are betrothed, and this is also my home in the future." Although Lung Qinxiaoyun appeared accustomed to Zhou Junran's attitude, her heart still felt a twinge of pain. Zhou Junran scoffed, not concealing his displeasure. Noticing this, Lung Qinxiaoyun smiled lightly. "I heard you visited the Qin family again today. Did you face some setbacks? Is it true that you have developed feelings for that woman?" As she spoke, Lung Qinxiaoyun's eyes dimmed with a hint of anticipation for the answer. But the next moment, she was taken aback. "I did not face setbacks today. I simply felt cursed. Everything went wrong. And that foolish woman, she has a brain of a pig. I wonder if some relative visited her today, causing her to act so absurdly. I truly adore her. I am utterly infatuated." Chapter 5. Do not toy with me. Lung Qinxiaoyun, as the female antagonist in this narrative, was indeed a character wasted. Zhou Junran often found himself perplexed by the author's choices. Why cast a woman with beauty, character, and wealth as a villain? Was it to satisfy some twisted desire? Zhou Junran felt a sense of regret for Lung Qinxiaoyun. Due to the constraints of her character and the plot, he was unable to treat her normally. He could only express disdain or prepare to express disdain, ensuring that he appeared uninterested in her. However, at that moment, Lung Qinxiaoyun's gaze towards Zhou Junran shifted, filled with astonishment, as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Zhou Junran sensed the change and contemplated speaking, yet deemed it inappropriate, settling instead for internal lamentations. What is wrong with this woman? Has her mind gone awry? What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome man before? Oh, I am truly exasperated. What is with these people today? First Qin Xiaoyun, then Lung Qinxiaoyun. However, the distinction lay in the fact that she was utterly certain it was Zhou Junran's voice, for she was thoroughly familiar with it. The difference in tone was stark compared to Zhou Junran's usual demeanor. "Leave me be. I crave solitude," Zhou Junran waved dismissively, feigning revulsion. Ah, to be graced by such beauty, yet be unable to enjoy it. How utterly disheartening. Beauty? Are you referring to me? Initially, Lung Qinxue felt disappointment at Zhou Junran's consistent indifference. Yet upon hearing his inner thoughts, disappointment vanished. Heh, a man of double standards. Although she did not comprehend why Zhou Junran's thoughts diverged from his spoken words, it mattered not. She only needed to know that he did not genuinely despise her. Did you encounter some troubles today? Lung Qinxue smiled alluringly and boldly sat on Zhou Junran's lap. Clad in her black sheer gown, her long legs were exposed, and her fair skin gleamed irresistibly. What the hell? Is this woman out of her mind? So bold? I cannot take it anymore. This is truly overwhelming. You sit here without even glancing at where you are? A waft of orchid fragrance envelopes him, combined with the warmth of her body, making Zhou Junran feel a rush of blood coursing through his veins, especially with Lung Qinxue occupying his position. If he fails to respond, he might as well not be a man. Get away, Zhou Junran exclaimed, extending his hand to shove Lung Qinxue aside. To be honest, he truly yearned to push her down right then. After all, who could resist such a celestial beauty? Yet, he hesitated, fearful of the consequences to his score. In the narrative, Zhou Junran harbors a deep dislike for Lung Qinxue. While in front of Qin Xiaoyun, he is nothing short of a devoted admirer. Therefore, if he dared to act outside his established persona, he was certain the system would reset him. Ouch! Lung Qinxue tightened her arms around Zhou Junran's neck, refusing to let him push her away. With a playful pout, she gazed at him. Do you truly dislike me? Dislike? Absolutely. What a fib. At this, Lung Qinxue chuckled mischievously and inquired, Then tell me, who is more beautiful, me or Qin Xiaoyun? Heh, I advise you to know your limits. I declare my love solely for Xiaoyun. Zhou Junran feigned indifference. I couldn't care less about that aloof woman. Who would ever love her? You are 100, no, 1,000 times more beautiful than her. You truly do smell delightful. Have you been secretly using my body wash? 1,000. Even 10,000 times more beautiful than Qin Xiaoyun? Zhou Junran doesn't fancy her. He likes me? In that instant, Lung Qinxue's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. She never anticipated that Zhou Junran held her in such high regard. So, does this imply that his usual indifference toward her was merely an act? At that moment, the fervor within Lung Qinxue reignited. She once believed Zhou Junran's outward demeanor mirrored his inner sentiments, but she found that the reality was starkly different. It appeared that his true feelings were far more genuine. What is wrong with everyone today? Even Qin Xiaoyun is one thing. But why is this celestial beauty behaving so unusually? I'm on the verge of tears. Please don't toy with me. To be frank, Zhou Junran was genuinely terrified after the events of the day. From the Qin family to home, he had not experienced a moment of peace. Fortunately, the system had not issued any alerts throughout. Otherwise, he might have opted to leap from a building to restart. At this moment, gazing at the enchanting figure in his arms, his heart raced uncontrollably. It was the feeling of infatuation. If he didn't T-react to such a seductive scene, there would surely be something amiss. But what Zhou Junran desired, naturally, he wanted it, yet it was unattainable at present. Zhou Junran, gather yourself. Do not succumb to temptation. Zhou Junran, you have feelings for Qin Xiaoyun. You cannot fall so low. I am at odds with vice. Only Qin Xiaoyun can save me. After a round of self-hypnosis, Zhou Junran steeled himself against the surging desires, adopting an icy demeanor as he faced Lung Qinxue. Do you truly want me to leave? Upon hearing Zhou Junran's inner thoughts, Lung Qinxue displayed an air of confidence, subtly shifting her position. Zhou Junran inhaled sharply. Get away. With that, he turned and ascended to the second floor. I can't take this anymore. It's overwhelming. What is wrong with this enchantress today? Why is she acting so strangely? What a ridiculous plot. Why hadn't I encountered this before? Is it some foreshadowing or an Easter egg from the author that I inadvertently overlooked last time? Observing Zhou Junran's hasty retreat, Lung Qinxue wore a smug smile. She then took out her phone and dialed a number, speaking into it tonight. That night, Zhou Junran lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep as images of the day as events and the scene on the sofa replayed in his mind. He could not fathom where things had gone awry. How could this narrative differ so drastically from the last? After much contemplation, he still found no clues. Ultimately, he shifted his focus to the attributes he had gained from the 10 consecutive draws earlier that day. Chapter 6, 10 consecutive draws. I initially thought that after the system collapsed, acquiring something good would take some time. Unexpectedly, if a collapse yields a 10 consecutive draw, that seems rather beneficial. A smile crept onto Zhou Junran's lips as he fixated on the 10 consecutive draws displayed in the system. With a thought, the system seamlessly transitioned to the draw interface. Begin. As he concentrated, the endless spinning of the roulette commenced, showcasing countless treasures from myriad worlds each second. Among them were celestial beasts, future warships, and mythical creatures as numerous as the stars in the sky, all sliding past in mere moments. Any one of these treasures, if retrieved, could unleash chaos upon the world. Give me a starship, a starship, a starship. It's almost there, almost there. Oh, come on, it passed again. Zhou Junran struck the bed in frustration. Ever since acquiring this system, he had completed several books. This was not his first 10 consecutive draw. Unfortunately, it seemed the system was conspiring against him, as the items he desired remained elusive. Suddenly, he heard the system announce the first treasure from the 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, the roulette trembled, shrouded in a grayish mist, with flashes of black lightning weaving through. A mysterious aura emanated from the fog, and as the black lightning faded, a majestic presence emerged. Zhou Junran recalled the first time he encountered this phenomenon. He had to brace himself against something to remain upright. This was reminiscent of the grandiose scenes he had witnessed in his first book, where thousands perished in an instant. An ordinary person might very well collapse upon witnessing it. The roulette trembled, releasing resplendent light as the gray mist dissipated, revealing a pulsating blue box. What is this? Blue? Why is it only blue? Ugh, so many golden and purple treasures passed by, and I end up with a blue one. What a useless system. After venting his frustrations inwardly, Zhou Junran still gazed at the item drawn with anticipation. After all, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and a blue item is a rare treasure, not to be dismissed lightly. As the mist cleared, he finally discerned what lay within the blue box. A mask. Raising an eyebrow, Zhou Junran stretched out his hand toward the ceiling, and a holy black stone mask appeared in his grasp. Bringing it closer, he examined it and found that it was a solid, oval shape, lacking even eye holes for sight. Wearing this while traveling, I won't end up crashing into a lamppost. Will I? However, in most novels, seemingly mundane items often possess extraordinary qualities. With that thought, he summoned the mask's description and skimmed through it. Indeed, it's quite remarkable, though it does seem a bit foolish to wear. Wearing this not only conceals my aura, but it also allows those who know me not to recognize me. Its greatest feature, however, is that it enables strangers to become acquainted with me. He envisioned himself donning the mask, infiltrating the enemy's stronghold to assassinate someone, only to find that while the target did not recognize him, all his subordinates did. That scene, that image, Zhou Junran could not bear to contemplate further. He casually tossed the mask into the system's storage space and resumed observing the still-spinning roulette. Green, freely allocated attribute 100, green healing elixir 1, green skin whitening elixir 1. Green, all information green. As the sequence of 10 consecutive draws unfolded, Zhou Junran found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Why is it that aside from the first one, all I get are greens? Has Qin Xiaoyun turned her affections elsewhere? What kind of absurd luck is this? The system crashes, and I receive nothing but these worthless items. Even among the greens. This is the 9th one. Please, not green, not green. Zhou Junran fervently repeated in his mind, hoping that the impending 9th draw would not be yet another green. Ding! The roulette ceased its spinning, and once again, a green frame materialized. It seemed as if the system was mocking him, presenting yet another green item, a green baseball cap. Gazing at the cap before him, Zhou Junran could almost hear the system's mocking laughter. You must be kidding. Lying flat on his bed, he chose to surrender. The sequence of 10 draws continued unabated. Proceeding to the final draw, just as before. Closing his eyes, Zhou Junran could not bear to witness this draw. Previously, even during the worst luck, He had managed to pull 2 blues. This time, only a clear water green. Sigh. However, he soon detected something amiss. A yellow light pierced through his eyelids and entered his gaze. Startled, Zhou Junran bolted upright, fixating on the system interface before him. As the mist began to dissipate from the roulette, he clenched his fists, almost unable to believe that what he was witnessing was indeed a golden supreme treasure. It is important to note that although he had drawn 1 blue and 8 greens that night, the probability of obtaining a golden item, according to the system's hierarchy of white, green, blue, purple, and gold, was something that could easily require thousands of draws. More importantly, while the color level of the item mattered, its intrinsic level based on actual utility also had varying degrees of significance. The fact that the golden light could pierce through his eyelids was indicative of something extraordinary. What could it be? The Annihilation Divine Sword, the Ascension Elixir, or perhaps an interstellar battleship with a caliber larger than that of a planet. Just one of these would suffice. Recalling the last time he had drawn a golden item, his already heightened anticipation surged even further. Buzz! As the mist cleared, the gilded hues swirl within the frame, and the supreme treasure encased within began to emit a radiant golden glow, exuding an aura of grandeur. Even as the supreme treasure was on the verge of revealing itself, he could hear a melody echoing in his ears. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible, alone at the peak. As the cold wind blows, Zhou Junran. This treasure is astonishing. The last time I drew gold, it wasn't even this impressive. What is it? Hurry up and reveal yourself. I've missed you terribly. In that moment, he was even more convinced that the item emerging was no ordinary object. As the golden light faded, the contents within the golden frame finally came into view. Zhou Junran's excitement peaked, but the next moment, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 7. Black Brick. Black Brick. Gazing at the 2 glaring characters, Zhou Junran fell into contemplation. What on earth is this? The last time I drew gold, it nearly obliterated the world of that book. This time, I ended up with this? Black Brick, Black Brick. Repeating the name of this golden treasure in his mind, he felt an urge to curse the system. However, considering that it was still a golden treasure, he reasoned that even if it was subpar, it couldn't be completely worthless. Thus, he suppressed the urge to vent his frustration and reached out to grasp the treasure that had fallen into his hands. Clap! As the brick landed in his grasp, a heavy sensation enveloped him. Zhou Junran looked closely and discovered that under the cloak of night, the brick was nearly invisible. Goodness, is it really that dark? Leaning in, he examined it closely and found that aside from its color, this treasure bore no distinction from an ordinary brick. The texture was equally coarse, and it felt just as cold to the touch. Staring at the understated yet luxurious brick in his hand, Zhou Junran once again fell into contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he finally opened the system's explanation panel and quickly gleaned the treasure's function. Inconspicuously wield this item to strike someone's occipital region for a disorienting effect. If struck with sufficient force, it could even render the target unconscious or alter their memories. Wow, what a splendid item. If I encounter a plot that I cannot progress through, this will be my solution. Zhou Junran's heart soared with joy. Once the exhilaration subsided, he suddenly noticed a line of small print below. Using it once will trigger a cool-down period based on the severity of disorientation or memory alteration. Zhou Junran. So, this means it cannot be used indiscriminately. This side effect once more plunged him into contemplation, but he quickly recognized the key point. The treasure's description did not specify the limits of the target's strength regarding memory alteration. With this realization, his initial disappointment transformed into excitement. After all, if used effectively, this item could rival other supreme treasures found in various stories. A remarkable item indeed. A crooked smile reminiscent of the Dragon King appeared on Zhou Junran's lips. Once his emotions settled somewhat, he drifted into slumber. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived. Ding, ding, ding. Zhou Junran, still in the embrace of sleep, was awakened by the alarm clock. Casually swatting at the source of the noise, he transformed the resounding golden clock into a golden pancake. He then resumed his discussions with the Sandman. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. Where's this chill coming from? Why had his blanket been inexplicably tossed aside? Something was creeping up his leg, soft and warm, like a boneless snake. Sensing something was off, Zhou Junran abruptly opened his eyes. What he saw creeping up his leg was no boneless serpent. It was none other than Qin Xiaoyun, attempting to crawl up to him. "What are you doing?" Zhou Junran exclaimed, glaring at Qin Xiaoyun, whose face was mere inches from his own. "So fragrant. How can this woman smell so good? Wait a minute. She seems to be wearing the same clothes from last night. Wow. Isn't this a bit too tempting? Her skin is so delicate, compared to freshly peeled egg whites. Hers is undoubtedly softer." Gulp. Faced with the city's most beautiful woman, Zhou Junran could hardly remain unaffected, especially in such an alluring circumstance. He promptly saluted in respect. "What a hypocritical man. You ask me what I'm doing with such a serious tone, yet in your heart, you are praising me. How contradictory. But understandable. As the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng, those pursuing me could form a line from here to the imprisoned goddess of the ugly nation. How could you not react at all?" A confident smile graced Qin Xiaoyun's face as she leaned closer to Zhou Junran. Breathing warmth into his ear, she said, "I came here to wake you up. What else could I do? Goodness, the last time I traversed this book, there was certainly not such a provocative scene. But I must admit, Qin Xiaoyun is truly exceptional. Having encountered countless women in various stories, none compare to her allure." Captivated by Qin Xiaoyun's charm, Zhou Junran, in an effort to maintain his persona, reluctantly continued to admonish her. "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it. Furthermore, only Qin Xiaoyun is allowed in my bed. Now, please remove yourself." In the face of such reprimands, the previously unfazed Qin Xiaoyun would have turned on her heel, only to return later, feigning ignorance of the incident. However, this time was different. She seemed to have heard Zhou Junran's inner voice. In response to such rebuke, she not only remained unperturbed, but even smiled. Leaning closer, she whispered, "I merely asked you to get out of bed. There's no need for such anger." As they drew nearer, they could gradually sense each other's breath, maintaining a facade of seriousness, just as Zhou Junran was about to scold her again. Qin Xiaoyun spoke up once more. "If you think I'm not enough on my own, why not see if you can persuade Qin Xiaoyun to join us?" Feeling that this temptation was insufficient, she leaned closer to Zhou Junran's ear, adding, "As long as you desire, I can be anything you wish." Zhou Junran was taken aback, thinking to himself, where did this enchanting woman come from? This is strange. She usually turns and leaves after a few harsh words. The thought that perhaps the narrative had reset, and something unexpected had transpired to transform the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng crossed his mind, and his gaze towards Qin Xiaoyun grew increasingly peculiar. "What are you thinking about? You are the one, the only one. So many people pursue me. I must be insane to entertain such notions." Though he confessed, "I cherish you deeply, and if you ask, I would comply, but that's not the case." With gritted teeth, Qin Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming urge to nibble on Zhou Junran's ear and proceed with her next move. As their bodies drew ever closer, just as they were about to collide, Zhou Junran finally realized that if he did not act soon, they would be replaying the scene all over again. He grasped her shoulders firmly, exerted force from his abdomen, and sat up with her. Then he tossed Qin Xiaoyun onto the bed, jumped off, and swiftly dressed. "Qin Xiaoyun, do not overstep. My patience is limited." Zhou Junran spoke these words with sincerity. Indeed, his tolerance was finite. After all, who could endure the advances of such a proactive and stunning woman for long? In the 8th chapter, the lackey, Qin Xiaoyun, left on the bed, felt momentarily dazed, sensing that Zhou Junran's words were not insincere. Knowing he had feelings for her inflated her confidence, but it quickly crumbled, replaced by a sense of dread. Now that she was aware of his affection, her love for him deepened. If she were to lose him due to her hasty actions, she feared she would weep inconsolably at home. "Well then, Junran, I'll go prepare a meal for you," she declared, struggling to rise from the bed to make amends. "No need. Just keep your distance from me in the future." With that, Zhou Junran exited. "That was close. I reacted just in time, where this woman would have succeeded in her intentions. As if, even though you surpass Qin Xiaoyun by leaps and bounds, and I adore you, my first kiss is not something easily obtained. Don't joke. That's utterly impossible." Observing Zhou Junran's retreating figure, Qin Xiaoyun heard his inner voice once more. and the sense of panic and sorrow that had enveloped her dissipated in an instant. The door slammed shut, leaving her alone in the expansive room. What did his final thoughts mean? In his heart, he indeed believed she surpassed Qin Xiaoyun in every way. Yet, he also implied that obtaining his first kiss would not be so easy. First kiss? How could it be a first kiss? No wonder it was challenging. He meant for her to hold on just a little longer. Keep going, Qin Xiaoyun. You're the best. Soon you'll have the handsome man in your arms. She chuckled, her analysis seeming increasingly valid, and laughed heartily alone in the vast chamber. Eventually, she flung herself onto the pillow, still warm from Zhou Junran's presence, inhaling deeply. Meanwhile, as Zhou Junran stepped out from the room, he resolved firmly to keep Lung Qianxue at a distance in the future. Otherwise, should she continue with her tempting ways, he might inadvertently find himself replaying the narrative. After a simple yet lavish meal at the Zhou family estate, he made his way to the garage and selected a sports car worth 50 million. Naturally, as one who had always been inconspicuous, he chose the least ostentatious and most affordable vehicle in the garage. With a roar, the car sped out onto the specially constructed straight road leading to the street. Once on the street, Zhou Junran adjusted his speed to a more reasonable pace and soon arrived at his company. Zhou Zong, you came in so early today. Truly a model of diligence for us young people. Over here, Zhou Gongzi, look at me. I have 2 discount coupons for Jiangsheng's Jianghe restaurant. Would you accompany me tonight? Away with you. What a tasteless creature. How could Zhou Gongzi possibly be interested in you, especially with discount coupons? How revolting. He would surely prefer a woman of exquisite beauty. What do you mean? At the very least, I'm older than you. Older? That lump on your neck is bigger than I am. Nonsense. It's obvious to everyone. As Zhou Junran entered the company, employees of Zhou Corporation and clients alike surrounded him with flattery, hoping to catch his attention, which would give them bragging rights within the company or ease their business dealings. Accustomed to such praise, Zhou Junran remained unfazed, simply maintaining his stoic demeanor while striding toward his private elevator. Ah, the thrill of such adulation is intoxicating. Do continue. Raise your voices even louder. I know I possess great charm. You two need not quarrel over me, though her assets are indeed more impressive. Setting aside the villain's fate of being beaten by the protagonist, everything else is quite pleasant, especially this flattery. Is that something the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, Li Wentian, could enjoy? No, he cannot. He is unworthy. Entering his exclusive 200-square-meter office, Zhou Junran sent his secretary away and finally allowed himself to unwind. He shed the constricting suit in favor of swimwear and leapt into the gold-trimmed pool, indulging in leisurely swimming. Did the affairs of Zhou Corporation concern him? Yes. But did he need to worry about them? No, he did not. According to the unfolding narrative, Zhou Corporation was thriving, which meant that even if he were to create a nuclear bomb within the company, it would not lead to any adverse consequences. Furthermore, as the story progressed, Zhou Corporation would ultimately become part of Li Wentian's harem, under the dominion of Qin Xiaoyun. Thus, regardless of his actions, the outcome for the corporation was already predetermined. Consequently, he saw no reason to concern himself with it, having endured the grind of reality for far too long. He was not inclined to continue as a mere cog in a machine here. Beyond advancing the plot, he sought enjoyment and the freedom to indulge himself. Reclining in a luxurious pool filled with water imported at great expense, Zhou Junran activated the massage feature, emitting satisfied sounds. This indulgence could last an entire day. This pleasure was his for the taking, with the system enhancing his experience. Soaking in the water posed no harm. In fact, it improved his skin's condition. After exiting the pool and changing clothes, he prepared to seek out a new venue for enjoyment. As he prepared to take a seat in his office chair, gazing down from the towering 100-story building at the vast expanse of Jiangsheng, he sought to emulate the ancient emperors who were inspired by their surroundings. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his contemplation. The sound was soft yet urgent. Upon receiving the command from Zhou Junran, the individual at the door entered. To his surprise, it was Hua Chengjun, Zhou Junran's most loyal subordinate in the early chapters of this narrative. Cautiously pushing the door open, Hua Chengjun, with his furtive, rat-like eyes, glanced around the office before hastily lowering his head and striding to the desk. With a gentle yet firm motion, he turned the chair, and Zhou Junran regarded his subordinate with an impassive expression. Chapter 9. This is approved, observing the subordinate before him. Zhou Junran noted the youthful vigor reflected in his intelligent gaze and his stature exceeding 1.60 meters. This lad truly embodies the essence of brilliance, he mused. However, given his appearance, it was no wonder he was thus favored in the earlier chapters of the book. Were he to appear later on, he would likely be overlooked. After thoroughly appraising Hua Chengjun, Zhou Junran silently expressed his approval. Having done so, he inquired, "What brings you here? Speak." Upon hearing his superior's question, Hua Chengjun hastily produced a folder, presenting it respectfully with both hands. Initially, he assumed the matter was trivial, merely a minor conflict among underground factions. Observing Zhou Junran's expression, Hua Chengjun cautiously elaborated, fearful that any misstep might provoke his wrath. The shops were vandalized. According to the plot, it appears that Li Wentian, the crooked Dragon King, has stirred trouble over a woman associated with the underworld. He recalled how the protagonist had encountered this woman while dining on barbecued food one evening. One must admit, the protagonist is remarkably fortunate. Even during a meal, he encounters members of his harem. That is redundant. Have you considered who was responsible? It was Li Wentian, the Dragon King himself, who wreaked havoc. Does he truly believe he can evade capture by alerting the authorities? Hua Chengjun lamented the absurdity of the situation. Such a mindless protagonist, even if he were to commit murder in the street, would remain unscathed. After a brief moment of derision, Zhou Junran picked up the folder and casually perused its contents. The damage is quite severe. Several shops have been affected, and the estimated losses amount to millions when considering repairs and business impact. While this sum was merely a trifling matter for him, he could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. As Zhou Junran scanned the folder, Hua Chengjun leaned closer, anxiously gauging his superior's reaction. He understood that the area in question was under his responsibility, and if Zhou Junran were displeased, his salary for the month could be at stake. As Zhou Junran meticulously examined the document, Hua Chengjun's heart raced with trepidation. Soon enough, Zhou Junran finished reviewing the folder and carelessly tossed it onto the desk. The sound of the folder hitting the surface startled Hua Chengjun, causing him to flinch. This reaction was not due to cowardice, but rather the lingering intimidation from Zhou Junran's formidable reputation, which rendered Hua Chengjun, despite his bravado in public, unable to suppress his fear in his presence. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Junran asked, his expression remaining inscrutable. Taking a deep breath, Hua Chengjun endeavored to compose himself. "In my opinion, since the Jiangcheng police cannot handle this matter, we ought to take matters into our own hands. I have a friend in a security firm. Many of his subordinates are seasoned mercenaries who have seen combat. I can enlist their help to teach a lesson to those who vandalized our shops and simultaneously demonstrate our strength to all of Jiangcheng." Upon hearing this, a hint of pride crept onto Hua Chengjun's face, clearly pleased with his plan. What a foolish scheme, Zhou Junran thought to himself, recognizing Hua Chengjun as a mere pawn designed for the protagonist's amusement. Nevertheless, this seems to present an opportunity to advance the plot and test the efficacy of my latest artifact. However, he hesitated, pondering the cool-down time associated with the golden treasure. If utilized unwisely, it would be a significant loss. Yet, the curiosity to discover its true power was undeniable. Ultimately, after much internal deliberation, Zhou Junran resolved to wait for an opportune moment to test it. "Your plan is commendable," Zhou Junran remarked, setting the folder aside. "However, my family, the Zhou clan, reigns supreme in Jiangcheng. It is rather audacious for anyone to provoke me at this juncture. I am quite curious to uncover the identity of this challenger." "I understand," Hua Chengjun exclaimed, eager to act. "Once I locate him, I will dispatch someone to bring him before you." "Such audacity," Zhou Junran mused. "You believe you can apprehend Li Wentian? What do you intend to use for that? Your motley crew of underlings cannot possibly compete." Observing Hua Chengjun's smug expression, Zhou Junran felt a twinge of desire to witness the subordinate's downfall. "However, he is still my subordinate. I shall wait until he has outlived his usefulness before I act." With an air of disdain, Zhou Junran instructed, "What I mean is, once you find that individual, inform me. I shall accompany you to confront him." "Huh?" Hua Qingjun instinctively assumed this implied a lack of faith in his capabilities. He quickly replied, Mr. Zhou, this is no task for you to undertake personally. Leave such arduous work to me. You need only await my return. Zhou Junran, bemused by his subordinate's trepidation, replied, You may proceed as you see fit. Realizing Zhou Junran was serious, Hua Qingjun acquiesced. Very well. I will notify you the moment I discover his whereabouts. As Hua Qingjun prepared to leave, the sound of his phone ringing interrupted him. Chapter 10. This justification. Hua Qingjun glanced at the caller ID and halted in his tracks. Hello. Have you located him? Yes. Understood. Keep a close watch on him. Mr. Zhou, Hua Qingjun declared with indignation, the individual who vandalized our stores is brazenly lounging in the lobby, seemingly awaiting something. Zhou Junran turned around. What fortune! Just as I was contemplating advancing the plot, an opportunity presents itself. Yet, he quickly realized that if he pursued Li Wentian now, it would jeopardize his planned evening of relaxation. Could it be that Li Wentian is genuinely at odds with me? With a resigned sigh, he nodded. Very well. Prepare the vehicle. We shall depart at once. Rest assured, Mr. Zhou, I have already arranged for capable individuals who can handle multiple adversaries. Upon hearing his sigh, Hua Qingjun assumed that Zhou Junran was apprehensive about being inadequately prepared. Thus he patted his chest in assurance, proclaiming, Fear not, for I am here. Just wait and witness how he begs for mercy. Understood. Prepare the vehicle. Zhou Junran nodded. Regardless of your preparations, it is futile. No number of people can triumph over Li Wentian. What do you mean by I am here? Do you truly possess the confidence to confront Li Wentian alone? Should a confrontation ensue, if he does not pulverize you, consider yourself fortunate for the previous night. As Zhou Junran changed his attire, he pondered while making his way toward the elevator. He reached out to press the button when the elevator chimed and halted. The doors opened automatically, and before the occupants could be seen, a distinctive aura of coolness and otherworldliness emanated from within. When the doors fully opened, Zhou Junran was astonished to find that the occupant was none other than Qin Xiaoyun. Upon seeing him, Qin Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a radiant smile. The ethereal aura that had previously enveloped the elevator transformed into a gentle and comforting presence. What brings you here? Zhou Junran instinctively inquired. Naturally, I calculated your off-duty hours and came specifically to seek you out, replied Qin Xiaoyun, stepping out of the elevator in her white sneakers, denim jeans, and a white t-shirt, tilting her head with a charming smile. What is this nonsense? Isn't she also a CEO? What leisure does she have to seek me out at this hour? Enough with the jesting. Weren't you planning to leave Jiangshan? Why have you suddenly decided to stay and cling to me? Your current demeanor is unsatisfactory. It was better when we were indifferent to one another. Zhou Junran grimaced, feeling a mix of frustration and incredulity. How ironic it was that he had resolved in the morning to distance himself from her, only to be caught off guard by her presence that very evening. Damn you, Hua Qingjun. With so many hours in the workday, why choose this moment? Are you perhaps an undercover agent sent by her? It appeared that Hua Qingjun had indeed been in close contact with Qin Xiaoyun, revealing his true nature as a scheming individual. Qin Xiaoyun, having sensed his thoughts, was far from willing to retreat. After hearing his inner voice that morning, she had resolved to persistently pursue him and claim her handsome prize. How could she abandon her pursuit so easily due to a mere utterance? However, she now found herself engulfed in confusion. When had she ever interacted with someone named Hua Qingjun? Although she had heard of him within the Zhou Corporation, it was merely hearsay with no actual encounter. After all, being somewhat of a visual admirer, she found Hua Qingjun's appearance rather unappealing. Step aside. At the sound of Zhou Junran's voice, Qin Xiaoyun suppressed her doubts. She took another step forward, inching closer to Zhou Junran, and inquired, Are you occupied with matters pertaining to the Zhou Corporation? Of course. Then, as the fiancée of the Zhou Corporation's owner and future lady of the house, it would be entirely reasonable for me to accompany you in handling these affairs. With her head held high, the once domineering Qin Xiaoyun now displayed a gentler side, reserved solely for her beloved. Zhou Junran was momentarily taken aback. She makes a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. Ah, how utterly vexing. He could not allow her to accompany him. Otherwise, She would gain more opportunities to interact with him, and he had no desire to restart the narrative due to her influence. I must devise a strategy to send her away. Yes, that's it. Hearing his thoughts, Lung Qinxue nearly burst into laughter. However, as she stifled her amusement, her playful ponytail swayed, adding to her charm. Unfortunately, this enchanting scene was visible only to Zhou Junran. Having concocted a plausible excuse, Zhou Junran gathered his thoughts and said, "Very well, if you insist on accompanying me, then so be it." Suddenly, he hesitated. "I initially intended to handle this matter alone, but since you're here, it seems unnecessary for Hua Chengjun to join. I just received a message from Changma. She reported that the home surveillance system malfunctioned for several seconds. When she went to investigate the area, she found evidence indicating someone had been there. However, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot go myself, so I must ask you to assist." Having delivered his impeccable reasoning, Zhou Junran felt confident that his performance was convincing enough to deceive even the most discerning. How could a mere Lung Qinxue not believe him? How dare she question his words? No, I cannot be this clever. Once I navigate through this plot, I must reward myself handsomely. Just as he reveled in his triumph, Lung Qinxue dashed toward him, gripping his arm and pulling him into her warm embrace. In an instant, Zhou Junran felt entirely ensnared, unable to move an inch. Chapter 11. Accompanying you to investigate Junran. Rest assured, you need not worry about this. Before coming here, I arranged for my most skilled bodyguard to scout for dangers at the Zhou estate. Lung Qinxue tightened her grip on his arm. Additionally, for enhanced safety concerning our network and food, I even enlisted a renowned assassin to help us identify any threats. Zhou Junran's smile faltered. The once inviting warmth now felt oppressive. Are you joking? This was simply a spur-of-the-moment excuse. What a coincidence. Moreover, are you unwell? Why would you suddenly wish to move in with me? No, I cannot remain in her presence. I must devise another excuse to send her away. Chang Ma is looking for another person, and it must be a reliable woman to assist her. Otherwise, her plans cannot unfold. The reasoning was somewhat tenuous. Yet Zhou Junran felt compelled to articulate it. Thank goodness for you. The Zhou estate is safe because of your presence. However, I believe Chang Ma just contacted me regarding a woman she needs to assist her with some matters. Perhaps you could help her out? With a radiant smile, Lung Qinxue, well aware of his thoughts, readily seized the opportunity. I see. That sounds agreeable. I will have my secretary accompany me to the estate. I'll send her a message instructing her to assist Chang Ma. Having spoken, she tightened her hold on Zhou Junran's arm, as if fearing he might escape. Yet now, with her clinging to him, what could he do? You, Lung Qinxue, do you truly have affection for me? I feel as though you are leading me to my doom. What if you simply let me come along? Zhou Junran glanced down at the girl, clinging to his arm, the stunning beauty of Jiangqing. Take me with you. Lung Qinxue drew closer, her eyes wide with innocence, her charm amplified to the point of captivating any besotted admirer. Undoubtedly, Lung Qinxue was a genius in the business realm, her timing impeccable. Zhou Junran, already wavering, found himself further swayed. Rest assured, Brother Junran, I assure you I won't cause any trouble. With a gentle shake of his arm, she pleaded, Please, let me accompany you. I promise it will be hassle-free. Enchantress. This woman is undoubtedly a seductress. She is relentless, utterly relentless. Who could possibly refuse such a bewitching presence? Perhaps I should just acquiesce? She has assured me that she will not cause any trouble, so taking her along should be fine. Convincing herself, Zhou Junran maintained a stern expression and said, All right, if you insist on going, then you may accompany me. However, do not forget your promise. You must not create any inconvenience. Rest assured, I will not be a bother, Lung Qinxue replied, releasing his hand, taking a step back, and saluting with a sense of earnestness. Immediately afterward, she leaped forward again, wrapping her arms around Zhou Junran's, exclaiming, Brother Junran, you are the best. Is it really possible for someone to be this adorable? Does such a charming woman truly exist in this world? Yet her cuteness, if translated into a live stream in the real world, would surely attract countless fans and immense wealth. It was a thought too overwhelming to bear. Zhou Junran could hardly fathom the idea that a reality streamer could earn $1 billion in mere 15 minutes, and he dared not contemplate the implications further. Although his earning potential paled in comparison to the vastness of the real world, the money was tangible there. Brother Junran, let us hurry, Lung Qinshu exclaimed, her heart soaring at Zhou Junran's internal praises. If he were not present, the scene would have compelled her to leap with joy. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained a charm point. As he walked forward with her, Zhou Junran felt a gentle stir within him, enchanted by the warmth of her presence. She can envelop my hand entirely. I must admit, my fiancé, he possesses remarkable qualities. With such allure, such beauty, and such affection for me, where could I ever find a woman as wonderful as her? Ah, author, should the day come when I wield a blade, I shall surely seek your head. As he pondered, the elevator arrived at the ground floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and everyone on the first floor instinctively turned to look. Sensing an unusual aura around him, Zhou Junran turned to glance at the person beside him. At this moment, Lung Qinshui emerged before the crowd, transformed from the cute and innocent girl she had been in the office to a figure exuding an air of superiority akin to a queen's entrance. Especially as she stepped out of the elevator, her presence intensified, causing the onlookers to avert their eyes, fearful of drawing her attention. Upon exiting the elevator, Zhou Junran headed straight for the parking lot. Goodness, I thought I was the master of acting, but this woman can switch her demeanor even faster than I can. He mused. If only she could channel this talent into acting, she might rival my enhanced abilities. If, in the future, she were to stop loving me or deceive me, would I not be her unwitting victim? I must tread carefully around her. Lung Qinshui, trailing closely behind, nearly laughed at his inner thoughts. Her acting skills were indeed impressive. Otherwise, she would not have thrived amid seasoned players and formidable figures, always managing to emerge unscathed. However, apart from being good to her beloved, she would never dream of deceiving Zhou Junran. Moreover, she could never betray him, especially not because of a lack of affection. From a moment she realized her feelings for Zhou Junran, she had sworn that he was the only one she would ever marry. Even when Zhou Junran had treated her coldly, she never considered backing out. Instead, she merely wished to leave Jiangsheng and no longer disrupt his peace. Arriving at the parking lot, Zhou Junran spotted a supercar ready for departure, with his most loyal subordinate, Hua Chengjun, standing beside it. Upon seeing Zhou Junran approach, a wide smile spread across Hua Chengjun's face. However, upon noticing Lung Qinshui behind him, his smile faltered. They had not agreed to bring her along during their previous discussions. In a situation fraught with danger, what use was there in bringing along a delicate woman like Lung Qinshui? Sensing his discomfort, Lung Qinshui asked pointedly, Manager Hua, what does this mean? Am I unwelcome? No, of course not. Hua Chengjun quickly stammered. It's just that this supercar only has 2 seats. I must accompany Mr. Zhou. And if you join, there simply isn't enough space. He cautiously assessed Lung Qinshui's expression, fearful of provoking her ire. With a huff, Lung Qinshui said nothing further and simply took her seat in the passenger seat of the supercar. Zhou Junran intended to hop in directly, but as he approached, Hua Chengjun blocked him. Mr. Zhou, why is Miss Lung joining us? Zhou Junran shot him a sidelong glance and replied, she wishes to come. Who is to stop her? Why not ask her yourself? No, that wouldn't do, Hua Chengjun thought, realizing he was but a mere manager and dared not question the future boss lady's intentions. He pulled out his phone and opened an image, stating, Mr. Zhou, this is the person who has been targeting our store. Indeed, it is Li Wentian. I must keep a close watch on him to hasten the progression of our plans. Zhou Junran instructed Hua Chengjun from this day forth. Monitor his activities closely and report every detail to me. Understood. Though Hua Chengjun was puzzled by his superior's motives, he complied without hesitation, recognizing the importance of not probing too deeply into his master's intentions. Once inside the car, Zhou Junran instinctively glanced at the passenger seat. His gaze fell upon 2 long, snow-white legs. The design of the supercar's seats accentuated their length, and with Lung Qinshui's deliberate positioning, her legs intertwined, magnetically drawing Zhou Junran's attention. As she adjusted her position, her legs moved gracefully, igniting a fluttering sensation within Zhou Junran, akin to a cat's playful pawing. Such legs are exquisite, he thought. Even the most beautiful models in the real world could not compare to their allure. As a virtuous young man, how could he ever act against a woman's will? Observing Zhou Junran's serious demeanor as he adjusted the rearview mirror, Long Qianxue's heart swelled with joy. She recalled a time when he was with Qin Xiaoyun, casting glances at her legs. At that moment, she had assumed Zhou Junran was a leg enthusiast. To that end, she had spent millions seeking countless remedies and enhancements to achieve her stunning legs. However, when out in public, she typically wore pants or long skirts, rarely revealing her legs. Consequently, while the people of Jiangxing recognized her as the most beautiful face, they were unaware of her equally captivating legs. Zhou Junran truly appreciates these legs. All my efforts are not in vain, she mused, content. Rest assured, these legs are solely for your eyes. I shall shield them from the gaze of others. Long Qianxue delighted in the thought. Yet if Zhou Junran were to learn that her efforts were all for him, he would surely find it amusing. She nearly gave a warning to Qin Xiaoyun, who almost misconstrued her intentions as coercive. It's sweltering in the car, she exclaimed, lightly fanning herself. Feeling it insufficient, she pressed a button to lower the window slightly. Sweltering? Though it is summer, I ensured the air conditioning was prepared beforehand. The temperature inside is likely below 26 degrees. How could it be hot? Zhou Junran quietly observed what she was about to do next. Nonchalantly, Long Qianxue leaned over to the driver's side, attempting to open the window slightly. The supercar seat was somewhat recessed, making her movements inside rather cumbersome, especially with another person seated in the driver's seat. She could only brace herself against the side of the passenger seat, leaning her entire body on Zhou Junran's lap as she reached for the driver's window. Oh my goodness! What are you doing, my dear sister? This position, no, this one do. Get up, hurry up. The car's air conditioning is not broken. I've set it to the lowest. Please don't open the window. Internally screaming in frustration, Zhou Junran attempted to push her away. But it seemed his hands no longer obeyed his command, remaining frozen in place. Hearing his thoughts, Long Qianxue lowered her head, her lips curling into a mischievous smile, while she remarked, "Oh dear, this car is so flawed. The design is utterly inhumane. I can't even open a window." As she spoke, she reached for the window button, but her hand slipped, failing to lower the window. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Yet, the fragrance is intoxicating. It seems that ever since she entered the car, the entire interior has been enveloped in her scent. And viewing her from this angle for the first time, I must admit, she possesses a certain charm. Wait a moment, her outfit reveals her back. It's so smooth and fair, it almost glimmers. To distract himself, Zhou Junran began to observe his surroundings, not realizing that this distraction only exacerbated the already precarious situation. Wow, I didn't expect my back to look so appealing in Junran's eyes. There's a reaction, a slight reaction, with a bit more effort. This could very well be the first victory in my pursuit of winning over my husband. Sensing something amiss, Long Qianxue rallied herself and pressed on with her next move. Extending her arm, her fingers once again hovered over the window button, but as she pressed down, her hand slipped, causing her upper body to tumble onto Zhou Junran's lap. Ah, it smells divine. I feel like I could just breathe it in forever. Perhaps I should have her move in. If she were to move in, I would be utterly clumsy. Ha ha ha. You're such a failure. Even if you don't fancy me, surely you could indulge a bit due to my physique. Must you be so wary? Straight man. Such a staunch straight man. Upon realizing her predicament, she began to rant about Zhou Junran's previous actions. Alas, my reactions are simply swift. Although my character dictates that I must not touch you or show you favor, I can still protect you. Feeling smug, Zhou Junran pressed the accelerator and drove towards the address provided by Hua Qingjun. Along the way, Long Qianxue observed him with an intensity that almost materialized the resentment in her gaze. Suddenly, she understood why Zhou Junran couldn't pursue Qin Xiaoyun. A man so straightforward could hardly win over a girl. Everyone is staring at me. Could it be that because I defended her, she has begun to favor me? Alas, there is nothing I can do. I'm simply that remarkable. As Zhou Junran reveled in Long Qianxue's gaze, a sense of pride swelled within him. However, at the very instant this thought crossed his mind, Long Qianxue, seated beside him, seemed to deepen in resentment, as though she wished to take the wheel and drive at 120, exclaiming that life was utterly meaningless. With a screech, The supercar gracefully slid into a parking space in front of the company's storefront. The commotion drew the attention of those gathered around the shop, though most remained focused within. Exiting the vehicle, Zhou Junran cast a glance at the familiar locale. Suddenly, someone recognized his identity. It's Zhou Junran, the owner of Zhou Corporation. What? The owner of Zhou Corporation has come in person. This incident must be quite significant. There's bound to be a spectacle. Let us go live. With this momentum, my followers will surely exceed 20,000. The individual who recognized Zhou Junran exclaimed, prompting everyone to turn towards the supercar. Even the sounds of conflict from within the shop diminished slightly as attention shifted. It seems I have arrived a moment too late. The altercation has already begun. Assessing the situation, Zhou Junran prepared to stride inside, while Qin Xiaoyun, keenly observing him, noted the shifting dynamics. Clearly, the one who has damaged our shop is the true reason for his visit. Junran needs to engage with him to fulfill a certain agenda before departing. That one to do, after all the effort I've invested in making him like me. If he leaves now, I may never find him again. That would render my years of effort futile. Futility matters not. What is paramount is that my world cannot exist without Junran. Indeed, whatever he does, I shall oppose him. This way, he cannot achieve his goal and thus will not leave. Though this may diminish my favor in his eyes, Junran, you must understand that this is all motivated by my love for you. Having briefly analyzed the circumstances, Qin Xiaoyun made a resolve. Though aware of the potential pitfalls of her actions, her love for Zhou Junran left her no choice. Previously, she considered leaving Jiangcheng, believing it would serve Zhou Junran better. Yet now, knowing of his affections for her and observing his increasingly softened demeanor over these past few days, she could not bring herself to depart or allow him to vanish from her life. As Zhou Junran and Qin Xiaoyun walked side by side, the crowd parted to grant them passage. Through the opening, Zhou Junran glimpsed the scene within the shop. Goodness, the damage is extensive. Even a demolition crew would struggle to match the thoroughness of Li Wentian's destruction. No wonder there was such a significant conflict during my previous encounter with this scenario. Surveying the remnants of the shop, which bore a Syrian decor style, he could discern no trace of the envisioned futuristic design. It was noteworthy that the shop's renovations had cost nearly 10 million from conception to completion. Moreover, this establishment, having endured destruction at the hands of Li Wentian and others, could only be considered average in terms of damage. Given the extensive destruction and existing animosities, harboring ill would be unavoidable. Oh, I wondered who had arrived. Having effortlessly dispatched the last assailant, Li Wentian looked disdainfully at Zhou Junran as he approached through the crowd. What, can I come my own shop? Halting in his tracks, Zhou Junran raised his head, regarding him with a haughty demeanor, embodying the archetype of a villain who looks down upon the protagonist. No, of course you can come. Li Wentian casually picked up a clean cloth to wipe his hands, and, on his way over, he deliberately stepped on a relatively intact shard of glass, crushing it underfoot. The shattered glass sent sharp fragments flying towards Zhou Junran's face. Watch out! Qin Xiaoyun noticed this and rushed forward, but being an ordinary person, she was already too late to intervene. What is this girl trying to do? Oh my! Is she attempting to shield me? She's only wearing a dress. What could she possibly use to defend herself? Her face, perhaps? If she truly blocks that, the speed of the glass could leave her utterly disfigured. Does this woman not consider the consequences of her actions? In a split second, Zhou Junran not only recognized the danger of the approaching glass shards, but also understood Qin Xiaoyun's intentions. He slightly turned his face to evade the shards of glass that were shot towards him, while his other hand steadied the side of Qin Xiaoyun. With a crash, the flying glass fragments struck the windows of the residential building across the street, shattering an entire pane. Junran, are you all right? The concerned Qin Xiaoyun, still bewildered by the events that had just unfolded, quickly inquired. She reached out her hand, cradling Zhou Junran's face, carefully examining him, fearful that he might have sustained even the slightest injury. Chapter 14. So reasonable do I need to be so gentle? I'm not an infant. Yet, judging by this reaction, the previous actions were purely instinctive. Such a girl, where else in the world could one find? Observing Qin Xiaoyun's deep concern for him, Zhou Junran could only sigh inwardly for the sake of his persona. Once he confirmed that he was unharmed, Lung Qianxue cast a fierce glare at Li Wentian. Her eyes brimmed with fury. If circumstances allowed, she would have rushed at the man who had harmed her beloved and torn him to shreds. However, she was not a naive girl and soon regained her composure. In Zhou Junran's mind, this person before him was likely the one who could help him leave this place swiftly. It was commendable that he managed to keep Zhou Junran around, but should he dare to harm him, he would face severe repercussions. I assure you, you will pay dearly for your actions. Lung Qianxue did not conceal her animosity. Feeling this hostility, Li Wentian's eyes brightened. The woman, who instinctively protected her adversary and directed her ire towards him, was even more beautiful than Qin Xiaoyun, the one he sought to conquer. In a fleeting moment, a desire to change targets ignited within him. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. While conquering an enemy's woman was indeed gratifying, he was a man of principles and believed in proper order. To claim Qin Xiaoyun, he must first conquer her. And as for Lung Qianxue, he could wait until he had dealt with Zhou Junran before slowly winning her over. Perhaps there would be unexpected delights then. Damn it, you bastard! How dare you look at my woman? Just looking is one thing, but to gaze at her with such a twisted expression? Look, come, come, come. Take a good look at me. Although his persona prevented him from approaching Lung Qianxue, Zhou Junran secretly cherished her character. He was still the antagonist in the narrative. The man Lung Qianxue adored was him, and it was he who treated the villain kindly. Particularly, when Lung Qianxue had just risked everything to shield him from the flying glass shard, it was unbearable. He stepped forward, positioning himself firmly in front of her, and coldly addressed Li Wentian. Li Wentian, if I am not mistaken, you are merely a low-ranking employee of the Qin Corporation, correct? What? This person is just a worker? Could it be that a mere worker possesses such fighting prowess? Perhaps he is the heir of the fire cloud, evil god? That was not the crux of the matter. The essential fact was that he was merely a worker. The destruction he had caused in the store during the skirmish amounted to significant losses, potentially tens or even hundreds of thousands. No, he had seen this man before. This was not his first time engaging in such behavior. He would undoubtedly owe millions. Upon realizing Li Wentian's true identity, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had initially assumed he was a figure of considerable stature in Jiangxing, witnessing the incident merely as bystanders, with no expectation of gaining any gossip. But now, they were all aware that Li Wentian was an ordinary worker without any background, transforming this incident into a significant spectacle. Moreover, he had previously committed similar acts without facing repercussions, making this revelation all the more enticing. In stark contrast to the onlookers, Lung Qianxue, one of the protagonists in this drama, stood frozen, unsure of what to do. What did he just think about me? He claimed it was his woman. And because that bastard gazed at me, he became displeased and stood in front of me, blocking his view, gazing at the tall, slender figure before her. Lung Qianxue was flooded with myriad thoughts. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired Learning Ability 1. Li Wentian, overhearing the discussions among the crowd, remained unperturbed. Calmly, he stated, Mr. Zhou, did you not ascertain the truth of the matter before arriving? Those I fought with are all part of Jiangxing's underground forces. None of them are innocent. I merely came here to purchase a new phone, but was besieged by them, and I was compelled to defend myself. As the CEO of Jiangxing's largest company, surely you would not be so indiscriminate in your judgments. Upon hearing this, the previously agitated crowd fell silent, diverting their attention back to Zhou Junran. In their eyes, Li Wentian's words held merit. Some even began to shout in support of Li, urging not to hold him financially accountable, suggesting that since the incident transpired in his store, Zhou Junran should consider humanitarian compensation. Nice. This is your true capability. Continue to stoke the flames of hatred towards me. Indeed, sometimes taking the initiative is the ultimate truth. Internally ecstatic, Zhou Junran's exterior bore an expression of mild discomfort due to the unfolding situation. Nevertheless, he forced himself to speak. If those writhing on the ground are indeed criminals, I certainly would not demand compensation or accountability from him. However, if Li Wentian is merely a lowly staff member of the Qin Corporation, an ordinary person without any authority, how could we excuse him for striking what may be wrongdoers? What does that say about the laws of our great nation? And where does that leave our true law enforcement? Most importantly, if he claims these individuals are Jiangqing's underground criminals, who is to say that tomorrow, someone else will not find themselves on the ground in a similar predicament? With that, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, reflecting on his words. There was some sense to his argument. Those on the ground had been rendered speechless, and no one present knew them, leaving their true identities in question. If such a day were to arrive for them, would the assailants also be lenient? As they pondered this, they hesitated to continue their thoughts, their gazes towards Li Wentian growing increasingly hostile. What I said was undeniably reasonable. If I were to assume the role of the protagonist, such rhetoric would surely leave even the most formidable antagonist speechless. With a slight smirk, Zhou Junran regarded him with an air of arrogance. Chapter 15. Credentials, yet Li Wentian remained unfazed. He calmly remarked, "You are correct. Should I act today and someone retaliate against me tomorrow, what purpose would the law serve?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's hostility towards him gradually softened. However, he then reached into his pocket and proclaimed, "What if I were a law enforcement officer of our great nation, currently executing my duties? Would that not mean you were obstructing my official duties?" I knew it. According to the plot, some influential figure must have extended an olive branch to him. Though he presently appears to be a mere employee, his true identity must have grown more complex. Truly, I am a master of foresight. Soon, I shall be met with a slap in the face. Completing this narrative and preparing for the next chapter of acquiring shares in the Qin Corporation. Amidst the joy, Zhou Junran maintained his composure in his performance. The previously arrogant expression on his face instantly darkened as he exclaimed, "If you truly are law enforcement, then of course there is no issue. But are you?" Based on Zhou Junran's inner thoughts and the current situation, Qin Xiaoyun had discerned that, although Li Wentian had indeed smashed Zhou Junran's shop, it appeared that the one now emboldened and in the advantageous position was the very culprit, while Zhou Junran, who had been wronged, seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, she understood that Zhou Junran was deliberately playing this role. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to fall into such a predicament so swiftly. She retrieved her phone, glanced at the time, and sent a message to urge further action. "Am I?" Li Wentian produced a small booklet from his pocket and tossed it over, demanding, "Open your eyes wide and see what my identity is now. Are you obstructing official duties?" As the document flew through the air, Zhou Junran opened it, his expression changing abruptly. Why does young Master Zhou's face appear so grim? Could it be that this young man is indeed law enforcement? If that is the case, then his actions may not be entirely unjustifiable. Given Zhou Junran's demeanor, it seemed likely. "Young Master Zhou, could you clarify the contents of this document? If he is truly law enforcement, should we not follow what was previously stated and forego compensation?" The onlookers, evidently eager for spectacle, loudly clamored, and the gathering crowd grew increasingly boisterous, nearly causing a traffic jam on the street. "Yes, just like that. Make the noise louder, let the commotion grow. The more ruckus you make, the more delighted I become. If this escalates from a minor slap in the face to a major plot point, the narrative will advance even more swiftly." Trembling with excitement, Zhou Junran suppressed his joy and said, "You truly are law enforcement. When did you acquire such an identity?" Observing the tide of the situation turning in his favor, Li Wentian's smile was unabashed. "Who do you think you are? Do I need to disclose my identity to you? Moreover, this identity was originally concealed, but it has now been exposed because of you. According to Huaxiao law, may I not suspect you of being a foreign spy?" He advanced a step, challenging further. "This is quite a performance, Li Wentian. Surprisingly, Qin Xiaoyun is being so honest, claiming she merely came to observe. And she's indeed just watching. Aside from blocking that piece of debris for me, she has shown no sign of action thus far." Internally commending Qin Xiaoyun, Zhou Junran suddenly flung Li Wentian's credentials to the ground, disdainfully huffing as he prepared to leave the scene. But just as he turned to depart, Qin Xiaoyun spoke up. "Wait." All eyes turned toward her. "Who is she? And how is she so beautiful?" That's not surprising. Anyone standing beside young Master Zhou must be stunning. Indeed, you two should stop talking. This woman is Miss Lung from the Lung family, now one of the executives of the Lung Group, and moreover, she is young Master Zhou's fiancée. Wow, that's impressive. But what is she planning to do now? I don't know. Let's just observe. As Qin Xiaoyun stepped from behind Zhou Junran to face the crowd, Whispers of speculation began to circulate. Hey, Lung Qianxue, what are you up to? This won't suffice. It's far too mild and poses no threat to her. Zhou Junran contemplated that he must intentionally remain aloof towards Lung Qianxue due to his character role, which had led to the current situation where he seemingly lacked anything that could threaten her. Having already devised a plan, Lung Qianxue pretended not to hear what he was saying, though she longed for a hug that might never come. She understood the gravity of ensuring her beloved would not leave. The dynamics shifted, now revolving around the most beautiful woman in Jiangxing. Li Wentian's initial intent to humiliate Zhou Junran was now redirected towards Lung Qianxue, and his interest surged. She picked up Li Wentian's credentials from the ground, scrutinizing them closely, and a smirk spread across her face. It seems my assumptions were correct. Holding the credentials aloft, she articulated several points demonstrating their falsity. If what she says is true, then this person, so brazen, must believe we are easily deceived. After all, she is from the Lung family, the owner of the Lung Group. Her words cannot be false. We have been deceived. He actually tricked us, and to think we trusted him. Arrest him! Arrest him! Those aware of Lung Qianxue's identity understood she would not speak falsely, as it concerned the dignity of the Lung family. And dignity is something that prestigious families hold dear above all else. In such a situation, Lung Qianxue would never utter a lie unless she wished to sever ties with the Lung family. Chapter 16. Director Wang. In the face of the public's condemnation, Li Wentian maintained an air of indifference. He calmly stated, "You make a compelling argument, but you are merely a company owner. Do you truly understand these matters? Or are you simply speaking out to defend your fiancé? I apologize, but due to my work and a peculiar interest, I do keep abreast of such matters, and thus, your credentials are blatantly false." Lung Qianxue replied defiantly. "What sort of interest is that? Is it merely a little peculiar? No, your interest is not just a bit strange. It's exceedingly bizarre. Who in their right mind would take an interest in credentials? Didn't you say previously that you just collect them and don't delve deeply?" Faced with this predicament, Zhou Junran felt he was on the brink of insanity. If things had gone smoothly, they could have swiftly transitioned to the next narrative point. Now, however, with Lung Qianxue's interference, he realized bringing her along had been a grave mistake, complicating what should have been a straightforward situation. Aware of Zhou Junran's thoughts, Lung Qianxue recognized that if she were to keep Zhou Junran here, her actions were justified, and a smile crept onto her face. Observing her smile, Li Wentian suddenly found this woman more intriguing than before. He approached her, saying, "Your interests and identity hold no authority. Your words cannot be substantiated by anyone." Just as I mentioned earlier, if a person's character could be determined by their identity, would not those of us in the workforce be easily manipulated by people like Zhou Junran and Lung Qianxue? Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, contemplating. If one were to follow Zhou Junran's earlier logic, it indeed seemed plausible. Furthermore, they recognized they had only believed due to Lung Qianxue's status. What she had merely played them. The crowd's sentiments began to shift towards Li Wentian once more. Well said. This is the real Li Wentian, the true crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Keep going, keep it up. Lung Qianxue is almost left speechless by your words. Say a bit more, and I'll support you further, and we can all celebrate. Zhou Junran's eyes sparkled with joy, although he could not overtly intervene due to his character's constraints. He could certainly cheer for the crooked-mouthed Dragon King internally. It seemed Li Wentian heard his thoughts as he flashed a characteristic crooked smile. Witnessing such a smile inexplicably bolstered the crowd's belief in his words. In contrast, Lung Qianxue nearly choked upon seeing that smile. "You are correct. While my words may lack authority, someone will arrive shortly. Would you dare to show your credentials to him?" She challenged. "What is there to fear?" Li Wentian continued to smirk, and for the sake of effect, he even raised an eyebrow. She was aware that his actions were not aligned with the desires of her beloved. Hence she refrained from speaking and leaned tightly against Zhou Junran. "You actually went ahead and found someone. Could it be that the person she contacted was the one she called when I shielded her just now? However, if that were the case, how could she possibly know that Li Wentian would present his credentials, unless she had sought out someone who frequently dealt with such documents?" With this thought, Zhou Junran had already surmised the identity of that individual, and his expression became noticeably grim. Yet, for the sake of maintaining his facade, He had no choice but to display an air of impending victory in front of the crowd. Turning to glance at the cool Qin Xiaoyun beside him, he forced a smile and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "You did very well." "Thank you for the compliment," Qin Xiaoyun replied cheerfully, raising her head high to feign ignorance. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Junran's already frayed nerves further unraveled. Qin Xiaoyun instinctively shrank her head back and muttered silently to herself, "No one can see me, no one can see me." Observing the flirtation between the two across from him, Li Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly. During his time abroad, while he would not claim to instill fear in everyone, his name was enough to silence children. He was someone whom even prominent figures regarded with caution. Were it not for the crowd's presence, fearing that the situation might escalate and attract the attention of his adversaries from overseas, he would have charged forward, grasping Zhou Junran by the neck and demanding compliance. If he did not acquiesce, Li Wentian would have revealed the ferocity in his gaze, only to quickly conceal it. After all, he was reluctant to label himself a villain, yet he harbored no illusions about being a good person. He would certainly show no mercy to those who dared to provoke him repeatedly. As time dragged on, the onlookers began to lose their patience. Just as they were on the verge of despair, a commotion arose at the edge of the crowd. The throng parted to make way for a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform, exuding an aura of authority. Following closely behind him were a dozen officers from the Jiangxing police force, true law enforcement personnel. "Miss Lung, is this the individual you mentioned who has repeatedly endangered the assets of the Zhou Group?" Director Wang scrutinized Li Wentian, instantly adopting a stance of vigilance. "Indeed," Qin Xiaoyun replied, handing over the credentials. "Uncle Wang, he displayed this when you arrived, claiming it was for law enforcement." "Oh, who granted him such authority to repeatedly harm the interests of the Jiangxing populace, disregarding their safety while claiming to enforce the law?" As he took the credentials, Director Wang merely glanced at them before angrily tossing them to the ground. Smack! As if that were insufficient to vent his frustration, he lifted his foot and stomped down several times. "This is a forgery." Director Wang's voice was filled with rage, as he had faced considerable pressure from above regarding this matter, incurring much blame. Now, this individual had the audacity to impersonate an officer of the Jiangxing police. Chapter 17. The forgery. This was utterly excessive. In an instant, Director Wang felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically to demonstrate that he, the chief of the Jiangxing police, was not to be trifled with. It truly is him. What was Lung Qinshuo thinking bringing him here? Now that he has appeared, Li Wentian's credentials will be immediately proven false. Yet he is unable to explain himself due to other obligations. Zhou Junran felt a headache coming on as he watched the furious middle-aged man. "Mr. Zhou, I understand your concern for me, fearing I might be overworked," Director Wang said in a subdued tone, visibly agitated. "Rest assured, I am still in my 40s and far from old." He instinctively perceived Zhou Junran's words as concern, considering his status as a friend of Qin Xiaoyun's father. Although his current position was not particularly high, their friendship remained significant. He also knew that Qin Xiaoyun was Zhou Junran's fiancée, which led him to interpret Zhou Junran's concern as genuine. "Old? You're not old at all. Last time, you single-handedly subdued 5 or 6 assassins. Brother, I'm not worried about you. You need to leave now." Zhou Junran attempted one last effort, saying, "Director Wang, this really isn't a major issue. This loss is insignificant for the Zhou Group." He paused, preparing to elaborate, but Qin Xiaoyun interjected. "Indeed, what Junran said is correct. For an average enterprise, this loss would be crippling or even lead to bankruptcy, but for us, it is inconsequential. Speak up for me. You finally come to your senses." Hearing her words, Zhou Junran felt a surge of joy, only for it to evaporate in the next moment. However, just because this loss is insignificant for our Grand Zhou family does not mean we should let it go unpunished. If we allow this to slide, the next time he endangers others, it could be another enterprise or even a young entrepreneur just starting out. Such individuals cannot bear the weight of such loss, so we must not let him escape. Uncle Wang, he must be apprehended and imprisoned for a few years to teach this lawless individual a lesson. Qin Xiaoyun spoke with solemnity and conviction. "Well said." A voice from the crowd echoed. "Yes, well said." With the chief of the Jiangxing police present, it is sufficient evidence to prove his credentials are fraudulent. He deceived us so brazenly, betraying our trust. He must be arrested and face severe punishment. Not only should he face severe punishment, but we must also publicize his actions online for everyone to see. Following Qin Xiaoyun's impassioned speech, the onlookers began to rally behind Zhou Junran, exerting pressure on Li Wentian. What is happening? That woman, Qin Xiaoyun, merely spoke a few words. And now you're all so agitated. I'm the antagonist here. You should be siding with Li Wentian. Ladies and gentlemen, please help the protagonist Li Wentian. Let me pass this plot point. If you support him, I will reward each of you with 10,000, no, 100,000. With his hands in his pockets, Zhou Junran's previously upright posture suddenly exuded a sense of defeat. From behind, Qin Xiaoyun cautiously approached, observing him before gently wrapping her arm around his. She softly reassured him, "It's all right. No matter what, you still have me. Having you is fine, I suppose." Zhou Junran understood that for the sake of maintaining his persona, he could not act out of line, and thus the situation was beyond alteration. His arm was enveloped in her warmth, providing comfort. Meanwhile, another individual shared his dismal mood. Listening quietly to the crowd's voices, Li Wentian's expression darkened ominously, as if he might explode at any moment. He had never anticipated that Zhou Junran's fiancée could summon the chief of the Jiangxing police in such a short time. It was no small feat, considering the weight of the Wang family behind the chief. How could he be summoned by a mere phone call? Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xiaoyun had essentially been raised under Wang's watchful eye, akin to a daughter to him. Now that his daughter was being wronged, and the one doing the wronging was the very individual who had caused him to bear the brunt of blame, he felt compelled to act. Under the dual weight of circumstances, it is not merely a phone call that would summon him. Even the slightest whisper would compel him to drive over personally for a heartfelt discussion. Crucially, his credentials are not counterfeit. They are genuine, merely acquired due to his commitment to assist a significant figure within Huaxia. This has resulted in a paradox where, despite the authenticity of the items, he finds himself unable to provide an explanation. Li Wentian exclaimed loudly, "Can you not discern the veracity of these items as a dignified head of your department?" At this moment, he finally cast aside his previously unremarkable demeanor. "You are well aware of my identity, and yet you dare to question my judgment and persist in your obfuscation." In response, Wang Zhu's voice grew even more irate. "You wish to continue your deceit? Your credentials are indeed false. They cannot be anything but false. Cease your sophistry and cooperate with the police to seek leniency." Leniency for what? No, arrest him. The crowd erupted in fervor once more. Oh, life, how it oscillates between extremes. Wait, it seems today's events were instigated by Qin Xiaoyun. Why did I even bring her along? Indeed, she must not accompany me again. Resolving this in his heart, Zhou Junran forced a smile towards Qin Xiaoyun through gritted teeth. But should he wish to act independently in the future, it would be improbable to exclude her, for she is likely to arrive at their destination before him. Chapter 18. Diverging Paths, a Satisfactory Response. Can you truly provide me with a satisfactory answer? What I desire most is for you to release Li Wentian immediately and personally validate the authenticity of his credentials, allowing him to deliver a resounding slap to my face. If you proceed with that, should the higher-ups demand further contributions from me, I shall double my offerings. Zhou Junran opened his mouth, but could only express his helplessness, saying, "Then I must trouble you, Director Wang." "Thank you, Uncle Wang. This matter shall be resolved promptly. I will visit your home afterwards to seek out that old fellow." Having said this, he led his team to remove the items from the ground, and with a wave of his hand, they apprehended Li Wentian, placing him in the police car. Is he truly leaving just like this? Come on, Li Wentian, aren't you the protagonist? Bring forth your protagonist aura and summon someone to rescue you. If you don't act soon, it will be truly over. ISNT, they're a beautiful policewoman destined to be one of your harem. Hurry, come and save your future husband. Beautiful policewoman, your future spouse has been detained. Are you not going to step forward to protect him? Watching Li Wentian being loaded into the car, Zhou Junran fervently prayed for him. Yet, in the end, the miracle did not materialize, and he could only watch helplessly as Li Wentian boarded the vehicle with an expression of profound displeasure, almost murderous. Oh, what a complete waste of effort today. Next time, no, from now on, it is impossible to ever bring Qin Xiaoyun along again. As he observed Li Wentian through the police car window, Zhou Junran imitated the unique, crooked smile of the Dragon King, grinning widely. Li Bantian. His fury reached a boiling point. Had he not been unsteady on his feet and reluctant to escalate the situation, he would have surely retaliated against Zhou Junran's insolence. You will pay for this. Within the car, Li Wentian mouthed these words, which Zhou Junran disregarded entirely as he turned to depart. Virum. The sports car roared to life. Just as Zhou Junran prepared to accelerate, Lung Qinxue hopped into the vehicle with a cheerful demeanor. Upon entering, she intended to express her joy, but the sight of Zhou Junran's sullen face rendered her speechless. To ensure he would not have to endure her company again, Zhou Junran coldly reprimanded. Who permitted you to act on your own accord? His stern tone startled Lung Qinxue, who shivered and lowered her head in silence. The once proud and untouchable beauty of Jiangsheng now resembled a remorseful kitten, recognizing her misstep, submissive and pitiful. Speak up, defend yourself. In this pitiful state, who would dare chastise you further? Show the fierce spirit you exude outside. If necessary, you may even bite me. Zhou Junran maintained a stern expression, yet internally struggled with empathy. This was particularly true given their past encounters, where despite any adversity, she remained unwaveringly by his side, ultimately seeking vengeance on his behalf. How could he remain entirely unaffected by someone so strikingly beautiful? Yet, in this moment, Lung Qinxue felt an urge to counter him, to engage in a spirited debate. Initially, she could withstand his rebuke, aware she had acted contrary to his wishes. Even if he harbored affection for her, a favorable attitude was unlikely. However, what did it mean to bite anyone who dared to oppose her? As Jiangxing's foremost beauty, renowned for her fiery figure and sunny disposition, how was it that she was now likened to a rabid dog in his eyes? What a ridiculous man! How could he fail to articulate that? She silently mused. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Junran spoke with renewed gravity. Speak up. Cease this pretense of victimhood. What did you say before we arrived? Have you forgotten? His reprimand was so loud that even the soundproofing of the luxury sports car could not contain it, drawing the attention of pedestrians who turned to glance at the commotion. Why are you still lowering your head and remaining silent? If you continue to sulk in silence, how can I possibly find it in my heart to reprimand you? Once you speak, I can respond, and we may engage in a fierce argument, allowing us to truly part ways. Suddenly, Lung Qinxue stirred, her shoulders trembling subtly. Drip, drip. The sound of falling tears echoed within the car. Raising an eyebrow, Zhou Junran was taken aback to see the once indomitable Lung Qinxue shedding tears. I just wanted to help you. I had no other intentions, she stammered through sniffles, her voice thick with emotion. Oh no, you're actually crying. During the last encounter, you were far more callous and didn't shed a tear. Now you weep so easily. What a farce. How absurd. Are you feigning tears? Oh dear. Why are there even more now? Stop crying. I concede I was wrong. As Lung Qinxue wept, Zhou Junran's previously resolute determination began to waver. Hearing her heartfelt admissions, she internally chuckled before continuing in a more pitiful tone. I realized that acting without your consent was wrong, and I acknowledge my mistake. It is entirely my fault. But regardless, I did it for your sake, didn't I? She wiped her tears and, with earnest eyes, proclaimed her dedication. Chapter 19. A major setback under such circumstances. Though Lung Qinxue was clearly heartbroken, she stubbornly maintained a facade of strength, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. In this vulnerable state, she appeared more pitiable than ever, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. It is all my fault. Please do not be angry with me. She choked on her words, her voice tinged with a sob. How did it suddenly come to this? Was it only after I faced my demise that she, steadfast in every situation, revealed her true self? It seems that when she previously read this book, there was no opportunity for her to appear weak when the plot progressed alone. Could this be her true self? With this thought, Zhou Junran couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. Please don't cry. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a tissue and handed it over. Receiving the tissue, Lung Qinxue's tear-filled eyes overflowed once more. Seeing her on the verge of tears again, Zhou Junran quickly said, Stop crying. If we ever go out again, I will definitely take you with me. However, you must promise to behave and not repeat today's actions. Do you understand? He handed her another tissue. I understand. With her goal achieved, Qin Xiaoyun's tears ceased, and although her face still bore a sorrowful expression, a glimmer of joy was evident in her eyes upon closer inspection. Spending each day with Zhou Junran, she was well aware of his character. Those who acted against his wishes seldom met with good outcomes. Having acted in such a manner, she knew that if she were to face Zhou Junran again, there would be no opportunity for reconciliation. Yet, she also understood what Zhou Junran was like towards those he genuinely cared for and trusted. After all, he had pursued Qin Xiaoyun for so many years, transforming from the most esteemed young man in Jiangsheng into the ultimate devoted admirer, all without a hint of regret, even taking pride in it. This was all because of his affection for Qin Xiaoyun, and now she realized that Zhou Junran truly favored her. Thus, even after her indiscretions, she could merely feign grievance and move on. The outcome was evidently in her favor. Tears have instantly ceased, but something feels amiss. If I recall correctly, she was deemed the brightest talent in the entire Jiangsheng business world. The brightest talent, no less. Upon witnessing her tears dry up in an instant, Zhou Junran realized he had been completely duped. She leaned closer, pecking him lightly on the cheek. Did she just kiss me? Is this considered a forced kiss? Am I at a loss here? I have never been kissed by a woman in this world, which means I am still pure. Now that she has kissed me, I must have lost quite a bit. Observing Qin Xiaoyun's subtly triumphant demeanor, Zhou Junran could easily discern her intentions throughout. Resigned, he could only transform his thoughts into a deep sigh. Hee, Brother Junran, where shall we go to play now? She pitched her voice in a peculiar manner, fearing that Zhou Junran might suddenly change his mind. Unbothered by him, she rambled on. In her excitement, she leaned in closely to him. What more do you want? You ask what I wish to eat? Well, I want to consume you. While maintaining a stoic expression, Zhou Junran was internally screaming. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyun positioned so close. Heard him clearly. She boldly responded, if you don't know what to eat, then why not consume me? She gently blew a breath towards him, gazing at Zhou Junran with smoldering eyes. This gesture was one she had practiced countless times alone in her room, confident that no man could resist it. Just as she awaited the anticipated effect of her actions, Zhou Junran abruptly pushed her face away and exclaimed, "Get away from me. Accompanying me is the most you can do. Do not overstep your boundaries." As if feeling this was insufficient, he added, I, Zhou Junran, will only ever love Qin Xiaoyun. Taking you along is merely born from my impatience with you. Otherwise, you would never have been in my car, nor would you have been seated in the passenger seat. With that, he pressed the accelerator down hard, and the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Aside from that gaze and the breath that brushed against me, how could she possibly smell so delightful? Does she bathe in perfume daily? Or is her makeup infused with fragrance? This woman is truly terrifying. While driving, Zhou Junran pondered, ultimately shivering and shifting slightly to the side. However, before she could settle into her seat, the sports car surged forward, causing her to land heavily in her seat. Following that, she heard Zhou Junran utter words that seemed excessively harsh. Although she understood that he genuinely favored her, those words were rather too much. Instantly, her temper flared. Yet, as she prepared to digest her feelings, she recalled his thoughts. While his words incited a desire to retaliate, each statement also flattered her. The anger she had yet to process dissipated, replaced by a smile. Chapter 20. The Necklace with a Screech. A streamlined sports car drifted to a stop at the entrance of the Lung Manor. The security guard, intending to shoo them away, paused upon seeing the boss emerge from the vehicle and quickly saluted. Miss Lung, coldly nodding, Qin Xiaoyun approached the driver's side, leaning in. Brother Junran, would you like to come in for a moment? Inviting me in? That's a bit excessive. Raising the window, Zhou Junran said nothing more and sped off. Take care, Brother Junran. As she watched the sports car drive away, Qin Xiaoyun's previously adorable demeanor vanished the moment she faced Zhou Junran. Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work. She strode into the manor, greeting a few servants before heading straight to her room. Once inside, she locked the door and leaped on her bed. With a thud, she bounced twice before settling down. Burying her head in the covers, Qin Xiaoyun quietly reflected on the events of the day. Her relationship with Junran had grown closer. Previously, it would have been impossible to make such intimate gestures as reaching for the car window. However, he did not immediately drive her away, even allowing her to rest her hand on his. Whether intentional or subconscious, this indicated his subconscious acknowledgement of her. Yet, it seemed a bit too forward to have called Uncle Wong over. Next time, she must be cautious and avoid being too impulsive. However, there is always the opportunity for amends. As she lay there contemplating the entire event, Qin Xiaoyun analyzed the pros and cons before rising from the bed. She then dragged a chest from beneath the bed, which bore a brand new lock. Taking out the key, she unlocked the chest. Inside lay thick notebooks filled with her notes on strategies to win Zhou Junran's affection, detailing what actions would best please him in various situations. When she had been disheartened and considered leaving Jiangcheng, these notes had lost their significance and were sealed away. She had thought she would never open the chest again. In just a few days, it had been reopened. Picking up one of the notebooks from the top, Qin Xiaoyun sat at the table and began to doodle. Back at the villa, Zhou Junran had just finished reflecting on the day's occurrences. What was that all about? Previously, Qin Xiaoyun seemed to be afraid of upsetting me, always consulting me before taking any action. Yet this time, she acted without consultation. Moreover, her behavior was considerably more peculiar than before, although I find this oddity rather appealing. I hope it does not jeopardize my plans. What circumstances could have led to such a transformation in her? It seems that restarting the system has brought about some plot developments, perhaps even a slight adjustment in character settings. After pondering for a while, he found nothing particularly amiss and, resigned, attributed everything to the system's reboot. Xiaozhou, it's time for dinner. Coming. Putting aside his thoughts, Zhou Junran promptly rose and made his way to the dining table. As for the matters that had occupied his mind earlier, he cast them aside. Recognizing that there was little he could change at the moment, he decided to focus on his meal instead. After the events of the evening, Zhou Junran felt no inclination to go out and unwind. He simply lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Night passed in silence, and soon dawn broke. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced at the clock, 10:12. Waking up quite early today. Without lingering in bed, he got up and tidied himself. The plot from yesterday didn't unfold as planned. I must find a way to advance it today. It seems I haven't seen Qin Xiaoyun in quite a while. Perhaps I should start with her today. My dear Xiaoyun, I would like to invite you to dinner. Donning casual attire, Zhou Junran approached his drawer and opened it. Upon doing so, a cascade of luxurious car keys revealed themselves, dozens of them, including a pure gold key and another encrusted with diamonds. The most extravagant among them was a ceramic key valued in the 7 figures. Regrettably, amidst this collection, one key lay cracked and neglected, indicative of Zhou Junran's lack of care. Is this broken? Zhou Junran mused, examining it before tossing it into the trash. What a joke. How could my drawer contain such a defective item? As for the car, it's worth just over 100 million. But I suppose everything along with the key can be replaced. He casually retrieved another key from the drawer and strode towards the parking lot, driving away from the estate. His gaze wandered aimlessly over the streets. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he quickly pulled over, jumping out of the car to approach a stall selling necklaces. "Auntie, how much is this necklace?" he inquired, picking one up. 12. Too expensive. $10. Young man, this is a small business. If I buy several, say 10, can you give me a discount? Fine. After some negotiation, Zhou Junran secured 10 necklaces at the price of 8 yuan each. He pulled out a handful of red bills from his bag, tossed them down, and took the elegantly packaged necklaces back to his car. Without questioning why he was throwing money around after haggling, he reveled in the satisfaction it brought him. Not bad. I bought so many necklaces for so little. Next time I gift something to Qin Xiaoyun, I'll need to buy more. Though this is still somewhat expensive, I should buy a few more on the online marketplace. They sell 3 to 5 yuan each there. That would save me more. I've been so extravagant. I could easily afford to buy out all of Jiangcheng with the money I've wasted over the years. Settling into his car and organizing his belongings, Zhou Junran drove directly to the building housing Qin Xiaoyun's company. What a handsome car. Whose is it? I don't know. Oh, someone else getting out. It's Zhou Junran, young Master Zhou. It really is him. He is holding something. I wonder what it is. As he approached the office of Qin Xiaoyun, the staff, feeling somewhat restless as the workday neared its end, gathered around to speculate about the object in his hand. Zhou Junran, accustomed to such attention, ignored their chatter and took the elevator straight to her office. He lightly knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing the knock, Qin Xiaoyun, engrossed in her work, did not lift her head, but simply spoke. Upon receiving permission, Zhou Junran entered and found her bent over her desk. He took a seat opposite her, silently observing her without uttering a word. From this angle, she doesn't seem as cold and aloof. She could be almost as beautiful as Lung Qinxue. Yet, her character pales in comparison to Lung Qinxue's. Wait, is there something in the corner of her eye? Is it eye crust? I thought female protagonists in novels were always perfect. Her nostrils are flaring. Has she caught a whiff of my masculine scent? Zhou Junran scrutinized Qin Xiaoyun, internally assessing her. As she noticed someone leaning over her desk, she immediately recognized him. Hearing his inner thoughts only solidified her certainty. Initially, she wanted to listen more to Zhou Junran's musings, but the notion of eye crust left her incredulous. How could that be? She spent nearly an hour each morning perfecting her appearance, not including makeup time. Setting her pen down with a sigh, Qin Xiaoyun could no longer contain herself. Fearing an outburst from Zhou Junran's teasing, she took a deep breath to compose her emotions. With a stern expression, she asked, "What brings you here? I thought I might invite you to lunch, since it's almost noon." Zhou Junran smiled and, in a gesture of goodwill, revealed the necklace he had purchased for 8 yuan each. "Xiaoyun, this is a necklace I specifically selected for you from Jiangsheng's largest jewelry store last night." Right? The largest jewelry store. I did pass by there last night. However, even the cheapest items there cost tens of thousands. Why would I buy you something so extravagant? With that money, I could indulge in dining and drinking, or even throw it away without a second thought. Qin Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback by his thoughts. She hadn't anticipated that Zhou Junran viewed her in such a light. More importantly, as the owner of a company valued at billions. Did she not deserve even a piece of jewelry worth tens of thousands? Rest assured, Xiaoyun, last time you expressed dissatisfaction over a gift's exorbitance. So I chose this one with a similar price. Gently pushing the package containing the necklace toward her, he added, "Hurry and accept it. You want to even glance at it, much less wear it. You'll just toss in the trash. For an 8 yuan necklace. Let's not waste each other's time. I have plans with my dear sister. I might be late if I don't leave soon." Having already seen how the plot would unfold, Zhou Junran anticipated her reaction to the gift and presented another necklace. "Do you dislike this style? I also bought you another one, originally intended for later. If you don't like the first, I can give you this instead." Though initially uninterested, the knowledge of the price piqued Qin Xiaoyun's curiosity. She wondered what distinguished this 8 yuan necklace from her usual ones. I haven't examined it closely. Why the rush? She replied, taking the necklace to scrutinize it more closely. Is this truly an 8 yuan necklace? Aside from the obviously fake diamonds and beads, it's not half bad. Why is he suddenly gifting me a necklace? There must be another motive behind this. As she inspected it intently, Zhou Junran felt a hint of anxiety creeping in. According to the previous narrative, you did not merely utter a casual no, nor did you accept it only to discard it in front of me. Why are you now scrutinizing it so carefully? Sister, do not be foolish and actually accept it. He could only muster the courage to say, although this may not be the most expensive piece of jewelry I have purchased, it is the one I have devoted the most thought and effort into selecting. I believe that once you wear it, you will be the most beautiful and captivating version of yourself. All right, then I shall give it a try. Intrigued, Qin Xiaoyun understood his unspoken feelings and was curious to see how it would look on her. After a moment of preparation, she decided to put on the necklace. Are you truly going to wear it? No, that is not what I meant. Just as the necklace was about to adorn her neck, Zhou Junran hurriedly intervened, attempting to halt Qin Xiaoyun's actions. Having already failed to advance Li Wentian's storyline the previous day, he could not afford another failure with Qin Xiaoyun's narrative. What is the matter? Qin Xiaoyun inquired with a hint of amusement. However, she concealed her feelings well, and to outsiders, it was evident that she was somewhat displeased. Zhou Junran was rendered speechless. Qin Xiaoyun continued. Do you think I look unappealing in this necklace, suggesting I should wear a different one? Releasing her grip, she picked up another necklace from the table and draped it around her neck. Faced with this situation, Zhou Junran, for the sake of his character, could not stop her and could only lament internally. How could you have truly put on so quickly? What now? This cannot continue. I must devise a plan to make her refuse me. If she does not reject me, then this storyline is surely doomed. Yet, what is the situation this time? Cold Qin Xiaoyun's unusual behavior is one thing. Perhaps she has feelings for me, which is understandable. But you, who have never liked me and even despised me, how could you suddenly change your stance? You should fulfill your original role, such as refusing me, mocking me, or ridiculing me. Listening to his inner thoughts, Qin Xiaoyun could no longer suppress a smile. She took out a mirror to examine herself and remarked, "This necklace is quite lovely and suits me well." Chapter 22. Intelligence? What do you mean it suits you? This is merely an 8 yuan necklace, entirely unworthy of you. Are you suggesting you are only worth 8 yuan? Please, do take it off. Clenching his fists tightly beneath the table, Zhou Junran could only offer a forced compliment. Of course, it is suitable for you. Having taken considerable time to select. How does this one look? Zhou Junran. This cannot go on. I must take action. He placed his hands between Qin Xiaoyun's neck and the necklace, saying, "Xiaoyun, since I have gifted you 2 necklaces infused with my heart and soul, may I ask if you have time to join me for lunch today?" Qin Xiaoyun was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhou Junran would say such a thing. Previously, when he invited her to lunch, it was simply an invitation devoid of any strings attached. Yet this time, he was linking it to the necklace she had just accepted. Was this not tantamount to demanding that if she accepted the necklace, she must accompany him for a meal? As she hesitated repeatedly, the office door was suddenly thrust open from the outside. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a deafening crash. The force with which it was shoved caused the sturdy iron door to bend. Zhou Junran and Qin Xiaoyun instinctively turned to look at the entrance. They saw dust swirling, obscuring the figures standing at the door, yet there was an undeniable aura of authority emanating from them. Was that not Li Wentian from our department? President Qin's office is on the 100th floor. How could he have ascended so quickly? No, do you not recognize the key point? He previously had a confrontation with Zhou Junran, and now Zhou Junran is in President Qin's office. Hiss! Quickly, let us see what is happening. While the two above were unaware of the identity of the newcomer, the company staff below recognized who it was and discreetly left their posts, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Inside the office, as the smoke cleared, Zhou Junran and Qin Xiaoyun quickly discerned the imposing figure standing at the entrance. It was indeed him. After being taken in yesterday, he returned today in front of so many people. His hair appeared freshly washed. His attire was pristine with tags still attached, and he radiated an air of vitality as though he had just spent time in a 5-star hotel. Come on, come to me boldly. Do not hold back. Upon recognizing the figure, Zhou Junran's spirits lifted significantly, and his energy surged. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyun discreetly moved back a bit, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she fixed her gaze on Zhou Junran. Her interest peaked to unprecedented levels. She then turned her attention to Li Wentian, her curiosity intensifying. Thankfully, she still maintained clarity, quickly reverting to her original aloof demeanor, though the glimmer of interest lingered in her eyes. As Li Wentian stepped forward, he displayed his trademark crooked smile, ignoring Zhou Junran entirely, and addressed Qin Xiaoyun with a tone he believed to be most reassuring. "Xiaoyun, I hope I'm not too late." Just as his words fell, his gaze landed on the 2 empty boxes on the table and the necklace. His brow furrowed as he searched for the whereabouts of the second necklace, ultimately discovering it around Qin Xiaoyun's neck. A surge of anger welled up within him, and a fierce glint shone in his eyes. Fearing that Qin Xiaoyun might utter something that would contradict her character, Zhou Junran interjected before she could speak. "Young brat, do you not see that I am in conversation with your President Qin? What give you the right to barge in?" "Oh." Li Wentian's gaze shifted to Zhou Junran, and he retorted, "I have heard from the staff below that you were harassing President Qin." Upon entering, he quickly accused Zhou Junran without any evidence. A typical move for a protagonist. If I were to admit this, I would be wearing that label for sure. And it would not be surprising for me to be humiliated later. My intelligence must be lowered. I am to transform into the mindless villain now. How amusing. After reveling in this thought, Zhou Junran swiftly exclaimed, "Harassing? Are you taking the word of that blind fool who claimed I was harassing your President Qin? By my status, why would I need to resort to such tactics? Furthermore, even if I did, what could you do about it? Yesterday, in front of so many witnesses, I could have you taken away. Today, I could do the same again." Observing his retreating figure, Qin Xiaoyun's interest in him was finally piqued. Why could she suddenly hear the thoughts of this devoted admirer? Why did he, who clearly did not harbor feelings for her, continue to pursue her? The most crucial question was why he seemed intent on being publicly humiliated by her, as if the first young master Jiancheng had some peculiar fascination with being belittled. Xiaoyun, did you hear that? He has already admitted that yesterday he used deceit to have me taken away. Otherwise, I would not have encountered such trouble. Li Wentian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zhou Junran to be so forthright. Quickly, he responded, just as Qin Xiaoyun was about to speak. Zhou Junran interjected. Regarding yesterday's incident, it was indeed the chief of the Jiangcheng Police Department who ordered your arrest, so there could be no mistake. As for you, you should have been detained for 24 hours. How is it that you were out so soon? It seems you have sought some unseen connections, have you not? My argument appears flawless at first glance, yet it is riddled with holes. Li Wentian, you must refute me quickly. You question the nature of my relationship with Lung, Qinxue, and Director Wang, suggesting that I have bribed him. And here you are, presenting an array of reasons that your intelligence cannot possibly fathom. He gazed eagerly at Zhou Junran. Although Qin Xiaoyun was not entirely privy to the events that transpired, she gleaned a wealth of information from his sentiments and began to grasp the truth of the situation. She regarded Li Wentian with a peculiar expression. Initially, she had believed in him, but this turn of events altered her perception entirely. Observing Zhou Junran's enthusiasm, Li Wentian interpreted his demeanor as a provocation. He scoffed, declaring that everyone knew of Zhou Junran's connection with Director Wang. Chapter 23. Anger and Embarrassment. Aware that physical confrontation was not feasible in such a setting, Li Wentian shifted his strategy to draw the crowd's attention. He summoned his energy and forcefully knocked on the door, attracting the onlookers gathered outside. What is happening inside? Why is the door in disarray? Surely, there must not be a fight. It is impossible. Who are the individuals inside? They are Zhou Junran, the foremost young master of Jiangcheng. How could he dare to engage in violence? True, but the situation within appears quite grim. Enough chatter, let us just observe. Upon hearing a louder commotion, the members of the Qin group could no longer contain their curiosity and gathered around. Surely, everyone has heard about yesterday's events. Li Wentian addressed the crowd, proclaiming that Zhou CEO had just admitted that he had been secretly sabotaging matters. What? This cannot be true. It seems implausible. How could the owner of such a large company stoop to conflict with a mere employee? Indeed, he must be framing young Master Zhou. The crowd, upon hearing Li Wentian's declaration, was skeptical and did not believe his words. What madness is this? Shouldn't you all be supporting Li Wentian, the protagonist, instead of aiding me? Help him? I have diminished my intelligence to articulate this, yet you still refuse to assist him. Is my voice too soft? No, I must speak louder. Positioning himself near the door, Zhou Junran reiterated, let me clarify, in my eyes, you Li Wentian are nothing more than inconsequential debris. Regardless of whether I was involved in yesterday's events, even if I did orchestrate something behind the scenes, what can you do about it? What will you dare to do? Li Wentian, feeling elated, responded loudly. Everyone heard that the foremost young master of Jiangcheng himself has acknowledged that something went awry yesterday. He admits to sabotaging it. My goodness, this is monumental news. How could he openly confess? What is young Master Zhou thinking? This seems off. There must be some underlying issue. What could possibly be amiss? In front of so many witnesses, one must bear the consequences of their words. Yet young Master Zhou acknowledges something detrimental to himself. This is highly suspicious. Indeed, the crowd split into two factions. One fully supported Li Wentian, while the other remained hesitant, uncertain of the unfolding events. What is this individual up to? If this were to make headlines, the Zhou group could suffer significant losses. Qin Xiaoyun was genuinely intrigued by Zhou Junran's motivations. At that moment, Zhou Junran's gaze fell upon her. According to the narrative, this was the moment Qin Xiaoyun should speak, and once she did, everyone would believe Li Wentian completely. However, at this juncture, Qin Xiaoyun seemed oblivious to her next course of action, leaving Zhou Junran somewhat exasperated. His voice held traces of panic, fear, astonishment, and anger. It became evident that young Master Zhou was unaware of our presence outside, which prompted his loud declarations. He was led into revealing the truth. Who would have thought that Jiangxing's foremost young master would behave in such a manner? I once admired him, yet he commits such acts. Previously, he had someone apprehend that young man, which was utterly excessive. Upon hearing Zhou Junran's remarks, the onlookers were quick to accept his words. A few individuals sensed something amiss, yet the overwhelming noise from the crowd drowned out their thoughts, compelling them to join in. Yes, just like that. Raise your voices louder, create more uproar, and let Li Wentian thoroughly embarrass me. Truly, it is you, Li Wentian, who has turned the tide for me. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I am your most ardent supporter. Ha ha ha. Though his face flushed with anger from being outmaneuvered, Zhou Junran's heart brimmed with delight. He bellowed at Li Wentian, "You are a schemer, a petty individual. It is no wonder you are merely a lowly employee, lacking vision. You will remain so for the rest of your life. You need not concern yourself with my status. What you should worry about is yourself." Li Wentian retrieved a pen from his pocket. The events of yesterday had stirred the entire city, and now he had exposed Zhou Junran's clandestine machinations. With so many witnesses present, how could Zhou hope to conceal it? Most importantly, observe what I hold in my hand. Qin Xiaoyun, Zhou Junran, and those able to see from outside turned their gaze to discover that he held a recording device. While you spoke, I recorded your words. Li Wentian Behemoth. As fortune would have it, I have a journalist friend. What do you suppose would happen if I shared this with her? This was a twist not previously scripted. Li Wentian was exceeding expectations. If you continue to perform astoundingly, perhaps I shall devise a way to leave you a parting gift before I depart this world. Though Zhou Junran felt joy, he had no choice but to transform that joy into fury. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes were bloodshot, devoid of the courteous demeanor he had displayed upon arrival. Young Master Zhou appears fierce, lacking any charm, a far cry from his former self. Regardless of his previous allure, his actions are truly inhumane. The murmurs surrounding him had diminished, becoming a mere buzzing nuisance. Li Wentian, you are courting death. Striding forward, Zhou Junran closed the distance between them, seizing Li Wentian by the collar. What, are you furious now? With his collar hoisted high, Li Wentian replied nonchalantly. You are aware of my identity. Even if I were to kill you in front of everyone here, the consequences would be manageable for me. Zhou Junran's furious voice erupted like a primal beast ready to devour. My performance is flawless. Were this not mere theatrics, I would not doubt my capability to eliminate Li Wentian. Chapter 24. The Devoted Admirer. Gazing at the enraged Zhou Junran, who resembled a wild beast, Li Wentian suddenly laughed. Genuinely amused, he continued to taunt, "Go ahead, strike me, kill me, in my life." To further provoke Zhou Junran, he maintained a grip on his collar while lightly pinching it. To his astonishment, Zhou Junran's hand left 5 small indentations on his fingertips. This truly hurts. This fellow is quite merciless. Just wait. Do not let me find an opportunity to retaliate. Otherwise, beware. Yet, with the situation reaching this point, surely it is secure. Today has indeed been a delightful venture. Concealed the delight in his eyes, a fierce glare emanating from within as he declared, "Do not forget my identity. I am the owner of the largest conglomerate in Jiangxing, Zhou Junran. Do you dare to provoke me?" Li Wentian retorted without backing down. The two exchanged glances, the tension palpable, as if a physical altercation was imminent. Almost there, Zhou Junran mused, contemplating his next steps. If I let go of this situation, utter a few harsh words, and then withdraw in disgrace, wouldn't that be a win for everyone? With a cold snort, he warned, "Just wait. When we meet in a desolate place later, let us see if you can escape unscathed." As they continued their verbal sparring, Qin Xiaoyun observed the gathering crowd outside, some already relaying the incident to the media, while nearby reporters hurried to capture this sensational story, hoping it would elevate their careers. Known for her unwavering integrity, Qin Xiaoyun had always maintained a strict moral compass, which was why Zhou Junran had pursued her for so long without success. Now, aware of the truth behind yesterday's events, she felt compelled to speak out, lest she harbor guilt towards Zhou Junran, even if it was the outcome he desired. "Fine, you think you're impressive? Just wait. I'll make sure you're on your knees." Licking the soles of my shoes, he spat, before violently shaking off Li Wentian's collar and preparing to leave. Perfect. My dear Qin Xiaoyun is so cooperative not uttering a single word throughout. He thought to himself, if only I could embrace you and shower you with affection. As he approached the exit, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, Qin Xiaoyun called out, "Wait." The room fell silent. All eyes turned towards her, except for Zhou Junran, who remained frozen mid-step. I cannot believe I am about to leave, and you dare to stir up trouble, he thought. If you wish to help Li Wentian slap me again, I welcome it. But if you intend to assist me, then you must silence yourself immediately. Zhou Junran anxiously awaited Qin Xiaoyun's words. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she stepped forward, scanning the room. Upon reaching Li Wentian, she lingered for a moment. Today, she felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhou Junran, and as she prepared to dismantle him, she decided to leave him with something to ponder. The events that transpired yesterday were not as you have been led to believe, Qin Xiaoyun began. From what I have gathered, Li Wentian's documents were indeed counterfeit, a fact confirmed by the director of the Jiangcheng Police Department. Moreover, he was apprehended in plain sight. How he managed to extricate himself remains a mystery. Yet, the veracity of these occurrences is known to all, and I can vouch for Zhou Junran's integrity. He did not orchestrate any schemes behind scenes. His words today were merely provoked and poorly chosen. As her words resonated, the atmosphere grew even more hushed. A pin drop could be heard. Li Wentian, one of the main parties involved, stared at Qin Xiaoyun in disbelief, unable to fathom that she was defending the very person who had been a thorn in her side rather than coming to his aid. More importantly, he had rushed over as soon as he caught wind of the news, eager to confront Zhou Junran, only to find her siding with him. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! How can you be so outrageous, Qin Xiaoyun? This world cannot possibly contain someone as unreasonable as you, he exclaimed, expressing his indignation. I am about to depart, yet you utter such venomous words. Most importantly, you are not even destined to be Li Wentian's consort. Why would you speak on my behalf? Have you lost your senses? Should you be facing any mental health issues, seek help immediately. Do not allow a small problem to escalate into something grave. He continued, if it comes to that, I will gladly fund the most renowned psychiatrist to personally examine you and prevent you from engaging in such inhumane behavior. Meanwhile, Zhou Junran was on the verge of exploding. Just as the situation seemed to be settling, this woman had rekindled the flames, introducing new variables. The outcome was beyond Zhou Junran's expectations. If it were possible, he would have cursed Qin Xiaoyun. However, the moment Qin Xiaoyun finished her statement, she too was taken aback by Zhou Junran's reaction. She realized she had disrupted his plans, but she believed she was still aiding him in avoiding disgrace. Yet, she could hardly believe his insinuation that she would become Li Wentian's consort. How absurd! As Qin Xiaoyun began to speak, Li Wentian's gaze remained fixed on her, initially witnessing her defend him, only to see her now focusing on his adversary. It was one thing to observe, another to see that expression of longing for praise on her face. That person had been a nuisance to her for years, after all. Chapter 25. Just you wait, Qin Xiaoyun had dared to speak, and for Zhou Junran, no less. Hadn't she previously defended him as well? Could it be that Zhou Junran had finally won her over? The crowd buzzed with excitement, realizing that Zhou Junran had not plotted against anyone. Rather, it was all a fabrication by Li Wentian. But wait, if Zhou Junran did nothing wrong, why would he admit to anything? They pondered. Clearly, he must have been provoked by Li Wentian. The onlookers in the company were enthralled, their previous negative perceptions of Zhou Junran dissipating as they felt a pang of sympathy for the powerful businessman being antagonized by such an insolent individual. As for the veracity of Qin Xiaoyun's words, no one in attendance doubted her integrity. After all, they were all employees of the Qin family corporation. Having worked closely with her, and her reputation for unwavering fairness was well established in Jiangxing. Amidst this swirling chaos, Zhou Junran found a small outlet for his frustration. What is this woman thinking? What is her intention? He mused. Throughout this ordeal, she has remained silent, yet now she speaks out on my behalf. Insanity. This woman has utterly lost her mind, he thought, as he turned to face the crowd, holding his head high and declaring, Did you hear that? Xiaoyun is defending me. Not you. Li Wentian attempted to interject, but found himself at a loss for words. Seizing the moment, Zhou Junran continued to taunt him. hoping to incite a confrontation that would elevate the drama of the situation. What is that? You can't see it? Xiaoyun has already developed feelings for me. She's enamored with me. You, a mere worker, should abandon your lofty dreams of rising above your station. Indeed, Zhou Junran had pursued her for so long, and it seemed he had finally succeeded. What a momentous occasion this is. Do you think these two might, in their relation, decide to double my bonus? It is indeed plausible. After all, Mr. Zhou has been known to lavishly spend to win Mr. Qin's favor. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation, reveling in the unfolding drama. At this moment, Li Wentian's chest heaved with intensity, fearing he might succumb to his emotions and confront Zhou Junran. He turned to gaze at Qin Xiaoyun. Qin Xiaoyun's countenance finally reflected a change, her previously frosty demeanor thawing slightly. She intervened on Zhou Junran's behalf not out of affection, but rather to avoid acting against her conscience. She never anticipated Zhou Junran would audaciously seize the opportunity presented to him. The notion that they were romantically involved was utterly absurd. As she surveyed her colleagues and felt Li Wentian's scrutinizing gaze upon her, Qin Xiaoyun could no longer restrain herself. My support for Mr. Zhou stems solely from my knowledge of the truth. I do not wish for him to suffer any injustice. Beyond that, our relationship is purely professional. Upon hearing her declaration, the fervor of the onlookers began to wane. Well done, Qin Xiaoyun. Though this isn't as impactful as before, it still serves to humble me and somewhat fulfills the narrative. I adore you tremendously. Zhou Junran internally celebrated, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. However, fearing further complications, he exhaled sharply, casting a fierce glare at Li Wentian before preparing to depart. Yet, Qin Xiaoyun pondered for a moment. Despite Li Wentian's persistent presence, his performance had significantly contributed to the department's success. To disregard him would be disheartening, prompting her to speak again. Regarding yesterday's incident, Li Wentian's swift release indicates there were no issues at hand. How surprising that you would defend Li Wentian. Your actions are commendable. I previously misjudged your intelligence. You are remarkably astute. You are indeed clever, finding a way to advocate for your future husband through this plot twist. Zhou Junran's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly in anger. As he noticed Qin Xiaoyun's gaze upon him, he was taken aback that he still dared to belittle himself and his thoughts while suggesting that she might end up with someone like him. How outrageous! Naturally, there remained many uncertainties. As the youngest and most capable individual in Jiangsheng, Mr. Zhou would never engage in such behavior. Thus, it was imperative that we place our trust in him. How ironic that you find yourself defending me once more. What on earth are you thinking? I genuinely wish to confront you. Zhou Junran glared fiercely at Qin Xiaoyun, who had returned to her work with her head bowed. Meanwhile, Li Wentian's mood brightened considerably upon hearing Qin Xiaoyun's defense, causing his anger to dissipate enough to avoid a physical confrontation with Zhou Junran. Before departing, however, he provocatively remarked, "My advice to you is to refrain from bothering President Qin in the future, or you'll come to regret it." With that, he left behind a smirk that signified his dominance as the Dragon King. "May I curse your grandmother? You suggest I stop troubling President Qin? In a few days, I'll return with my $8 necklace. And as for your harem, I am well aware of their whereabouts and will ensure they all come to you." Zhou Junran muttered to himself, not forgetting to leave behind some biting words as he exited. Li Wentian paid him no heed and walked out of the office. Upon reaching the corner, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, composed a message, and sent it to an overseas number. "If you provoke me again, you shall face the consequences." With that, he departed the company. Chapter 26. The beginning, by the way, Xiaoyun. I've just remembered something and will not be joining you for lunch. Zhou Junran did not finish his sentence before hastily exiting the office, wary of Qin Xiaoyun's potential reaction. Once the office fell silent, leaving her alone, she finally lifted her gaze, fixating on the warped iron door. What is happening? Ever since I could hear Zhou Junran's thoughts, it seems I have been able to hear him continuously. He appears outwardly devoted to me, showering me with kindness, while internally he relentlessly berates me. Which side of him reflects his true self? Or is it the thoughts hidden within that reveal his genuine intentions? If that is the case, what is his purpose in acting this way? She pondered quietly, but after much contemplation, no answers emerged. Given the Zhou family's immense influence throughout Huaxia, it would be trivial for them to pursue a self-made woman like her. What could she possibly possess that would pique his interest? Could it be that her adoptive parents are, in reality, formidable figures themselves? Ha ha ha. The absurdity of such a thought made Qin Xiaoyun laugh melodiously. Afterward, realizing that with the information at hand, she could not discern Zhou Junran's true intentions, she decided not to overthink it. In time, all would be revealed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained an attack power of 1. Back in the office of Zhou Corporation, Zhou Junran reclined in his chair, his expression one of utter despondency. Could it be that the system's influence is so profound that it alters the personalities of the characters within the narrative? If that's the case, I certainly deserve compensation. As if responding to his thoughts, the system's voice echoed suddenly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 lottery draw. Startled by the notification, Zhou Junran sprang from his seat. A lottery draw, typically reserved for the conclusion of a narrative, had unexpectedly been granted to him. How delightful! A splendid system. A glimmer of hope filled his eyes as he accessed the lottery interface. This time, I must acquire something exceptional. It need not be extravagant. Any item that could help me navigate the plot would suffice. Alternatively, something that restores normalcy would be equally welcome. After taking several deep breaths, he summoned the ancient wheel of fortune. Gomos. Following his command, the wheel began to spin, showcasing an array of exquisite treasures, tempting Zhou Junran immensely. If only he could seize the entire wheel. As the wheel gradually slowed, gray mist enveloped it, the atmosphere crackling with the weight of impending rarity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a purple treasure, a plot concealment device. Gazing at the purple box containing an item resembling a vast fortune, Zhou Junran fell into a contemplative silence. According to the system's classification, treasures were divided into white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Purple was the second most potent tier, capable of unleashing formidable power, though not quite on the level of annihilation associated with the golden items. Yet, even within the narrative of the Urban Dragon King, Zhou Junran hesitated to wield such power, fearing he might inadvertently eliminate the protagonist. While he had never actually killed the protagonist, the potential consequence of being trapped in this world indefinitely was truly disheartening. However, the inability to utilize it did not diminish his desire for it. What then was the purpose of this peculiar gift from a system? In the book, one may encounter the sensation of having one's thoughts scrutinized, where the secret of being a traveler is easily discovered. With this object, after a careful reading of the introduction, Zhou Junran's lips twitched uncontrollably. To put it bluntly, this item automatically shields any mention of the system when others are privy to my innermost thoughts. In this world, there are neither cultivators nor superpowered beings, and certainly no wizards. I truly appreciate this useful item you have bestowed upon me. Observing the lottery chances reset to 0, Zhou Junran gritted his teeth and spoke. Knock, knock, knock. A cheerful knocking echoed. Come in. Rising from his seat and restoring his workaholic persona, Zhou Junran said nonchalantly. With caution, Hua Chengjun pushed the door open and met Zhou Junran's gaze, quickly bowing his head with a smile. Good day, General Zhou. Is there something you need? Zhou Junran inquired with a stoic expression. Fearing that a slow response might provoke Zhou Junran's displeasure, Hua Chengjun hastily approached, glancing at the desk without taking a seat. Instead, he retrieved a document tucked under his arm, opened it, and placed it on the table. General Zhou, please take a look at this. With a grin like that, his face is almost blooming like a chrysanthemum. Stop looking at me with that smile. I have no interest in men, least of all someone as repulsive as you. However, what could warrant such joy in seeking me out? Picking up the document from the table, Zhou Junran scrutinized it. Yet, as soon as he laid hands on it and saw the title, he discerned its content. Ah, it's the plan to acquire shares of the Qin Group. No wonder he is so jubilant. With a clap, he closed the document, nodding impassively, and offered a detached compliment. This endeavor has been executed well. Oh no, this is all thanks to your guidance, General Zhou. Without your usual insights, I could never have accomplished this. Receiving praise, Hua Chengjun immediately began to fawn over Zhou Junran like a devoted lapdog. Goodness, I thought my pursuit of Qin Xiaoyun made me a sycophant. Yet, compared to my top lackey, I barely measure up. It seems I may need to consult him for tips on how to curry favor next time. Zhou Junran remained silent, his expression unchanging as he regarded him. Assuming the lack of further compliments, Hua Chengjun continued, "Your talent flows like the mighty Yellow River, ceaseless and boundless." "Enough," Zhou Junran interjected casually. "You shall manage this matter. When it comes to the final steps, do not seek me out for the acquisition. Understood?" "Understood. I shall take my leave now, General Zhou, to continue my work." Having concluded the discussion, Hua Chengjun recognized that it was inappropriate to linger and exited the office. "Once the acquisition nears completion, I'll find a suitable time to approach Qin Xiaoyun. According to the previous storyline, this is a promising plot point. Once I execute this well, it will significantly compensate for prior shortcomings. As for now, since matters have progressed thus, I might as well begin to indulge myself. After diving into plot-related tasks since my restart, I have not had a moment to unwind. Where shall I go to relax tonight?" Pondering this, Zhou Junran found himself at a loss for a particularly enticing destination. Following the previous storyline, he had ample free time and had explored many locales in Jiangsheng, leaving him with few opportunities for relaxation beyond a few special places. Not feeling rushed, Zhou Junran gradually tidied his desk while continuing to ponder. Upon organizing the documents Hua Chengjun had delivered, he initially intended to toss them into the pile of routine company affairs. However, upon reconsideration, he thought the document might be useful later. He opened the drawer and stowed it away. Just as he was about to close the drawer, he discovered 2 tickets. "What are these tickets?" Zhou Junran retrieved them from the drawer and examined them closely. Suddenly, he recalled that they were gifted to him by the owner of an entertainment company who sought collaboration. He had carelessly tossed them into the drawer at the time. A concert featuring classical music? It seemed he had never attended one. Perhaps he should go this evening and cultivate his artistic sensibilities. Checking the time, he noted it was indeed for tonight, so he placed the tickets on his desk. With his evening's relaxation plan set, he felt even less urgency. He opened his computer and launched the most renowned game produced by the world's leading gaming company, Magic Wars. Not to mention, this game was the primary allure of this world. Had it been during my high school years, I would have likely played all night. With practiced ease, Zhou Junran engaged in the game, dispatching foes with skill. After a few rounds, dusk had fallen, and he casually grabbed a bite in the company cafeteria. Noticing the time, he changed into comfortable casual wear and drove to the concert venue. This time, he took the understated car that Changma had helped him purchase. Yet even so, the vehicles around him paled in comparison to his $8 or $9 million Rolls-Royce. The perks of wealth. Observing the 5-meter void surrounding him, Zhou Junran's lips curled into a smile as he savored the sunset, relishing the allure of affluence. Within less than 2 hours, he arrived at the concert venue, located several kilometers away. Exiting the car, Zhou Junran casually tossed the keys to the valet. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it had taken just 2 hours to cover such a distance at this hour, which was quite swift. Approaching the venue adorned in a pure Western style, Zhou Junran strode confidently toward the entrance. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard the sound of an argument. "On what grounds are you preventing me from entering?" A man, visibly angry, protested. The security guard at the entrance wore a condescending smile. "Enter? I'm afraid, sir, you cannot." "Why not?" The man's anger intensified, struggling to articulate a reason. "I will definitely file a complaint against you." "Sir, please remain calm. This is a high-end concert venue. To gain entry, one must dress appropriately. Your attire." The guard's implication was unmistakable as he trailed off. "I cannot enter dressed like this." The man glanced down at his flip-flops, then pointed at Zhou Junran, who was casually walking down the corridor. "What about him? You allowed him to enter." But upon realizing whom he was pointing to, the guard's demeanor immediately shifted. "Sir, do you know who you were pointing at?" "Who?" "He is the most accomplished young individual in all of Jiangsheng, having created over 100,000 jobs and significantly boosting the economy all on his own." The guard scoffed at the man. "What do you think you're compared to young Master Zhou?" "You." The man pointed at the guard, rendered speechless with frustration. Indeed, he could not compare to Zhou Junran. Yet he was not someone a mere security guard could deride so casually. Yet, as he contemplated throwing a punch, he realized the guard's imposing stature, knowing full well the consequence of such an action. Ah, the perks of being the antagonist. Wherever one goes, one is celebrated. If I were the protagonist, I would likely be the one blocked at the door right now. Not to mention, it is indeed enjoyable to be the antagonist. Having reveled in the guard's admiration, Zhou Junran casually remarked, "Let him in." Huh? Oh, all right. Upon hearing Zhou Junran's voice, the security guard promptly bent down to respond, instantly shedding the earlier bravado he had displayed towards the man. With a nonchalant demeanor, Zhou Junran strode into the concert, disregarding the commotion behind him. After watching Zhou Junran enter, the security guard turned his attention back to the man before him. He scrutinized the man from head to toe and, adopting a condescending tone, remarked, "You are fortunate that young Master Zhou has spoken on your behalf. You may enter now." The man trembled with rage, his frustration palpable. He attempted to step inside, but the gazes of the surrounding crowd weighed heavily upon him. He wished to move forward, yet the ticket, purchased at a hefty price, lingered in his mind. "Hurry up. The concert is about to begin," someone urged. "Yes, don't waste time. You've been given the chance to enter, so go on." Others chimed in, their impatience mounting. Faced with such pressure, the man felt increasingly humiliated and shot a venomous glare at the security guard before storming away. What a joke. Does this place allow just anyone in? Comparing oneself to young Master Zhou. Who do you think you are? Meanwhile, Zhou Junran observed the audience. Noting that everyone was clad in formal attire, either in suits or evening gowns. He glanced down at his own clothing, beginning to comprehend the security guard's earlier actions. Chapter 28. The woman beside him, "Wait a minute. This is a commercial concert, meaning we all pay to be here," Zhou Junran mused inwardly. If that is the case, as consumers, why should we be subjected to such arbitrary rules regarding our attire? That security guard, no, the one who established such regulations, must be quite unwell. At that moment, Li Ling'er, who had just entered the concert venue, paused in surprise. "What is the matter?" her friend inquired. "Did you just say something in my ear?" Li Ling'er asked. "No, I was just texting my boyfriend. How could I speak in your ear?" Her friend replied dismissively. "Come on, let us go. The concert is about to start." Reluctantly, Li Ling'er followed her friend inside, dismissing her thoughts. As everyone settled into their seats, the concert commenced with a piece that heralded an impending climax, the Symphony of Destiny. The composer of this symphony was none other than Beethoven of this world. As the symphony reached its zenith, the audience felt a surge of emotions, as if an invisible hand was guiding them, while echoes of time's passage enveloped them. Visions of tumultuous waves in a deep azure sea danced in their minds, showcasing its might. As the final notes faded, the performer bowed before exiting the stage, met with thunderous applause from the audience. "This young man plays remarkably well," someone remarked. "Indeed, he studied abroad and has returned to make a name for himself here." Another added, "His skills are brilliantly displayed in this piece." Amidst the cacophony of applause, voices of admiration intermingled. The performance was truly impressive. It had a certain charm. If only this weren't from the previous world, I would have sent my friend a disciple. But why does he look so familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? Zhou Junran joined in the applause, seated beside Li Ling'er, who suddenly flinched at the sound that echoed in her ear. "Ling'er, what happened?" her friend asked with concern. "I just heard someone speaking in my ear again." Li Ling'er replied, bewildered. "Really? With so many people here, it's probably just someone else's voice reaching you. It's nothing to worry about," her friend reassured, though her gaze flickered towards Zhou Junran. Li Ling'er wished to elaborate, but seeing her friend's expression, she realized her words would likely be dismissed. Luckily for her, the second piece was a soothing melody that helped calm her nerves. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease, her eyes darting around, fearful of the supernatural. "With so many people here, who could possibly speak in your ear? Do you think I would whisper in your ear? With my current resources, I could do anything I desire," Zhou Junran thought, acutely aware of the scrutiny from Li Ling'er's friend. Suddenly, Li Ling'er heard the voice again, but this time, she was prepared and merely reacted with a slight start. "You're trembling again. Are you hiding some sort of toy?" Zhou Junran thought, bemused. "I came here to enjoy the music, and you startle me like this. Don't shake throughout the entire concert." He considered purchasing the entire venue just to relocate her to another seat. As the music played on, Zhou Junran wore a gentle smile while internally critiquing the situation. Beside him, Li Ling'er's eyes widened in shock. She had finally identified the source of the voice. However, she had been discreetly observing the man beside her, who had maintained a serene expression, merely smiling slightly, which left her baffled. How could he be speaking to her without moving his lips? Furthermore, it seemed he was unaware she could hear him. What was going on? Confusion enveloped her as she had only come to enjoy the concert. Courtesy of a ticket from her admirer. You think I can't feel you glancing at me? Zhou Junran pondered. I know I possess a certain charm, but there is no need for such attention. After all, I am engaged to Jiangxing's most beautiful woman. Ordinary flattery does not entice me. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Junran decided to take a closer look at his neighbor. Upon doing so, he found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Wait, this person who has been bothering me is actually Li Linger. Considering the timeline, he realized she must have interacted with Li Wentian once, and that encounter had sparked a sliver of affection within her due to Li Wentian's charming smile. Tonight's outing is turning out to be splendid, Zhou Junran thought. Recalling the investment request he had received for 5 million or perhaps even 10 million, he decided to round it up to 100 million. Recognizing the identity of the person beside him, Zhou Junran swiftly sent a message to his subordinate. Li Linger grasped the armrest tightly, bewildered. How does he know my name? And how did he learn about Li Wentian helping me? I feel a strange connection to him. Who on earth is he? Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally turned to face Zhou Junran. She is looking at me now. Is it because of my striking looks? Perhaps. But such a face is bound to captivate many. Zhou Junran chuckled internally at the thought. Could it be that when we interact later, she might forget about her future fiancé and take a liking to me instead? With that thought, a subtle smile graced Zhou Junran's lips. Chapter 29. The conclusion of the concert. As the first half of the concert concluded, a lady in formal attire approached the stage and announced, "We will now take a half-hour intermission. Please follow this path for refreshments we have prepared for everyone." After she stepped down, the crowd resumed their activities, each attending to their own matters. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhou Junran initiated a conversation with Li Linger, who was nearby. "Miss, during the concert, I noticed you were gazing at me. Is there something on my face?" Zhou Junran inquired with a gentle smile. Li Linger, her eyes wide, found it hard to believe. How could this person, who had silently criticized her in his heart, still maintain such a warm and soft demeanor? Moreover, how could he not understand that she had been watching him? Why are you still silent? Could it be that before encountering Li Wentian, you were mute and incapable of speech? It seems a possibility. Just as Li Linger was about to reveal that she could hear his inner thoughts, her friend interjected. "You are Zhou Jun, the young master of Zhou Corporation." Her voice instantly drew the attention of several onlookers. "What are you yelling about? I'm just here to unwind and don't wish to be surrounded by a bunch of people discussing business. Why is everyone flocking to me? Stop staring. If anyone dares approach me for business, I shall have a word with them and take over their company. However, if a lady wishes to strike up a conversation, then by all means come forth." With a smile fading from his face, Zhou Junran stated flatly, "Everyone, please take your seats. We're not here to discuss business today, but to relax." Even a few casual words exchanged in such a setting could serve as a boastful asset in the future. As he settled down, Zhou Junran intended to speak further with Li Linger, but the bright lights dimmed abruptly. "Can you not shorten the break any further?" I understand. You wish to prevent the attendees from enjoying the refreshments you prepared, so you can indulge in them yourself." Zhou Junran scoffed inwardly, deeming the concert organizers quite stingy. He resolved to have his investment in this event. Despite his urge to laugh, he suppressed it, turning his fair complexion a delightful shade of red, exuding a cuteness that was undeniable. What else with the sudden laughter? Is there something amiss with your mind? Could it be that Li Wentian is fond of a woman with issues? However, if her mind were sound, who would be enamored with someone who merely grins crookedly like a dragon king? Yet, this suppressed laughter is rather endearing. No wonder her popularity in this narrative is so high. Observing quietly, Zhou Junran suddenly grasped something. Previously, while following the storyline, he had merely cast a distant glance at Li Linger during the grand finale, unable to discern her true essence. Now, with such proximity, certain realizations dawned upon him. However, this insight also left him conflicted. In the original plot, I was on a completely different trajectory from Li Linger, Yet here we serendipitously meet under these circumstances. If I engage with her further, might the butterfly effect trigger a more significant alteration in the storyline? Contemplating this, Zhou Junran found himself uncertain about continuing their conversation. Currently, Qin Xiaoyun and Qin Xiaoyun seem to have undergone some peculiar transformation, neglecting their original duties. The variables have already multiplied. Adding another could lead to unpredictable outcomes. After much deliberation, he decided it prudent to refrain from further interaction with Li Linger for the time being. Resolute, Zhou Junran chose to dedicate himself to appreciating the musical performance rather than lingering on Li Linger. Yet, Li Linger beside him felt increasingly anxious. The ability to hear his thoughts signified a connection between them, yet his reluctance to engage left her feeling isolated and suffocated by curiosity. Why keep looking at me? It's futile. We agreed to not engage, but I am the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng. Even without you, I still am. Zhou Junran continued to disregard her glances. However, her initial enthusiasm had faded, her mind now in disarray, rendering her unable to absorb the music. As the final piece concluded and the concert drew to a close, it was evident that the event had been remarkable, with the opening male performer's rendition of the Fates Symphony being particularly enchanting. As the concert ended, attendees began to disperse in small groups. Zhou Junran rose, preparing to leave when a man hurriedly approached, brushing past him with barely an acknowledgement. The man settled into the seat next to Zhou Junran without offering an apology. Zhou Junran chose not to confront him. Lingia, did you hear the piece I played on stage? Gao Feng, still donned in his tailcoat, looked at Li Linger with pride gleaming in his eyes. Yes, I heard it. You played quite well. At that moment, her gaze was solely fixed on Zhou Junran, ignoring her suitor entirely. Noticing her distraction, Gao Feng followed her line of sight and realized she was focused on the man who had just brushed past him. Stepping aside, Gao Feng obstructed Zhou Junran's view. Linger, I wonder if you are free in a few days. I have another concert and hope you can attend. Yes, of course. Chapter 30, Little Monster? When Li Linger finally maneuvered around Gao Feng to seek Zhou Junran, she was dismayed to find only a chaotic crowd remaining. What the Linger? I wanted to stop you to say more. With that, she left no room for Gao Feng to respond and exited swiftly, extending her hand as he attempted to grasp her, but she eluded him effortlessly. He stood bewildered, not anticipating such a conclusion to the day. His thoughts returned to the one she had been watching, a surge of jealousy coursing through him. Despite his persistent pursuit of Li Linger, she had never regarded him with such earnestness. Meanwhile, Zhou Junran departed the concert hall and made his way to an adjacent room for refreshments. The concert was indeed splendid, with remarkable pieces, yet the food here seems even more exquisite. Zhou Junran indulged in delectable pastries. Who was that? The concert is over. Let us leave and not linger here. An attendant stepped in from outside. How stingy, ending things so abruptly and rushing us out. They clearly want to keep the food for themselves. Glancing at the few departing patrons, Zhou Junran decided it was time to leave and headed towards the exit. As he stepped out, he casually checked the time on his phone. Exiting the concert venue, Zhou Junran stretched widely, only to be startled by a piercing scream. Moments later, the sound escalated as a woman sprinted past him at full speed. Goodness, is she really running this far at night? And what else with the combination of screaming and running? Is it a voice-activated running technique? Or perhaps a newly devised method of running, where screaming burns more calories? Paying little heed, Zhou Junran continued towards the parking lot. As soon as he took a step forward, before his foot even touched the ground, another woman appeared from around the corner ahead. She appeared somewhat better than the previous one, yet her composure was still limited, though she did not scream. She exuded an air of anxiety and unease. At this moment, Zhou Junran could discern that something was amiss. What could be happening? Is there a terror attack occurring here? No, a terror attack would entail the sounds of gunfire. There is no gunfire here. What could it be? A little monster? No, that is not right. Little monsters are quite large. Ah, I realize now. It must be an extraordinary beast. Watching the throngs of people rushing from the corner, Zhou Junran silently stepped aside. He felt no trepidation about the sudden turn of events. In fact, he was a tad curious. After all, during his last venture into the narrative, he had encountered virtually all the events chronicled in this book. He had a vague understanding of the pinnacle of combat prowess within its pages. The 10 strongest individuals combined could not match him in a single combat. Yet, when facing Li Wentian, he would always conceal the augmented attributes bestowed by the system, striving to present himself as an ordinary individual who had never trained in martial arts. As the frightened crowd surged past, Zhou Junran strode forward, intent on discreetly discovering the unfolding situation. If this is a case of a villain from Jiangcheng seeking to wreak havoc, perhaps I could take on the role of a Spider-Man. No, with my wealth, I should be more like a gentleman, wielding my financial prowess. I ought to don a black outfit, as it befits my current persona. Lost in thought as he walked, Zhou Junran soon arrived at the source of the crowd's terror. This was indeed the location where tickets were being checked initially. At this moment, the influx of people was at its peak, as a concert could accommodate thousands. Those inside were surging out simultaneously, compounded by the drivers waiting at the entrance. Consequently, the crowd at the concert's entrance swelled to over 10,000. Such a multitude amplified the fear, with many individuals fleeing alongside those who were screaming in panic, utterly unaware of the cause. Finding a suitable vantage point, Zhou Junran observed the square in front of the concert ticketing area, which had become the epicenter of chaos. What is that? Am I hallucinating? His mouth agape. He was utterly astonished. In the center of the square, a man wielding a kitchen knife had a woman pinned against him. This man was none other than the disheveled individual who had been barred from entering the concert by security before it began. And fortuitously, the woman he had taken hostage was none other than Li Ling, who had been seated beside Zhou Junran. Don't come any closer. No one come near. The man tightened his grip around Li Ling's neck. Despite his lack of physical fitness, it was Li Ling who was in his grasp. A reclusive girl who spent her time painting, she had never exercised. Now, she was on the brink of asphyxiation, her eyes rolling back in distress. Li Ling desperately pounded on the man's arm, hoping he would relent even slightly. It seemed the man sensed her struggle, loosening his grip just enough to prevent her from suffocating. Stay calm. Don't harm my guest, urged one of the security personnel. Indeed, let us discuss this amicably. My friend, if you drop the knife and release her, we can work something out. The security guards, despite their imposing stature and ability to easily subdue the man, hesitated in fear of making the situation worse. Can I not enter? Can you clarify that for me? The man shouted wildly, brandishing the knife as he retreated, glancing back to see several individuals bleeding on the ground due to his earlier strikes. What do you mean by can I not enter? Speak clearly. The security guards pleaded in vain. This man, I allowed him entry. But now he appears to have gone off the deep end, preparing to commit an act of violence. Why did this not happen last time? And what of Li Ling, Is she not to become one of Li Wentian's consorts? Where is he now? If he does not appear soon, he may lose a wife today. Zhou Junran was utterly bewildered by the standoff. Ling, hang in there. The police will arrive shortly, shouted one of Li Ling's friends. Yet, this seemed to incite the man further, causing Li Ling, who had just regained her breath, to struggle once more for air. What is happening to me? She thought in despair, having entered this place only to encounter a supernatural event. Just as she began to accept the bizarre occurrences, she was taken hostage by this lunatic. After a group effort to calm him down, her friend inadvertently escalated the situation again. The buzzing in her ears intensified, her vision blurred, and movement became increasingly difficult. Who called the police? Step forward. Who is it? The man screamed, waving the knife in every direction. Calm down. We didn't call the police. The guards pleaded. It must have been those fleeing this place who alerted them. Seeing the man's agitation rise once more, the security personnel resumed their efforts to pacify him while silently cursing Li Ling's friend. Had she not spoken up, the man might have calmed down, and they could have subdued him before the police arrived. Now, with her interference, it was a miracle if they could prevent further harm. At this point, the more timid individuals had already fled, leaving behind those emboldened by the chaos. This man looks familiar, one bystander remarked. Yes, I thought he looked somewhat recognizable. Wasn't he the one who was barred from entering the concert for being improperly dressed? Now that you mention it, yes. I remember him. What a turn of events. Who would have thought he'd come here to take revenge on society? Many began to converse, exchanging their thoughts on the unfolding drama. How much longer until he emerges? If Li Wentian does not appear soon, Li Ling may truly perish. Could this be a manifestation of the butterfly effect? A change in character dynamics has led to an unexpected plot twist, resulting in my discontent, compelling me to seek relaxation, only to encounter this calamity. Culminating in Li Ling's abduction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Junran reached into the storage space designated for his lottery tickets within the system and retrieved a mask, one that would render him unrecognizable to acquaintances while instantly revealing his identity to strangers. With the name of the Zhou Corporation and the influence of the Zhou family, along with his frequent television appearances, he mused that it was unlikely anyone in Jiangcheng would fail to recognize him. It appears that this mask is not as superfluous as it seemed. However, it remains a unique tool that can only exert its influence within the confines of this narrative. The likelihood of encountering a similar situation in other tales is exceedingly slim. Grasping the mask, Zhou Junran did not rush forward. He awaited the opportune moment to see if Li Wentian would indeed arrive. Should he come, Zhou would refrain from intervening. Conversely, if he did not arrive, after careful contemplation, Zhou concluded that the absence of a female protagonist would undoubtedly have a greater impact than his act of saving Li Ling. Therefore, he resolved to act, and it was imperative that he did. As events unfolded, the spectators grew increasingly dissatisfied with the status quo. "Hey, if you can't get in, just admit it. Let go of the girl," shouted one onlooker. "What nonsense are you spouting?" the man retorted. As the first individual attempted to reason with him, a few others joined in. Just as the man's grip loosened slightly, someone deliberately provoked him. This provocation drove the man to an even more extreme state, as he pressed the kitchen knife against Li Ling's neck, slicing through her skin and drawing blood. "Curse you, if you dare utter another word. I swear I'll end you right here." A security guard interjected, his eyes inexplicably turning crimson. Upon closer examination, it was the same guard who had previously attempted to prevent the man from moving forward. He regretted his intervention, realizing that had he not interfered, this situation might never have occurred. "What kind of fool speaks up at a time like this?" another bystander exclaimed. "Instead of calming him down, you only provoked him further. You must be seeking your own demise." With his hearing vastly enhanced through the system's multiple augmentations, Zhou Junran captured a photograph of the provocateur with his phone. He promptly sent it to his most loyal subordinate, instructing him to take care of the situation, while he continued to observe the unfolding drama. Time was of the essence. The knife was now pressed firmly against Li Ling's throat, and with one wrong move from the man, blood could spill forth, creating a crimson pool on the ground. This unexpected turn of events. Will Li Wentian not appear? Zhou pondered. No matter. If he does not come, I shall assist him. Realizing that further delays were untenable as the provocations continued, Zhou donned the mask. His form melted into the night, silent and invisible. Even if he stood behind the most formidable force in this realm, he would remain undetected. "Brother, loosen your grip. If you continue to choke her, you may end up killing your hostage." Another voice pleaded. "Or perhaps, just lower the knife. Do not press it against her neck. That would suffice. Stay calm, brother. Think of your family, your girlfriend, your loved ones, and your future. These are all reasons to avoid foolish actions." The guards continued their attempts to pacify the agitated man, aware that if they could subdue him before the police arrived, they would receive a substantial reward for their efforts. Yet, given the current situation, one tremor of the man's hand could spell disaster for Li Ling, especially with her friend nearby, uncertain of where she stood. The risk involved far outweighed any potential reward. Thus, the guards opted to maintain the status quo, awaiting the arrival of the police, at which point they would absolve themselves of responsibility. "Do not come any closer. I demand to enter the concert," the man shouted, his agitation escalating. "Why would I enter? I drove from several streets away for what reason?" A bystander retorted. "You should act swiftly. If you do not kill her, you are no man." Fearful that the man would miss the spectacle, another shouted. Just as his words left his lips, he felt someone tap him from behind. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively. "Do not disturb my view." Yet, when he turned to see a police officer in uniform behind him, his irritation transformed into sheer terror. "Comrade, we receive a report from the public. Please accompany us," the officer said with a look of disdain. Had this individual not been a police officer, and had the crowd not been so large, he would have already thrown a punch, disregarding the consequences. On what grounds are you arresting me? What have I done? Before he could argue further, the officer placed handcuffs on him and escorted him to the police vehicle. Well done. Scum like him should have been apprehended long ago. Let us see if he dares to act so brazenly again. The crowd felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing his arrest. Meanwhile, the officers in Jiangsheng had already set up the scene, poised to spring into action. As the officers observed the man inching closer to the concert venue, they began to pray. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, many had already settled into bed, drifting into slumber before being jolted awake by this crisis. Complications arose when issues in the suburbs diverted specialized resources meant for such emergencies elsewhere, leaving them ill-equipped to handle the situation. Should the knife-wielding man enter the concert venue with his hostage, obscuring their line of sight, it would become even more challenging to manage. The police have finally arrived. Let's move, shouted one officer. What do you mean move? Run. Yes, everyone hurry. Run quickly. Upon sighting the police, the guards transformed into the most animated individuals present. Expressing their gratitude, they hastily changed out of their uniforms and departed the scene. Sir, please remain calm. Do not enter. We can discuss this matter rationally. If you go inside, we will not hear your demands nor be able to assist you. So please, let us communicate. A negotiator with a small mustache stepped forward from the officers. Are you saying that any demand I make will be met? The knife-wielding man shouted. Without hesitation, the negotiator replied, as long as your demands are reasonable and lawful, we will endeavor to fulfill them. Then I demand entry. I require their respect, and I must enter. Sir, I do not comprehend your request. As negotiations unfolded outside, Zhou Junran, clad in his mask and concealed behind a pillar of the concert venue, fell into silence. Why did you arrive at this moment? If you had come earlier or later, it would have sufficed. If only you would allow that man inside. I could resolve this predicament in an instant. No matter. This delay grants Li Wentian precious time. Suddenly, Zhou's phone chimed, and an incoming message caught his attention. He quickly silenced his device and glanced outside to ensure he had not attracted the knife-wielding man's interest before checking the message. Upon reading it, his expression soured. According to his subordinate, Hua Chenjun, Li Wentian was currently embroiled in a brawl with a woman at a villa in the suburbs, creating quite a commotion that drew a crowd and prompted a call to the police, ultimately revealing his whereabouts. Li Wentian, you scoundrel. Why are you constantly getting into fights, whether here or there? And as if fighting wasn't enough, how could you bring the brawl to my villa in the suburbs? According to the narrative, this event shouldn't transpire until much later. Where's the power of the rules? Shouldn't you be helping me correct the storyline and make Li Linger fall for Li Wentian? As the phone screen went dark, Zhou Junran was on the verge of losing his mind. He never anticipated such a predicament. If the Jiangsheng police couldn't resolve the situation, or if it escalated too dangerously, he would have no choice but to intervene. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Junran calmed himself and began to seek an opportunity to put an end to this farce. At the entrance of the concert, the man wielding a knife was still communicating with the police. What he failed to notice was that the captive Li Linger had widened her eyes, a hint of shock crossing her face. Why am I hearing that man's thoughts again? Is he nearby? Moreover, from his thoughts, it seems he intends to rescue me, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Chapter 33, 12 Points of Strength. In the midst of chaos, coupled with the unexpected thoughts, Li Linger's already unstable mind turned to mush. The negotiations continued, but the situation appeared increasingly off-kilter. Although the onlookers had fallen silent, one misstep from the negotiator ignited the knife-wielding man's fury, sending his emotions into a frenzy once more. Get lost, all of you. I want that security guard to come speak with me. I demand a personal apology from him. With a fierce grip of his arm, Li Linger found it hard to breathe again. At this moment, she truly felt like cursing. How could things have escalated to this point? If you intend to kill me, then do it swiftly. If you wish to strike, do so quickly. If it's beyond your capacity, just let me go without hesitation. But to constrict me every few minutes, squeezing me so tightly that I feel on the brink of suffocation, only to release me just before I lose consciousness, this torment is unbearable. It's been over an hour, and I'm utterly exasperated. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Li Wentian will not be coming. If this drags on, who knows what might happen next? I hope this mask proves useful. I cannot let anyone here recognize me. However, if someone truly doesn't recognize me, how will this mask make them know who I am? Could it be that words only visible to them will appear on the mask, declaring, "I am Zhou Junran"? Finding the right moment, Zhou Junran silently leapt down from the beam above. He then made a grand entrance at the concert's entrance, appearing right behind the knife-wielding man. At that moment, the man was frantically threatening everyone, his heightened emotions rendering his basic awareness nearly non-existent. How could he notice the person behind him? He couldn't. But the onlookers immediately recognized the masked figure, well-proportioned, with wind-blown hair that danced lightly. This person looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Yes, I think so too, and it seems he was once my idol. I even remarked that if I could be half as good as him, I would be fortunate. You all feel this way? So do I. Everyone senses it, but who is he? At a glance, all present found the newcomer vaguely familiar, even able to name him. Yet just as their names were about to escape their lips, the words lodged in their throats. It was as if something blocked their mouths, preventing them from speaking. The rigorously trained officers shared this same thought, but their high level of discipline quelled the chaos almost instantly. Still, in their hearts, they all pondered the same question. Who is this person? They recognized him directly, but could not place him. What the heck? Not a single person recognizes me. The effect of this mask is astonishing. I must ensure my name is displayed on every major screen in Jiangsheng, on buses, taxis, and even on the stalls of small vendors. According to the narrative, I might need to go to other places in the future, or perhaps people from other regions will come here. If that is the case, I need to advertise throughout the entirety of Huaxia. For this effect, I should invest 10 billion initially, then don the mask and see what results I can achieve. Surprised by the efficacy of the mask, Zhou Junran, however, exhibited no outward reaction. It was not that he had encountered too few treasures. Rather, the potency of this item was indeed remarkable. He knew that aside from wearing this mask, everything else about him, the shoes, clothing, hairstyle, remained unchanged. Yet, even so, not a single person recognized him. If this mask could prevent strangers from recognizing him, it would undoubtedly be even more effective, though such an ability would likely require a golden tier. Li Linger, observing the crowd's demeanor, sensed something was amiss. Coupled with the stirring emotions from the thoughts, she felt a surge of excitement. The man was finally coming to rescue her. She would no longer have to endure this torment. Liberation was near. The knife-wielding man, detecting something awry, glanced back. By this time, he was completely deranged. Sensing someone behind him, he tightened his grip on Li Linger's neck with ferocity, while his other hand swung the knife backward with reckless abandon. No matter who it was, he would strike down without concern for the injury he might inflict. That strike must have employed 12 points of strength. Initially, I thought you were merely humiliated by being thwarted, lost in a mental deadlock, your sins not severe. Yet now it appears you were never a good person to begin with. Given this, your transformation was merely a matter of time. Zhou Junran perceived his intent, and the desire to hold back vanished in an instant. As the blade lunged toward him, he did not even flinch, extending his hand. He seized the knife-wielding man's wrist and applied gentle pressure. Crack, clatter. A sharp sound echoed as the wrist dislocated, the knife clattering to the ground. All of this transpired in less than a second, leaving the man without even the sensation of pain. The onlookers were taken aback by Zhou Junran's swift and decisive action, holding their breaths as they witnessed the unfolding scene at the concert. Ugh! After a few seconds, the knife-wielding man finally reacted, letting out a cry of agony. Yet, the pain did not bring clarity, but rather drove him further into madness. Using his last usable hand, he tightened his grip on Li Linger's neck, intent on choking her to death right there. Had this been in previous volumes, your head would have long since rolled to the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Junran showed no mercy. He lunged forward, gripping the man's shoulder and applying force. Crack! A crisp sound rang out once more, but this time it was the sound of a bone fracturing. With adrenaline surging, the knife-wielding man felt no pain. He only sought to exchange a life for a life, but found his strength futile, his arm falling limply. In the next moment, he felt the world spin, and with a thud, he crashed to the ground, finally feeling the pain in his shoulder. Ah! My shoulder, my shoulder! The knife-wielding man emitted a wretched cry as he rolled on the ground. However, the moment he came into contact with his wound, the pain intensified, and his cries grew louder. Chapter 34. 1 equals 10. It is truly deserved to end up like this. Merely transforming into such a state is excessively lenient for him. Yes, it is far too lenient. As the assailant was subdued, the onlookers expressed their indignation. Indeed, it is far too lenient. For individuals of this nature, the best outcome should be to either take them away or incapacitate them entirely. Otherwise, if released, there is every chance they will harm others again. Should fate favor them, they may even bring calamity upon the masses. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhou Junran's eyes. He had learned this lesson from a previous book. Although the victims were merely inconsequential supporting characters, ordinary citizens, witnessing their suffering, kneeling and praying to the heavens in vain, was something he could not bear. Even in that narrative, where he could effortlessly sever hundreds of heads with a mere wave of his hand, painting the ground with rivers of blood as a notorious villain. He only targeted the corrupt and despicable, not the innocent. Yet, even such ruthless acts were difficult for him to accept when they occurred under his command. Now, with a similar individual appearing before him, the intent to kill had already surfaced in Zhou Junran's gaze. Sensing Zhou Junran's thoughts, Li Ling'er felt the mingling aura of murderous intent and gasped in shock. Who is he? Is he truly the illustrious young master Jiangcheng, the most promising youth of the city, as seen on television? But if he is, how could he possess such a formidable intent to kill in this society? If he is not, then how is it that she can hear his thoughts? She almost lost track of her own identity. This was merely a storyline she had experienced in that book. It was not an event occurring in her reality. In this society, what opportunities could he possibly have? What could he achieve? A person who resorts to extremes after being humiliated could hardly accomplish anything. Startled by Li Ling'er's scream, Zhou Junran consoled himself. It is not surprising for him to behave this way. The initial experiences in the book were excessively stimulating, and he began as an ordinary person. How could he readily accept the brutality of those events? After dying countless times from various angles, he had only just begun to cope. It was only in subsequent narratives that he gradually adapted to the role of a villain. However, the experiences he endured were vividly real, even knowing they were illusory. The blood on his face felt scalding, and the pain and regret in his heart were genuine. Emerging from the past, Zhou Junran remembered his purpose. Are you all right? No, I am fine. Swallowing hard, Li Ling'er replied with a trembling voice. This is hardly trivial. If I, Zhou Junran, were to take action, 1 would equal 10. How could anything happen to you? Furthermore, with my ample supply of elixirs, should anything occur, I could easily overwhelm you with 100 pills. Though he thought this, Zhou Junran spoke gently. If you are all right, it seems I have not arrived too late. Her heart persistently insisted that she did not know this person, that she had never encountered him before. Yet, the voice within her continued to inform her of his identity. Initially, she wavered between both notions. But upon hearing Zhou Junran utter his name within his thoughts, she resolved her uncertainty. Why are you not speaking? Have you been rendered mute from fear? No. Just a moment ago, you were able to speak, albeit with some stuttering. Oh, I see. It must have been that man who choked you, leaving you unable to speak. How pitiful for this girl, merely attending a concert and experiencing such turmoil. After a moment of jest, Zhou Junran bent down to assist her. He then proceeded to explain. Do you remember me? I am Li Wentian, the one who saved you last time. Upon hearing about your predicament, I rushed over as swiftly as I could. Why do you claim to be Li Wentian? Are you not the young master of Jiangcheng? Could it be that the esteemed young master is actually a matchmaker? That seems a bit thrilling. No, as someone who has always lived in the city, how could he possess such formidable martial prowess? In less than one night, she had undergone so much. After regaining her composure, her capacity for acceptance had significantly increased. After all, occurrences like hearing others' thoughts are things that only happen in novels, so it seemed reasonable that the young master of Jiangcheng could engage in peculiar activities. Are you still shaken? It is truly unfair for a young girl to endure so much. Perhaps I should cast a calming spell. You must adhere to your character and the plot. Otherwise, my efforts in this realm of scarce spiritual energy will be in vain. Concealing his hand from view, Zhou Junran waved it gracefully. His fingertips left traces in the air, and a faint blue light flickered in the shadows, merging into Li Ling'er's being. After casting the calming spell learned from other narratives, Zhou Junran reassured her. Do not be afraid. I am here. With me, Li Wentian, everything will be fine. With wide eyes, Li Linger gaped in disbelief. What? He can perform the calming spell? Isn't that a technique reserved for immortals in those stories? After his utterance, I genuinely felt my heart settle down considerably, akin to remaining unperturbed amidst the collapse of Mount Tai. Could it be that he is an immortal returning to cleanse the world? Noticing that Li Linger had fallen silent, Zhou Junran felt a hint of awkwardness. Is the calming spell ineffective? That should not be. Although the spiritual energy in this world is thin, I have tested that such minor spells can still be employed. How could it possibly be ineffective? Could she be too frightened to respond? Beneath the mask, he furrowed his brow, yet his hand continued to gently stroke Li Linger's back, providing her comfort. Are you all right? I saw that man wielding a knife and striking at you with force. Upon hearing Zhou Junran's words, Li Linger nearly blurted out in reflex, but fortunately, she corrected herself in an instant. I am fine. It is you I am concerned about. I traveled from such a distance to rescue you. You must not come to harm. Zhou Junran continued speaking in a soothing tone. Chapter 35. Do you not recognize me? I thought the calming spell might have been ineffective, but it seems she was simply too frightened for it to take effect immediately. It is also likely that the spiritual energy in this world is too weak. Otherwise, how can my calming spell be so feeble? Nevertheless, even if it is weaker, what I cast is not an ordinary calming spell. This girl's courage is truly lacking. Seeing some effect, Zhou Junran helped her to her feet, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Mr. Zhou. Grabbing him instinctively, Li Linger exclaimed. Why are you holding on to me? What do you intend to do? I have no means to repay your life-saving grace. So shall I offer myself instead? This would indeed be something she could do, but I am not Li Wentian. Do not utter such words to me. Looking at her, Zhou Junran calmly inquired. What is it? Is there something you wish to discuss? Thank you for what happened last time. After contemplating for a moment, Li Linger, at a loss for words, hurriedly expressed her gratitude. What is this? Why are you thanking me at a time like this? Shouldn't a normal person's thoughts at this moment be filled with gratitude or concern about attracting trouble? But at this moment, owing to gratitude expressed previously, you merely uttered a single thank you before vanishing. What are you thinking? Is your left brain filled with water while your right brain is composed of flour? Did that man just shake you up? It is quite possible that she has become rather foolish, entirely devoid of the cleverness that the latter part of this book suggests. After voicing these complaints, Zhou Junran gently placed his hand over hers, guiding it downwards. It's not that I need to, but I simply cannot stand to witness the cruel realities of this world befall such a pure and lovely person as you. If I could truly hear your thoughts, I would genuinely believe it. It is not that I wish to prevent your departure. I merely desire to engage with you a bit longer. Why are you cursing me in your mind? Your brain is nothing but a muddled mess. After countering in her mind, Li Linger indeed formulated a question. Since you have revealed your identity to me, why then do you wear a mask? Huh? Why wear a mask? That's an excellent question. It is because I do not want you to recognize me. What purpose does the mask serve? Naturally, it is to conceal one's identity. Oh, Yunavi one. This question you pose is far too technical. If you were in a kindergarten class, you would surely lose a little red flower. Beneath the mask, Zhou Junran rolled his eyes, but in order to maintain the facade of Li Wentian, he could only respond with a commanding yet gentle tone. I have come here to rescue you, to ensure your safety. As for any fame or reputation, I wish to remain untainted by such matters. Listening to such an enchanting voice, had Li Linger not been able to hear Zhou Junran's thoughts, she might have almost believed him. What? Do you still want to ask? Stop asking, stop asking. I am not Li Wentian. How would I know how to speak with you? If there is an opportunity, let us have one meal where I eat while you watch, and another where you eat while I watch. As the police officers drew closer, Zhou Junran realized he could no longer linger and entangle himself further with Li Linger. Miss Li, I am Li Wentian. You know what I look like from our last encounter when I saved you. If you wish to repay me, let us meet again in the future. I cannot stay here any longer. Farewell. With that parting remark, Zhou Junran paid her no further heed, turning to leap lightly, tapping the wall a few times before vanishing into the night. Who on earth is this person? I do not know. Could he be a superhero? The officers had intended to keep Zhou Junran for some notes and perhaps consider him for an Outstanding Citizen Award. However, to their surprise, before they could approach, he had already vanished, scaling the walls effortlessly. Daddy, who is that person? He is so incredible, defeating the bad guy with a single move and disappearing in an instant. He, my dear, is our hero, a gallant figure. He is the hero of Jiangcheng. This young man is truly remarkable. The best part is that he performs such noble deeds without seeking recognition. His character is admirable. Indeed, I shall regard him as my second idol. Aside from Jiangcheng's foremost young master, Zhou Junran. Witnessing Zhou Junran's selfless act, the crowd erupted in applause, their cheers echoing clearly several streets away. Linga, are you all right? Just as everything seemed to settle, a man in a tailcoat rushed out from the crowd. His expression was one of urgency and panic, with a hint of recklessness, as if he were ready to confront anyone. I am fine. In the initial moments of her abduction, she instinctively sought help from this persistent suitor. As they neared the street, she found herself kidnapped by the knife-wielding man. Though she felt a surge of panic, she did not completely lose her composure and sought an opportunity to call for help from Gao Feng. But what did she see? Her most devoted admirer fleeing at that moment, leaving her to watch him turn the corner. The true savior, however, chose to relinquish his good name to another. The difference between them was stark. This comparison swiftly extinguished any fondness she had felt for Gao Feng earlier, even breeding a sense of aversion. When the chaos occurred earlier, I rushed to find you, but I did not realize you had been abducted. Gao Feng explained anxiously. As soon as I learned it was you who was taken, I came to rescue you at once. There is no need for your concern. I am unharmed. Struggling to rise from the ground, Li Linger recognized that the rumors about Gao Feng were indeed true. Gao Feng attempted to assist her, but was halted by the police. Sir, please step aside, the officer urged. Seizing the opportunity, Li Linger climbed into the police car, following it away from the scene. Meng, do you know the identity of the person who saved you earlier? After ensuring Li Linger was safe, the officer inquired, as per protocol. I do not know. Although she was unsure why Zhou Junran chose to assume the persona of the last savior, Li Linger understood that concealing his true identity was the correct course of action. Could you please recount the events as they transpired? The officer, already suspecting the answer, continued with his questioning. The situation unfolded as follows. This evening. Chapter 36, Sleeping Beauty. I never anticipated the people of Jiangcheng would hold such admiration for heroes. This feeling is rather exhilarating, not for any other reason than these cheers. It seems that all I accomplished tonight was worthwhile. Moreover, I have, in an unseen manner, salvaged the narrative, averting disaster. A remarkable exchange indeed, a profitable endeavor. Standing atop a tall building, Zhou Junran gazed down, absorbing the adulation resonating below. When the cheers reached their zenith, he turned to leave. Upon his next appearance, he had removed the mask and was seated inside his unassuming vehicle. Zhou Junran exhaled deeply. Suddenly, I find myself understanding why Batman takes it upon himself to combat the darkness of Gotham at night. The sensation of personally striking down crime, remaining anonymous, and witnessing the public acclaim for an unnamed hero is truly exhilarating. If time allows in the future, perhaps I could also assume the role of Jiangcheng's Batman. No, Batman draws his name from his greatest fear. However, I am not afraid of bats. By that logic, I suppose I should be called Duo. Zhou Junran shuddered, as his nascent dream of becoming a superhero evaporated instantly. Shaking his head, he dismissed these fanciful notions, pressing the accelerator as he sped away. Upon returning to the estate, it was already past 2 in the morning. With a creak, he opened the door to the villa, casually tossing his jacket onto the sofa. Yet, the moment his jacket landed, he froze. What on earth is this woman doing here? It would be one thing if she were merely in my estate. But to sleep on the sofa? Surely she could find a more suitable place, as even the smallest restroom here exceeds 3 or 4 square meters. She could simply sleep there. Why must she choose the sofa? Moreover, not only is she on the sofa, but she is also clad in a sheer garment. What? Does she intend to ambush me? Zhou Junran gazed helplessly at Lung Qinxiaoyun, who lay on the sofa. At that moment, Lung Qinxiaoyun reclined on the sofa, her long, flowing hair cascading freely, with a white sheer fabric draping over her curvaceous form, casting a veil of ethereal beauty over her. I told you to leave, Tonight, this outfit is specifically for Junran, and no one else is permitted to see. Hearing Zhou Junran's thoughts, the slumbering Lung Qianxue mistook his voice for that of a servant who had yet to finish their duties. She waved her arm dismissively and buried her head in the cushion, drifting back to sleep. Don't wake up, please, whatever you do. Fortunately, it was already quite late, and she was so exhausted that she slept soundly. The mere thought of having Mei Yu in hand, not to be played with but merely admired, stirred a profound discomfort within Zhou Junran. However, it was a relief that up to this moment, Lung Qianxue showed no signs of awakening. Xiaoli, Xiaoya, Xiaoya, Changma, are you there? Zhou Junran called out within the villa, channeling his internal spiritual energy to amplify his voice. I understand. So what should we do now? I can't possibly carry her upstairs myself. If I were to do that, with her intelligence, she would undoubtedly recall this in her subconscious the moment she wakes up, perhaps even before the morning. At that point, if she discovers my actions, she will surely cling to me. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Junran shook his head in resignation. There was no other choice. After all, he was the one who had given all the servants the night off. Thus, he decided to sleep on the sofa. With this fleeting thought, he strolled gracefully toward the bedroom. Furrowing her brow, Lung Qianxue seemed to be dreaming of something unpleasant, showing signs of awakening. Suddenly, Zhou Junran, hearing a sound, dashed down from the third floor to the living room sofa in less than a second. Zhao fa uwei an xin jing sen. Zhou Junran formed a hand seal, leaving traces in the air with several fingers. The marks left behind appeared colorless and formless when isolated, yet combined with others during the seal. They formed a peculiar blue symbol that entered Lung Qianxue's being. As the calming seal permeated, Lung Qianxue, who had been on the verge of waking, instantly fell silent. At that moment, her furrowed brow relaxed, her face softened, and she slumbered peacefully, resembling the sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Damn it, I initially intended to leave you be, yet you had to have a nightmare at this very moment. You forced me to waste my spiritual energy on you. Gathering spiritual energy in this world is no easy feat, and I am merely a system-dependent, utterly useless individual, possessing only a modicum of simple Taoist techniques. Currently, my strength relies solely on the system support. In terms of cultivation, I am just an ordinary person, with only a few thousand bottles of peculiar elixirs to show for it. Yet tonight, in order to ease your fears and ensure you have a good night's sleep, I had to expend my energy on 2 rounds of this rather ineffective calming technique. Consider this a plea for mercy on my meager spiritual energy. Do not let me squander it further. With a sigh, Zhou Junran bent down and lifted Lung Qianxue in a princess carry. Upon grasping her, he paused. Why is she so light? Could her weight possibly be under 100? Moreover, not only is she light, but her scent has also changed. Is it a different perfume from today? No. These are not the main concerns. The crux of the matter is, why does it feel as though she might slip from my grasp? She is as supple as a willow, akin to a serpent in motion. This must refer to her. Swallowing hard, Zhou Junran carried Lung Qianxue into the bedroom. The journey was uneventful, aside from the emotional turmoil it caused him. Why do those 2 peaks tremble as I carry you up the stairs? Trembling is one thing, but what is this inexplicable protrusion? Lung Qianxue, Lung Jia, Miss Lung, you are currently asleep, or rather, sleeping under my enhanced calming spell. How is it possible for you to have physical sensations? Wait, why is your mouth curling up? Why is your hand around my neck? Why are you breathing deeply? Chapter 37. Unreasonable. Zhou Junran sensed something amiss, a thought dawning upon him. Surely you cannot be waking up. He froze on the stairs, afraid to make a sound that might fully rouse Lung Qianxue. After a moment of standing still, he suddenly realized that Lung Qianxue remained unchanged, just as before. This isn't waking up, it's transitioning from a nightmare to a sweet dream. While it's one thing to shift from a nightmare to a sweet dream, why are you clinging to me so tightly and kissing me fervently? Sleepwalking? Don't be ridiculous. The most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng has sleepwalking tendencies? This is news to me. Or perhaps, you love me so deeply that even in your dreams, you can feel my presence beside you. Assured that there was no issue, Zhou Junran entered the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. With a soft thud, he closed the door and leaped onto the bed, exhaling deeply. What a night this has been. I intended to relax. Yet I ended up playing the role of a superhero all evening. But thankfully, I didn't lose a leading lady. Had I lost one, I truly would have had to restart. I wonder what the subsequent plot entails, but never mind that. It's time to sleep. Closing his eyes, Zhou Junran fell into a deep slumber in less than a second. As the night passed without incident, dawn arrived. The immaculate bedroom, with its white curtains gently billowing in the breeze, allowed sunlight to filter through the crack and illuminate the figure of the woman on the bed. Slowly opening her eyes, Qin Xiaoyun felt a smile unconsciously grace her face. Where's this? I fell asleep in the living room waiting for Junran last night. How'd I end up here? Junran must have been so concerned for me that he personally carried me in. He truly loves me very, very much. Otherwise, given his nature, he would not have bothered. Hiding beneath the covers, Qin Xiaoyun displayed a girlish demeanor. A knock sounded at the door. Miss Lung, it's Changma. Straightening her clothes, Qin Xiaoyun sat up in bed. Changma entered, carrying a tray with milk and a sandwich. Approaching the bedside, she moved gracefully, her expression serene, exuding the air of a European noblewoman. Upon reaching the bedside, Changma expertly arranged the food on the tray. Thank you, Changma, Qin Xiaoyun said, adopting a childlike tone of gratitude. Oh, you don't need to be so polite with me. Years ago, she had been a member of a hidden power, but had fallen into misfortune. After several twists of fate, she encountered Zhou Junran's father, who took her in as the family's housekeeper. Now in her 30s or 40s, she appeared outwardly as a mature 18-year-old girl. With a cheerful smile, Qin Xiaoyun, unpretentious in the presence of someone who had watched her grow, tossed back the covers and began eating heartily. As she dined, Changma followed her customary routine, inspecting the room for any signs of disturbance. By the way, Changma, what time did you all arrive this morning? Qin Xiaoyun inquired casually between bites. I arrived before 6, Changma replied while tidying up. Didn't you notice you're now in bed? I had to put in quite a bit of effort to ensure you weren't disturbed. Suddenly halting her chewing, Qin Xiaoyun exclaimed. Was it Junran who carried me up? However, before she could voice more thoughts, Changma's words plunged her into deep self-doubt, for she trusted Changma implicitly. Yet the sensations from last night felt too vivid. His warm embrace, the strength of his arms, the scent of masculine hormones. All of it had been far too real. All right, miss, take your time eating. I have other matters to attend to, Changma said, adjusting her attire as she headed for the door. As she approached the edge of the bed, she suddenly remarked, there are certain matters where one must trust one's own judgment and not be swayed by others. After speaking, she exited the room. Outside, Changma cast a lingering glance at Zhou Junran's bedroom, then at the room of Qin Xiaoyun, shaking her head in resignation. She held a fondness for Qin Xiaoyun and believed she was worthy of Zhou Junran. Unfortunately, Zhou Junran's heart was solely devoted to someone named Qin Xiaoyun, and her current role was merely that of a housekeeper for the Zhou family, leaving her powerless to intervene. Sitting on the bed, Qin Xiaoyun found herself lost in thought. Why did Changma suddenly say such a thing? Was it meant to encourage me to trust my own judgment? What matters was she referring to? Was it related to the company or my personal affairs? Her unexpected comment, devoid of any prior indication, certainly suggested she was aware of something I was still grappling with. Furthermore, her earlier mention of her own activities that morning felt unusual. With a simple analysis, Qin Xiaoyun quickly grasped Changma's intentions, and her previously despondent mood brightened instantaneously. Meanwhile, Zhou Junran had arrived at the company, blissfully unaware that Changma had effectively betrayed him. He was engrossed in a game on his computer, with Hua Qingjun attentively observing him play. Suddenly, the screen erupted in an explosion, displaying the words failed in shimmering gold. One might wonder why it was gold. Perhaps losing should be more dignified than merely being defeated. Your teammates are utterly useless, Mr. Zhou. If it weren't for their hindrance, you would have won ages ago. Once I step out, I'll contact my friends at the gaming company to have them banned. Moreover, the game design is utterly flawed. Why can't one pay to increase damage? Even a small payment for a slight enhancement would suffice. This company is simply terrible. I should acquire it myself. After the acquisition, we can supercharge your favorite heroes and allow you to invest freely in various attributes. As the visuals faded, Hua Chengjuan's sycophantic praises followed suit. Chapter 38, Invitation. Why does losing a game feel so exhilarating? Is it because someone beside me is constantly flattering me? No, that can't be it. Am I that superficial? It must be because his words are so insightful, each one a truth, that I feel this way. And those teammates are genuinely terrible. I am so formidable yet unable to carry them. They are a burden. Gazing at the screen, displaying a score of 1233. Zhou Junran found his minion's words to be accurate. Mr. Zhou, I believe this game could serve as a stepping stone for our venture into the gaming industry. With your prowess, shining in this arena would be effortless, and we can design it with you as the protagonist, ensuring an overwhelming popularity. After enduring yet another monologue of flattery for 7 or 8 minutes, Hua Qingjun finally paused, panting. Why did you stop? Continue. Your vocabulary is lacking. After 7 or 8 minutes of continuous talk without repetition, you've run out of words. No wonder you're merely a lackey by my side. Zhou Junran shut down his computer, acknowledging the validity of Hua Qingjuan's statements. I will consider it. He then stood up and casually moved about to stretch. Behind him, Hua Qingjun followed closely like a devoted dog, his demeanor cautious, ever ready to please. What brings you here today? Zhou Junran inquired nonchalantly while admiring a painting. Look, Hua Qingjun said, opening a folder with a hint of pride. The acquisition of shares in the Qin Corporation that I mentioned before is making progress. In a few days, the Qin Corporation will be rebranded as a subsidiary of the Zhou Corporation. Has it only been a few days since we last discussed this? His efficiency is remarkable. Aside from flattering, he does possess some genuine ability. No wonder he has managed to stay in the spotlight from start to finish. However, since there are developments, Qin Xiaoyun must also be aware of the current situation. In a couple of days, I should find an opportunity to invite her for a meal or an outing. No, she is behaving too strangely. Merely dining out may not suffice. I must also arrange for an overnight stay. I'll be damned. I refuse to believe you won't agree. Strange behavior? Huh, who do you think I am? Hua Qingjun, believing he had not done enough, quickly reassured, Mr. Zhou, trust me. The Qin Corporation is nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter in our hands. Give me a month, no, just a month, and you will be able to manipulate the Qin Corporation and its people at will. As he concluded, he let out a rather villainous chuckle. What a despicable laugh. It makes me suspect that you are the true antagonist in this narrative. I must send this fellow away quickly. I cannot bear to see him any longer. To hasten his departure, Zhou Junran casually remarked, very well, I am aware of your capabilities. You will be fully responsible for this matter. Do not disappoint me. Yes, you can rest assured, Mr. Zhou. I hereby pledge my life. Should I fail, I leave my fate in your hands. With the praise invigorating him, Hua Qingjun rambled on without restraint. As for life and death, just wait. If you do not accomplish this, I will make you the 8th heir. And I expect you to surpass me. If you fail, I'll make you eat from the trash. Zhou Junran, having read about Hua Qingjun's fate in the story, knew better than to let it be merely a moment of banter. Yes, with a salute, Hua Qingjun strode out of the office. Bang! The office door slammed shut, leaving Zhou Junran alone at last. Finally gone. How tiresome. What shall I have for lunch? What about dinner? Perhaps this? No. Too cheap at only 100,000 per pound. Then should I consider half a head of abalone? I'm tired of that. Perhaps I could get a shipment from my favorite hamburger joint from America, which has a new product. Should I arrange for air transport? Even if I do, it might not arrive today. Just as Zhou Junran was deep in contemplation, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. However, it was a private line, suggesting that few knew of his private contact in this world. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Junran pressed the green button. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou of the Zhou Corporation? A raspy voice emerged from the other end. Upon hearing it, Zhou Junran raised an eyebrow. Yes, who am I speaking to? To think you would take my call. This is quite unexpected. You've contacted me days earlier than I anticipated. Indeed, the leader of Jiangqing's underground forces is remarkably efficient. Having experienced a previous encounter with the plot, Zhou Junran deduced the caller's intentions, but maintained an air of ignorance. My name is Yi Feng. If you are unfamiliar with it, you must have heard of the Black Soul Gang, the foremost force in Jiangqing's underworld. A hint of pride seeped into Yi Feng's tone. I am the leader of the Black Soul Gang. Ah, familiar phrases and sentiments. How delightfully juvenile. But what led you to name yourselves the Black Soul Gang? Is it because your hearts are dark? No, it is because the darkness of the heart has permeated your very thoughts and souls, thus the name Black Soul Gang. Zhou Junran could not help but scoff at the title. While it fit well within the context of the narrative, the caller's self-satisfied demeanor elicited a smirk from him. Nevertheless, even so, he still reacted in accordance with his character. "Oh!" Zhou Junran exclaimed in surprise, a hint of astonishment in his tone, realizing that the Haihun gang was aiding Yi Feng. "What brings you to me?" On the other end of the line, upon hearing such a tone, Yi Feng couldn't help but regard Zhou Junran with a modicum of disdain. What of his lineage with the Zhou family? He had forged his path with sheer grit, rising from a petty thug to his current position through relentless effort. In comparison to Zhou Junran, a sheltered flower, he was exponentially stronger. Chapter 39. "Half a ton you've heard of Li Wentian, I presume?" Yi Feng inquired. "I figured this was the matter at hand," Zhou Junran replied. "Let me guess your next line. He is our common enemy, though his identity appears rather significant. Why not come to my place tonight to discuss? What good is it to consult with someone like you, a brute who only knows how to throw punches? Just send your underlings to confront him and gain some experience." With a deliberate exhale for the other party to hear, Zhou Junran feigned composure, well aware of the significance of their shared adversary. His identity must be extraordinary. Being the most formidable figure among overseas forces, Zhou Junran mused. He knows he is the Dragon King, and often wears that crooked smile. Moreover, all the exquisite beauties of Jiangsheng seemed to flock to him, even pursuing him. How could he be anything but complex? After a moment of silence, Zhou Junran instructed, "Send me your location. I shall visit you tonight." "No problem. I shall await the esteemed arrival of young Master Zhou," Yi Feng replied. With the objective achieved, Yi Feng ceased further conversation, and the two exchanged a few trivialities before ending the call. This Yi Feng seems quite impressive, Zhou Junran reflected. Though he operates in the underworld, since ascending to power, the crime rate of Jiangxing's underground forces has notably decreased. Upon discovering the peculiarities surrounding Li Wentian, he did not overreach, but decisively sought allies of equal strength. Although there may be personal interests at play regarding Jiangxing's real estate, such insight and decisiveness could have made him a noteworthy figure in his own right, had he not encountered Li Wentian. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Junran dismissed the matter. The ensuing hours turned into an afternoon of relentless gaming, culminating in a night of triumphant achievements. Victory! When a victory sign finally appeared on the screen, Zhou Junran slammed his fist on the keyboard. "Nice! Father, I have finally won." After a few triumphant shouts, he glanced at the time, quickly composed himself, changed his attire, and drove out. On the way, Zhou Junran did not even bother to check the location that Yi Feng had sent him. Upon arrival, he found himself in an unfinished building. Yet the road leading to it was evidently frequented by many vehicles. The interior decor transitioned from a raw, unfinished aesthetic to a lavish gold combined with neon lights, and he could faintly hear the booming music and cheers from within. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Junran detected a hint of blood mingled with the dusty air. This Yi Feng is still engaged in underground boxing. He truly never changes. And this decor, could it be any more gaudy? Gold is one thing, neon lights another. But combining the two, what does that even signify? While one might achieve great things, their taste is undeniably atrocious. As he approached the elevator, Zhou Junran noticed two burly men guarding the entrance. Their bulging waistbands made it evident they were armed. "Halt! Who recommended you?" one of the men demanded. I had previously stated my identity, and it nearly frightened them, Zhou Junran thought with interest. What would happen if I claimed no one referred me and remained silent about my identity? Here, the entry system was divided into two categories, those with a referral and those without. The latter received the same treatment as the former, with no threat to life. But the fees were different. Regrettably, Zhou Junran was eager to complete the task at hand and had no interest in testing the waters of deception. He would leave that to Li Wentian, the Dragon King. Yi Feng sent me here. Adopting an air of superiority, Zhou Junran raised his head defiantly, looking down his nose at the towering men. The two shared a glance, recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. "May I ask, what is your identity?" the cautious guard inquired. "You asked me, so don't blame me for this," Zhou Junran smirked. Allow me to put on a show. With a crooked smile, he proclaimed, I am the first young master of Jiangcheng, Zhou Junran. In truth, given his current standing, he indeed had the audacity to be arrogant. The two guards, upon witnessing his demeanor, no longer doubted his identity and immediately expressed their profound respect. We had no idea young Master Zhou was visiting today. We were remiss. Yes, yes. Please forgive our earlier behavior. Hearing their obsequious words, Zhou Junran merely scoffed. How is it that the two of you combined weigh nearly 500 pounds, yet possess the courage of a mouse? If I am not mistaken, what you carry at your waist are handguns, correct? As men armed with guns, how can you be so timid? I now understand why. When Li Wentian confronted the Haihun gang, he found the guards had fled. It truly is unfortunate for Yifeng. Not wishing to further intimidate them, he urged, be quick about it. Yes, yes. They chorused, opening the elevator doors and allowing Zhou Junran to enter. At that moment, several familiar patrons attempted to enter but were halted. Why aren't we allowed in? Exactly. This isn't our first visit here. Do you think we lack money? The group of heavily made-up women protested. He is the first young master of Jiangcheng, Zhou Junran. Do you dare approach him? The guard coldly retorted, entirely shedding his prior deference. As the elevator doors closed, the women were filled with varied thoughts, yet one sentiment unified them. Their hearts were captivated by Zhou Junran. Chapter 40. The special room. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you two stopping them? Zhou Junran chided. I would gladly have them join me in the elevator. If they are denied, they will surely be heartbroken. As a model citizen, how could I allow others to feel sorrow on my behalf? You two brothers truly lack discernment. You shall never achieve greatness. As the elevator ascended, Zhou Junran silently critiqued. Ding! The elevator halted, and the doors opened to reveal the same garish gold and neon decor. However, unlike below, the interior was spacious, with a width of at least 7 or 8 meters, bustling with people. Furthermore, fearsome-looking individuals were being ushered through small corridors flanking the main path. Not to mention, the quality of the bunny girls here is genuinely exceptional. Any one of them could be a campus beauty. Look, there's the campus beauty from Jiangxing University. She even left her number on my sports car. Oh, that's the one who wanted to discuss business with me a few days ago. As the elevator doors slid open, Zhou Junran cast a keen gaze around the room, where prominent figures of Jiangcheng congregated, occasionally spotting a few officials among them. These individuals were well acquainted with one another, recognizing each other without exchanging greetings, merely passing by in silence. Hey, handsome, are you here alone tonight? As Zhou Junran surveyed the crowd, a bunny girl draped her arm over him, leaning in close. Oh, it's you again, he remarked with a hint of recognition. I recall you were the one who spilled drinks all over me last time, which somehow led to our acquaintance. I didn't expect to see you again, and you seem bolder this time, she replied. But then again, who here isn't audacious? Lost in thought about his own business. Zhou Junran swiftly withdrew a thick wad of cash from his wallet, stuffing it into the bunny girl's cleavage. I need to speak with your boss tonight, so you can entertain yourself, he said, striding away. Left in a daze, the bunny girl murmured to herself, why does he seem so familiar? Yet, that feeling dissipated in an instant as her attention fixated on the cash in her possession, which amounted to more than 2 days' worth of tips and salary. Zhou Junran had taken out all his cash in one go, totaling over 20,000. Emerging from the bunny girl's presence, Zhou Junran indicated his identity and followed the familiar path designed for individuals of his stature, traversing one corridor after another. The corridor walls were adorned with wild totems on one side and transparent glass on the other. Through the glass, he glimpsed the interior of various fighting arenas. Behind each pane, hexagonal cages contained 2, 3, or even 5 to 7 individuals clad in nothing but shorts engaged in combat. Occasionally, a few women would join the fray, or there would be an entirely female fighting ring. Regardless of the number of contestants, only one would emerge victorious. Under such harsh rules, their battles were ferocious, with outcomes that could only lead to either death or incapacitation. Such brutality, Zhou Junran mused. Who is this fool, engaging in a fistfight while others are preparing their powerful punches? He scoffed at the sight of a scrawny individual attempting to trade blows with a more robust opponent. Shaking his head in disbelief, Zhou Junran felt no sympathy for these fighters. They were in a more charitable light, misguided youths, but in harsher terms, they were lawless thugs, each responsible for at least one life lost. Witnessing a foreigner's arm grotesquely snapped, exposing bone, he knew the match had lost all suspense. What is there to admire in such a skill-less brawl? Zhou Junran reflected. Even in my early days, I displayed more technique than these poor souls, despite enduring a fair share of beatings during my training. After a few minutes, he passed through a series of guards and arrived before a room fortified with walls of special concrete and a door crafted from the world's strongest alloy. This fellow must genuinely fear for his life, he thought, assessing the structure. This entire setup must have cost him a significant portion of his fortune. With a casual flick of his hand, Zhou Junran pressed the doorbell. An electronic, I turned towards him through a small glass aperture. The room's superior soundproofing delayed the opening of the door, which eventually revealed not Yifeng, but several women clad in wrinkled attire, giggling as they exited. Young Master Zhou, please come in. A husky yet robust voice beckoned from within. Such pretense, he thought. Had I not previously interacted with you, I might have mistaken you for a profound figure. With a dismissive snort, Zhou Junran entered to find a man seated in an ornate armchair, bare-chested. Have I arrived too early? Zhou Junran quipped. Last time you appeared so menacing, as if you intended to personally eliminate Li Wentian. Now, you seem almost jovial, as if about to hand me a red envelope. Although he internally scoffed, Zhou Junran understood that the man before him was far from naive. After all, how else could a mere ruffian rise to become the leader of Jiangqing's underworld? He not only quelled his subordinates' mischief, but also curtailed any illicit gains, such as those from the flower trade. Despite these constraints, he maintained his position at the pinnacle of Jiangqing's underground power. Anyone who believed he lacked guile would be woefully misguided. Young Master Zhou, please take a seat, Yifeng said, his voice a curious blend of raspy yet commanding. The incongruity of his appearance and tone struck Zhou Junran, yet upon deeper contemplation, it felt almost fitting. Please sit. Your skin remains as fair as ever, Zhou Junran observed. Only Lung Qin might rival your complexion in Jiangqing. Wait, is he even a man? If so, how does he possess such flawless skin? Taking a seat, Zhou Junran maintained a stoic expression, pondering the purpose of his visit. You seem to have forgotten your priorities, young Master Zhou. You mentioned before that you sought me in relation to a certain Li Wentian, Yifeng remarked with a nervous chuckle. Oh, you haven't changed at all, Yifeng. To you, Li Wentian is merely a moderately skilled fighter, and yet you would summon Jiangqing's foremost heir and the owner of its largest corporation for him. Do you think so little of me, or do you take me for a fool? Expressing his grievances, Zhou Junran felt a rush of satisfaction, yet his face remained impassive. We both know that Li Wentian is nothing more than a minor nuisance. While he poses varying degrees of trouble for us, he is merely an ant easily crushed. Yifeng erupted into hearty laughter. What is so funny? You startle me, he exclaimed. I must say, I never noticed how white your teeth are when we were together before. Perhaps we should delay our discussion of real estate and consider making you a toothpaste model instead. With your dazzling smile, you could easily generate substantial income for the Heihun gang. If I were to support you further, you might as well forego being a gang leader and embrace a career in modeling. Zhou Junran remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on Yifeng's teeth. After the laughter subsided, Yifeng's regard for Zhou Junran noticeably improved. This encounter served as a test, gauging Zhou Junran's ability to handle unexpected situations. After all, if the two of them truly reach a collaboration, the inherent dangers will undoubtedly multiply compared to the present. If a mere expression of fear can unnerve them to this extent, perhaps it is best they refrain from cooperating and continue to pursue their own interests independently. Yifeng, with a broad smile adorning his face, remarked, Young Master Zhou, you are indeed a paragon of straightforwardness. Enough with the flattery, Zhou Junran retorted. Sensing Yifeng's tendency to shower him with compliments made him feel somewhat uneasy. You, a burly man, trying to flatter others. If it weren't for my loyal subordinate, Hua Changjun, being present, I would certainly show you what true flattery looks like. Zhou Junran intended to respond in silence, but quickly noticed Yifeng was about to heap more praise upon him. He interjected, All right, Leader Yi, we are not those petty merchants. Feel free to discuss any potential collaboration directly. Suddenly, Yifeng clapped his hands. exclaiming that it was refreshing to encounter a brilliant mind within the business realm of Jiangqing. After saying this, he contemplated what further commendations he could offer, only to realize he had exhausted his repertoire of compliments. "I knew you wouldn't know how to flatter properly," Zhou Junran quipped. "Last time during the plot, I was compelled to confront a dozen of your underlings in front of you." He recalled how his subordinates had lauded his prowess, likening him to a deity descending from the heavens. Yet all Zhou had received from Yi Feng was a dismissive remark. Understanding Yi Feng's character, Zhou Junran seamlessly took over the conversation, adopting an air of inscrutability. "I suspect our company intends to venture into the real estate sector, and Leader Yi, you are likely seeking collaboration in this area." "Indeed, young Master Zhou, you are astute," Yi Feng eagerly responded, prepared to reiterate his earlier sentiments of admiration, but was promptly interrupted by Zhou Junran, who suggested they first address how to deal with Li Wentian before discussing collaboration. Remarkable. How can such a seemingly refined gang leader possess such audacity, repeating himself within mere moments? Zhou Junran mused internally, while Yi Feng fervently condemned Li Wentian for his unscrupulous behavior, asserting that engaging in the underworld should begin with proper respect. Yet Li Wentian had resorted to violence against his subordinates. Yi Feng continued to denounce Li Wentian's brutality, emphasizing that his injured underlings were essentially innocent individuals, merely marked by tattoos, and had been hospitalized due to Li Wentian's assault, with their medical expenses covered by the Haihun gang. He further condemned Li Wentian's actions under the guise of liberty, recounting how he had forcibly taken a girl who was merely catching up with an old friend, leaving her with a mocking grin that made Yi Feng's subordinates wary of anyone wearing a similar expression. Lastly, he criticized Li Wentian's economic impact, stating that since the emergence of the Haihun gang, crime rates in Jiangcheng had notably decreased. If Li Wentian were to eradicate the Haihun gang, who would maintain the order of the city's underground factions? Moreover, the authorities had turned a blind eye to the Haihun gang's activities, while Li Wentian indiscriminately attacked his subordinates, all while smirking in mockery. In summary, according to Yi Feng, Li Wentian had become a selfish individual, oblivious to the realities around him. Meanwhile, Zhou Junran lounged back, listening intently as Yi Feng passionately articulated his grievances against Li Wentian for an extended duration without pausing for a sip of water. Did he grasp the essence of Yi Feng's tirade? Perhaps not entirely. But did it matter? Not in the least, even though the current situation diverged from their previous encounters. Zhou Junran was well aware of the nuances of predictive literature. He could seamlessly continue the narrative regardless of whether he had absorbed every detail. In such circumstances, Zhou Junran extended an invitation to Yi Feng, asserting that his presence was required to address the scoundrel known as Li Wentian. Yi Feng, clearly invigorated by the prospect, continued, "Moreover, we shall join forces. I am willing to personally dispatch individuals to apprehend Li Wentian and leave his fate in your capable hands." Remarkable. This fellow possesses a knack for identifying vulnerabilities, Zhou Junran pondered. Were I not aware of the unfolding narrative and truly embodied Zhou Junran, I might indeed feel tempted. The allure of resolving a source of personal annoyance without expending effort was enticing, particularly with a collaborator willing to shoulder the risks. After a brief exchange of compliments, Zhou Junran agreed, "Leader Yi, your intentions are appreciated, and since you are so earnest, I shall not decline." Their conversation reached a natural pause as both men recognized the unspoken implications within their words. They clasped hands firmly in agreement. Is this fellow slightly lacking in substance? Zhou Junran mused, noting the feebleness of Yi Feng's grip, suspecting he had overexerted himself in their dealings. Given our prior rapport, should I present him with a truckload of fine delicacies to consume? With a mysterious smile, Yi Feng beckoned, "Young Master Zhou, why the haste? You seem unaware of our local specialties." Rising, he moved towards the door, suggesting they relocate for their business discussion. "You remain as you always were, reveling in ostentation." Zhou Junran replied, suppressing his exasperation. "Have you not realized that the very things you take pride in have become tiresome to behold?" Despite his inner turmoil, Zhou Junran feigned curiosity, following Yi Feng. "Leader Yi, why all this mystery? We could discuss matters right here." This inquiry struck a chord with Yi Feng. Brimming with pride, proclaimed, as Jiangqing's foremost heir, "I trust you recognize that our establishment primarily engages in underground boxing. However, I have endeavored to innovate its content. His tone radiated triumph as he concluded, relishing in the notion that this was his crowning achievement. Indeed, your ventures are undeniably captivating, representing the most alluring aspects of Jiangxing's shadowy underbelly. Zhou Junran acknowledged, though he had witnessed enough to question the allure of it all. As they walked, Zhou Junran listened to Yi Feng extol the virtues of his creativity from various angles while his gaze wandered to the passing bunny girls, captivated by their long legs and alluring figures. After a brief stroll, Yi Feng halted before an unremarkable entrance, exclaiming, "Young Master Zhou, behold." Upon inputting an 8-digit password into the lock on the door, he smiled mysteriously and swiftly opened the grand entrance. With a roar, the door swung wide, revealing a presence that exuded an overwhelming aura, slowly emerging from within. Wow, it's a lion. How intimidating. If my memory serves me right, even in my current state, I could easily take down a dozen of these beasts with sheer physical strength, even blindfolded. So, what is there to be proud of? Zhou Junran feigned astonishment at the sight of the lion. Ha! Witnessing the once unchanged expression on Zhou Junran's face finally shift brought a gleeful chuckle from Yi Feng. However, he quickly realized the inappropriateness of his amusement and firmly stated, "This little fellow is my treasure. Seeing it brings me great joy." He feigned enthusiasm while gazing at the lion, which, shielded behind reinforced glass, completely disregarded him, turning its back and urinating. "Ha! This lion is truly something. I concede it is your treasure. After all, what other creature would engage in such private matters with you at its age? When that fellow Yi Feng visits my home, I shall let the lion continue its affectionate display." Stifling his laughter, Zhou Junran remarked lightly, "Yi Guild Master, your treasure certainly has a unique way of expressing its affections." "Ahem. Well, the king of the grasslands is bound to be a tad more exceptional than others," Yi Feng replied awkwardly. He swiftly changed the subject. "Young Master Zhou, the time has come. Let us retire to that room over there and watch." "Very well." Resuming his usual poker face, Zhou Junran followed him to the second floor, to the central room with the best view. Upon entering, he encountered the rabbit girl he had previously tipped. She recognized him immediately but, adhering to the rules of the establishment, merely blinked at him as a form of greeting. What a coincidence to meet again. It feels as if I am witnessing a tale reminiscent of by Sujin and Su Xian. However, considering the circumstances, she seems to possess a certain charm beyond the ordinary narrative. Smiling, Zhou Junran returned her gesture with a wink. Chapter 43. Collaboration once seated. Zhou Junran and Yi Feng exchanged a few casual remarks before the competition commenced below. Yet, the battles here differed from those outside. This was a contest of humans pitted against the king of the grasslands. Indeed, this world is quite absurd. Though a lion's individual statistics may not rival that of a tiger, it remains a formidable creature among terrestrial animals, with the capabilities of an ordinary person. Even at the pinnacle of human limits, one cannot hope to confront such wildlife one-on-one. Zhou Junran observed the lion confined in its cage below, then turned his gaze to the man preparing to battle it. From his vantage point, he noticed an aura of faint darkness enveloping the man, particularly concentrated around his fists and knees. Mere mortals watching from afar felt an instinctual dread upon glimpsing him. His martial prowess is commendable, yet he has strayed from the righteous path. His vital energy has become tainted, and though he appears strong now, he'll meet his end within 2 years. Having discerned the man's foundation with a single glance, Zhou Junran anticipated the outcome of the match. Azura, 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 the god of the underground arena. Defeated. Azura, if you can slay this beast, I shall reward you 500,000 today. If you can bring it down, I will grant you 1,000,000. Following the entrance of both combatants, the audience erupted in a fervor. Although their numbers paled in comparison to those outside, the ferocity of the impending clash ignited their spirits, surpassing even the external crowd's enthusiasm. "Young Master Zhou, do you see? This is my pride and joy." Hearing the thunderous cheers below, Yi Feng exclaimed with unabashed pride, "What you are about to witness is the most thrilling battle in the world." "The most thrilling battle? Little Yi, you truly dare to say anything. As far as I know, while this fighter may reign supreme here, he wouldn't even make a name for himself in Huaxia, let alone Jiangxing. And with this character, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. I could dispatch him with mere trifles. Rolling his eyes, Zhou Junran forced a smile. Indeed, Guildmaster Yi, your underground arena is truly remarkable. The individual below had clandestinely entered from Thailand, having trained his family's secret arts since childhood, easily capable of defeating 40 to 50 average adults. A glint of coldness flickered in Yifeng's eyes. I remember that fellow named Li Wentian is quite formidable. I wonder how he would fare against my trump card. Your trump card can effortlessly take down 40 to 50 adults? A mere 40 or 50 could easily overwhelm him, especially considering he battles those lethargic couch potatoes. Moreover, if I recall correctly, when Li Wentian faced your underlings, he dealt with 70 or 80 at most. Your trump card's ability to handle 40 to 50 is a stark contrast. Let him face Li Wentian. What? Do you believe your trump card? Who only knows Sawis Di Ka is the protagonist of this tale. Zhou Junran patted Yifeng's shoulder. I had no idea you possessed such a fierce warrior. Just wait for Li Wentian to kneel and beg for mercy. Ha ha, good brother, just you wait. Yifeng laughed heartily, flashing his dazzling smile. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the battle commenced below. The staff released the chains restraining the lion, which, eager to pounce, surged forward. The prepared TIE fighter was no pushover, calmly dodging the charging lion. He tightened his fist, gathering his energy, and unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! Roar! That punch landed squarely on the lion's flank, causing it to stumble upon hitting the ground. Ah, Jura is so cool. That punch was exhilarating. Press the advantage. Take him down. Indeed, the lion can barely stand now. If you continue the assault, you could defeat it in one go. Azura, ignore their chatter. Fight your own fight. However you strike, it's the most impressive. In their initial encounter, Azura had gained the upper hand, and those who had previously harbored doubts began to cheer. Yet the battle raged on, undeterred by the audience's fervor. The lion, unwilling to accept such a significant setback, briefly regrouped before altering its strategy, circling to find Azura's weaknesses. Beast, have you grown timid? Come face me head-on. Azura taunted, striking a fighting pose. Though the lion could not comprehend the words of its adversary, the tone conveyed challenge. Nonetheless, it remained undeterred, cautiously searching for an opening. Unlike the onlookers, the two individuals seated in the prime viewing room sipped wine and savored the delicacies presented by the rabbit girl. Swallowing a sip of red wine, Yifeng gestured for all the bunny girls to leave. My goodness, after chatting for so long and boasting endlessly, you finally remember to get down to business. If you don't prepare to discuss serious matters soon, I might just print out the real estate contract and shove it in your mouth. Zhou Junran felt immensely relieved. Yet to maintain his persona, he still inquired, Yi Gangs, what do you mean by that? To align with the current clarity of the situation, he even infused a note of vigilance into his words. Once everyone had departed, Yifeng remarked, Young Master Zhou, as you are aware, I have always operated within the underground forces. I recognize that what I do pales in comparison to your Zhou Corporation, yet it is still quite lucrative. However, this endeavor is not something to be showcased. Coincidentally, I have heard news that a plot of land in Jiangcheng is set to be developed. I was wondering if we could seize this opportunity to collaborate. In saying this, Yifeng unusually employed the respectful term, which was quite a stretch for him. Chapter 44. For percent profit, old fool. I knew you would say that. Your lines remain unchanged. With every, I should really bring a pinhole camera, or at least a voice recorder. Once I record this, if you ever need anything from me in the future, I'll pull it out and make you plead. Internally laughing uproariously, Zhou Junran furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation. Noticing Zhou Junran's hesitation, Yifeng hastily added, as a gesture of sincerity for our collaboration, I am willing to take only 40% of the profits. This guy is actually willing to make concessions. Oh no, during the last plot, I let him take 60%. What a loss. I can't allow this loss. It's far too great. I've already lost an entire day's worth of meals. Determined, Zhou Junran knew how to proceed. Ye Gangs, it's not that I don't wish to assist you, but this matter is rather troublesome. Two companies have already entered into contracts with me prior to you. Yifeng, no longer the inexperienced thug, immediately grasped the implications of Zhou Junran's words. He quickly replied, It seems I have arrived a step too late, but being late is not an issue. The sincerity of a person is the foundation of collaboration, and I am willing to take only 40% of the profits. Damn it, he is so straightforward. Last time, I only asked for 40%. No. The more I think about it, the more I feel I'm a loss. I need to keep squeezing him. If possible, I'll see if I can turn this guy into my free labor. A glint of malice flashed in Zhou Junran's eyes as he cheerfully responded. I can certainly sense your sincerity, Yi Gangs. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, but the next moment, Zhou Junran displayed a troubled expression. Little did Yi Feng know that Zhou Junran understood that his sincerity was ultimately futile. They had previously signed contracts, and the penalty for breach of contract was substantial. With this thought, the meaning became abundantly clear, and Yi Feng could hardly pretend not to understand. As the sole heir of the Zhou family and the head of the largest conglomerate in Jiangcheng, if you wish to backtrack, not even the people of Jiangcheng, let alone anyone in Huaxia, would dare demand a penalty from you. Clearly, you want me to bleed. Huh? Fine. I'll accept this loss today. Underneath the table, he clenched his pants tightly, his hands trembling. Yi Feng suppressed his inner dissatisfaction and reiterated, Young Master Zhou, what you say is true. My sudden involvement is indeed my fault, and you should not have to bear the penalty for breach of contract. This kid is surprisingly astute. Goodness, how much did I lose during the last plot? I can't just let him get away with this. I must ensure he pays dearly for everything else. Zhou Junran waved his hand, saying, Yi Gangs, what you said is correct. How could the penalty fall on you? I assure you that you won't have to pay the penalty. We can still reach an agreement on cooperation. Yi Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and the frustration within him vanished in an instant. But the next moment, Zhou Junran's words almost made him spit blood like a beaten lion. How about this? I've come up with a win-win solution. I'll cover the penalty, and you adjust your profit share to 30%. No, let us say 25%. Damn, Yi Feng could not help but curse aloud. He had seen people being bullied, but never like this. Initially, he had only wanted 50% of the profits. 50%. If he had known that the Zhou Corporation would secure that plot of land. Signing a contract would mean that the Zhou Corporation would effectively be leasing the land from him, collecting rental income while also benefiting from the land as profits. They were already giving away 50% of the future profits, and now they were being slashed down to 25%. Regaining his composure, Yi Feng scrutinized Zhou Junran, finding his expression entirely earnest, devoid of any pretense. It was as if he were saying, if you dare agree now, I'll sign the contract with you immediately. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Young Master Zhou, you cannot be serious. Ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Little Yi, your current appearance is akin to a fly that has just crawled out of excrement. Your face is almost changing color. Reaching into the inner pocket of his clothing, Zhou Junran, already well aware of the plot, gently laid a contract and a pen on the table. He then earnestly stated, Yi Gangs, no, Yi Zong. I believe our collaboration will be quite enjoyable. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on Zhou Junran's face, wanting to remember this moment, vowing that when the opportunity arose, he would personally use a small knife to open Zhou Junran's eyes. All right, may our collaboration be fruitful. Gritting his teeth, Yi Feng trembled as he picked up the pen and shakily inscribed his name on the contract. Oh dear, that signature looks like a crab scuttling on the beach. No, that crab at least has some recognizable letters. You can hardly make out even Yi Feng. TSK, TSK. If someone sees his signature when he becomes a businessman, wouldn't they laugh to death? Pleased, Zhou Junran picked up the contract and cheerfully declared, Yi Zong, may our collaboration be prosperous. With the contract secured, their partnership was established under a mutually beneficial arrangement, and they began to enjoy the spectacle of man versus beast. Yet, this time, Zhou Junran was not being excessively unreasonable. From a businessman's perspective, maximizing profits was paramount, and this was indeed the most effective method to achieve that. Before long, a new policy would be implemented, leaving no room for darkness in Jiangqing. Thus, individuals like Yi Feng, possessing information and capability, were eager to cleanse themselves and their fortunes. In such circumstances, how could a businessman refrain from negotiating prices? How could he bear to forego price reductions? Moreover, during the previous plot, Zhou Junran had neglected to take it seriously, resulting in him obtaining only 40% of the profits, while Yi Feng received 60%. This gave Yi Feng considerable maneuvering space, leading to a myriad of chaotic events. Chapter 45. Must see. Fortunately, Zhou Junran was no stranger to playing the antagonist. After expending considerable effort, he managed to correct the plot this time. However, the effort he invested was undeniably substantial, and with this opportunity at hand, how could he not press for more? Most importantly, even when Yifeng's profits were reduced to a mere 25%, he still deemed it rather excessive. Nevertheless, with the contract finalized, and in accordance with Zhou Junran's unwavering character, there was no possibility of retracting his decision. Thus he had no choice but to acquiesce. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he would find a way to deduct from others the substantial daily expenses that amounted to several million. Bang! The lion fell heavily to the ground, emitting a pained whimper. It had lost. Its body, save for the skull, lay shattered. The life of this beast nearing its inevitable conclusion. A mere beast, after all. Glancing down at the gaping wound on its chest, Azura simply uttered a faint remark before turning back towards the path from whence he came. Azura, Azura, Azura. The Azura who could defeat even a lion with bare hands. An eternal deity, the legendary first warrior of Jiangsheng, who fought unarmed against a lion. Azura. I adore you, Azura. With the lion's collapse, Azura, bloodied yet proud, gradually faded from view, and the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. Gulp, gulp, ah. After downing half a goblet of red wine, Zhou Junran rose, exclaiming, Mr. Yi. This battle was exhilarating. It was quite a spectacle. Exhilarating indeed. Just wait, my dear. There will be even more thrilling moments for us in the future. He mused joyfully within. A sudden chill coursed through Yifeng as he steadied himself against the sofa. If Zhou Junran wished to observe again, he was welcome at any time. Such performances occurred monthly. Very well, since you say so, I shall return each time there is such a contest, hoping each visit will be as exhilarating as this one. Zhou Junran replied with a cheerful demeanor. Yifeng chuckled awkwardly, Mr. Zhou. We have other projects next time. You are welcome to come and watch as well. Other projects? Oh, I recall. It's that event even more popular than this beastly battle. I see that project is indeed intriguing. It is one of my favorites. I shall make sure to return whenever the opportunity arises. If the performers are unfamiliar to me, I shall attend every single event. A glint of enthusiasm flashed in Zhou Junran's eyes as he made his way to the door. Yifeng felt a shiver at this spark, sensing he had unwittingly walked into a den of wolves. However, matters had progressed too far. He could not retreat now. Mr. Zhou, please feel free to come. My doors are always open to you. Isn't that redundant? Last time, I was on the verge of disaster, and you were mere moments away from selling all your assets to flee. Fortunately, my clever roles saved you, and then we both ended up in the same predicament. Internally ridiculing, Zhou Junran replied happily, Good, then I shall visit often. You and Duo should collaborate. After a while, Yifeng was just beginning to digest the recent collaboration when Zhou Junran brought it up again, wearing an expression of exaggerated fear, causing Yifeng's face to contort as if he had ingested two flies freshly emerged from refuse. In a jubilant mood, Zhou Junran exited the dilapidated underground fight venue, cranking up the music as he sped towards his estate. Tonight's smoothness must be the most fortunate occurrence since the plot reset, perhaps the only stroke of good fortune. Had Qin Xiaoyun not acted erratically, I might have advanced the plot considerably by now. I truly wish to hang her up and spank her. But alas, she is my true mission. If I were to do that, I would have to start from scratch. In a couple of days, I should pay her a visit, maintaining my reputation as Jiangsheng's foremost sycophant. As Zhou Junran drove at a speed of 200, he pondered the plot and swiftly approached his estate. Creak! After a series of graceful spins, he parked the car smoothly in its designated spot. Crackle! Exiting the vehicle, Zhou Junran stretched lazily, relishing the moment. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he strode towards the villa. Just as he was about to enter, a thought of an exquisite woman crossed his mind. He bent down, concealing his presence, and stealthily approached the door to observe inside. Peering through, he spotted a woman with alabaster skin seated at a desk, fervently engrossed in her work on a laptop. Occasionally, she glanced towards the entrance. I knew that woman would not let me off the hook after last night. She's back to haunt me again tonight. Fortunately, the parking lot is quite distant. Otherwise, the sound of my graceful arrival would have given me away. No, it was my caution that kept me undetected, That is the true merit. While Zhou Junran contemplated at the door, Lung Xinxua, who was laboring intensely at the table, suddenly turned her gaze towards the window, a look of confusion crossing her features. It seemed she had faintly heard Zhou Junran's thoughts, though they were muddled and intermittent, creating an unreal, hazy sensation. Am I just projecting my desire for Junran? Peering outside, not finding Zhou Junran, she returned to her work. The prolonged lack of sleep and high work intensity had taken a toll on her health, so she did not dwell on her suspicions. Unfortunately, soon after, Qin Xiaoyun emerged, capturing Zhou Junran's attention and overshadowing her completely, leading to Zhou Junran's fervent pursuit of Qin Xiaoyun. As for her, she had long been cast aside, utterly neglected. This ultimately sowed deep-seated animosity within her towards Qin Xiaoyun. Chapter 46. The Achiever quietly leaving the villa, Zhou Junran climbed over the wall back to his room, where he now lay sprawled in a relaxed manner on the bed. How delightful! If every night could be like this, how wonderful it would be. With a heart full of joy, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhou Junran stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Why did it feel as though last night's events were merely a dream? After muttering a few words to the air, he finally rose from the bed. He had taken a moment to reassess the plot and realized that he was currently in a blank period solely for himself. In other words, he was devoid of any pressing narrative tasks, merely awaiting his sycophant Hua Chengjun to procure the necessary shares of the Qin Corporation. Once that was accomplished, he could invite Qin Xiaoyun out for a meal, and even if she unexpectedly agreed, he could leverage the share acquisition to extend the invitation from merely dining to spending the night together. This way, it would align perfectly with his character while advancing the plot. In such circumstances, I managed to devise such a flawless narrative. I am truly remarkable. If there were a competition for protagonists from novels, I would undoubtedly emerge as the champion. Yet, that is unlikely. A chosen one like me is probably the sole existence in this world. As he praised himself inwardly, Zhou Junran made his way downstairs, greeting each of the servants. A group of servants were bewildered by his unusual warmth that day. However, their confusion dissipated the moment they heard Zhou Junran announcing that their salaries would be doubled this month. Is enthusiasm truly significant? No, it is not. What truly matters is that he has generously doubled our salaries. Master Zhou, you are simply magnificent. It has been a while since I have observed you so closely, and at this moment, you embody the essence of a divine being. Indeed, titles such as the most distinguished gentleman of Jiangsheng or the most handsome should rightfully belong to you. Whenever Zhou Junran passes by, a throng of servants can be heard uttering the most exquisite praises they can muster. The early morning excitement they exhibit might seem excessive, but could this not be the allure of one's character? Alas, my charm is indeed potent enough to evoke such fervor with mere words. Just imagine, what would their excitement be like if it escalated further? With these thoughts, Zhou Junran, seated at the dining table, spoke once more. This salary shall be doubled, once more on top of the recent increase. The servants responded with astonished gasps. Master Zhou, you are undoubtedly the most handsome and wise master in all of Jiangsheng, if not in all of Huaxia. I would sacrifice everything for you. Master Zhou, I shall forever be a member of the Zhou family in life and in death. Today, the servants could hardly contain their ecstatic voices, their jubilant sounds resonating so loudly that even those in cars on the road outside the estate turned to see what had caused such merriment. It is worth noting that the salaries of Zhou Manor servants were already on par with the income standards of Jiangsheng's elite. Since Zhou Junran's arrival, he had initially doubled their wages, and now he had proposed yet another increase. The income they receive is so substantial that they could easily forsake their roles as servants and take on the burden of oxen and horses instead. Indeed, language is the most powerful force in this world. If it were not for the strength of language, how could it incite such excitement among the people here? I must delve deeper into the impact of language, perhaps even consider extracting a portion of Yifeng's profits. With a mischievous smile, Zhou Junran swallowed his breakfast and said, "All right, keep it down. You're making too much noise." His words fell like a decree, and in that instant, silence enveloped the entire estate, with no one daring to utter a sound. Yet, even amidst the hush, the glow of joy radiated from their eyes, almost tangible. After finishing his breakfast under the watchful gaze of the excited crowd, Zhou Junran drove away from the manor. As he departed, the servants erupted into excitement once more, for he had announced that each of them would receive a world-class Dragon King shrimp as he left. This delicacy, valued at over 200,000 yuan each, is something that most would only dare to gaze upon. Yet here, Master Zhou was bestowing one upon each servant. As Zhou Junran sat in his car, listening to the cheers from the manor fade away, his smile remained unwavering. It is astonishing how simple a person's joy can be. Just as he contemplated this, he encountered a traffic jam. Honk! Honk! Can we move a little faster? I am just one intersection away from the office. What is going on today? Why is it so slow? Frustration began to brew among the drivers, and eventually, they could no longer contain themselves, honking and shouting in anger. The people today are simply too irritable. Do they not realize that the key to a fruitful day lies in the morning? If they do not embrace happiness in the morning, the entire day will unfold unhappily, and an unhappy day can wreak havoc on both their health and those around them. Unfazed by the situation, Zhou Junran remained calm, engaging the handbrake and waiting patiently on the road. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly spotted a delivery man on an electric bike. As the most affluent individual in Jiangxing, how can I stand by while someone rides an electric bike in this weather? The sun shines brightly, and what if it inadvertently scorches you? Zhou Junran stepped out of his car and approached the delivery man with purpose. Chapter 47. The god of electric bikes' his clothes are tattered. I can only wonder when he last had a new outfit. Alas, the struggles of the masses. Today, let me lend a hand. Rest assured, I am not merely impatient from the traffic. I genuinely wish to swap vehicles with you. Upon reaching the delivery man, Zhou Junran imitated Li Wentian, flashing a charming smile. In a voice rich with charisma, he said, "Hey there, would you like to exchange bikes?" The delivery man appeared bewildered. However, upon noticing Zhou Junran's attire, which could easily fetch tens of thousands, his confusion deepened. Look at this opportunity, and yet you're dazed. Many opportunities are missed in this very manner. My car, although not extravagant, is worth around 70 to 80 million, but I believe trading it for your electric bike is more than fair. Zhou Junran's confidence burgeoned as he pointed to the luxury car parked in the street. See that over there? That is my car, and I wish to exchange it with you. What? The delivery man was even more bewildered. Yet before he could fully process the situation, Zhou Junran swiftly took the key from the electric bike and tossed him the key to his sports car. By the time the delivery man realized what had happened, Zhou Junran had already sped off on the electric bike. Staring at the key to the sports car in his hand, he pressed the button. Beep, beep. Instantly, his confusion deepened further. Riding my beloved electric bike, it will never be caught in traffic. Riding my beloved electric bike, it will always be free. With a buoyant heart, Zhou Junran sang this simple tune as he navigated the streets of Jiangxing. While the Zhou Group's accounts reflected a minuscule decrease, a figure so small it could easily go unnoticed, numerous joyful faces began to emerge across Jiangxing. In the city, the number of happy individuals surged, and soon enough, the legend of the god of electric bikes was born. However, joyous days are often fleeting. Amidst the adoration and surprise from strangers, time passed swiftly, and before long, the carefree days came to an end. On that bright morning, Zhou Junran reflected on the events and realized it was time to head to the office. Alas, I must return to the grind. I do not wish to work. What is the appeal of it? There, I merely sit on a chair worth over 100,000, playing games on a computer worth 70 to 80,000. How mundane. If only I could change my work environment to a seaside setting, how delightful that would be. Lost in thought, Zhou Junran arrived at the company, taking the elevator to his custom-made chair. Knock, knock, knock. As he logged into his computer and began playing games, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in. With a casual remark, Zhou Junran paid no further attention to the outside commotion and continued with his work. Excited, Hua Chengjun stood at the doorway, tightly clutching the document in his hands. This very document pertained to the acquisition of Qin Group shares, a matter he had discussed with Zhou Junran just a few days prior. At that time, he had confidently assured that it would take at least a month to finalize the transaction. Yet here he was, having completed it in mere days, proudly holding the document. Essentially, there were no obstacles to acquiring the majority of shares in Qin Group. Upon receiving the command, He pushed the door open and immediately sensed that his master was engrossed in his favorite hero. Clearing his throat, he decisively placed the document aside and approached, saying, "Zhou Zong, you're playing the hero again." This was a morning spent witnessing Zhou Junran's unrelenting defeats amidst Hua Chengjuan's fervent commentary. Eventually, Zhou Junran shut down his computer, stretched lazily, and proceeded to engage in a series of exercises. While he worked out, Hua Changjun stood respectfully by, occasionally handing him items. In that moment, he bore no semblance of a high-ranking executive of Jiangxing's foremost company. Rather, he resembled a eunuch attending to an emperor. No, even eunuchs did not exhibit such servility. After a taxing morning, Zhou Junran mused to himself about the burdensome nature of his work. As the end of the workday approached, he would again need to address company matters. Who would have thought that the illustrious Zhou Junran would toil so diligently at work? After mentally praising himself, Zhou Junran finally said, "All right, what is it you wish to discuss?" At last, it was Hua Chengjuan's turn to present his matters. He quickly replied, "Zhou Zong, as I mentioned a couple of days ago regarding the acquisition of Qin Group, I have completed everything ahead of schedule." He opened the folder and presented it for Zhou Junran's review. Standing tall, he adopted a posture that exuded confidence. "Why the rush? You finished so quickly that I'm now compelled to work. Had you taken your time, I might still be on the banks of the river, boasting with the old fisherman," Zhou Junran quipped. Observing Hua Chengjuan's rigid stance, he added, "What are you? Stajinyaku?" Noticing his demeanor, Zhou Junran's lips twitched. This was the first instance where this fellow dared to stand so upright before him. He casually remarked, "You did well this time." Before Zhou Junran could finish, Hua Chengjun interrupted, "All thanks to your guidance, Zhou Zong. Without you, how could I have achieved this?" While the words were commendable, Zhou Junran found Hua Chengjuan's expectant demeanor rather irksome. He continued, "I suppose I won't be issuing your salary and bonuses this month." Hua Chengjuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his previously erect posture collapsed. Chapter 48, Bewildered. Zhou Junran smirked, "Arrogant, are we? Come on, let us see you maintain that bravado." He was incredulous that the esteemed leader of Zhou Group could be so troubled by a mere subordinate. "Just wait, I have a surprise for you." Zhou Junran smiled wickedly. "However, I believe I will assign you the project north of the Jianghe River." Hua Chengjuan's eyes widened even further. This project was widely recognized as lucrative, and as the head of Zhou Group, Zhou Junran surely understood its significance. The fact that he was entrusting it to him spoke volumes of his satisfaction with Hua Chengjuan's recent efforts. Such trust was indeed commendable. Instantly, Hua Chengjun transformed into an eager lapdog, assuring Zhou Zong, "Rest assured, I will handle this project exceptionally well." Zhou Junran replied, "I look forward to your success." Had he not traversed this narrative before, he might have genuinely believed in Hua Chengjun's capabilities. "Just wait and see how this unfolds," he thought to himself, fully aware of the project's true nature. After enduring another 10 minutes of flattery from Hua Chengjun, he finally dismissed him. There is something delightful about having a loyal dog, always ready to hear praises sung. This was a luxury that the protagonist could not afford. Upon stepping outside, Zhou Junran swiftly made his way to the building housing Qin Xiaoyun's Qin Group. Zhou Gongzi had returned. It had only been a few days since his last visit. Yet he arrived once more with new offerings. The necklace he had presented previously was rumored to be worth over 8 million. Indeed, it was widely acknowledged that the necklace featured exceptional craftsmanship and diamond precision. Familiar with Zhou Junran's vehicles, the staff of Qin Group recognized him immediately. Despite his habit of switching cars frequently, each vehicle bore sequential license plates, making them unmistakably his. In Jiangcheng, spotting a license plate such as 0001, 0002, or 0003 was synonymous with Zhou Junran's presence. Hence, whenever he graced upscale venues, he was instantly recognizable. Goodness, is Qin Xiaoyun truly so vain? Zhou Junran pondered. The necklace I gifted her, after some haggling, cost merely $80, yet has been inflated to 8 million in gossip. He mused. If anyone desires 8 million for a necklace, feel free to ask. I'll sell it for 800,000. Ignoring the advances of all the women around him, Zhou Junran strode confidently into the Qin Group building and approached Qin Xiaoyun's office. "Oh, why is this door ajar?" he wondered. Could it be that Qin Xiaoyun anticipated my arrival and left the door open for me? He dismissed the notion, yet considered her recent unusual behavior. Such actions no longer seemed implausible. Should I enter or not? Standing before the partially open and pristine office door, even Zhou Junran, who had never flinched before ancient deities, hesitated. However, the occupant inside provided little opportunity for contemplation, as a cool voice called out, "Why are you so slow? With your efficiency, what did you possibly accomplish at work? And what could you possibly manage in other respects?" What a peculiar remark. Zhou Junran thought. I am the foremost admirer in Jiangsheng. As soon as I appeared downstairs, I stride confidently toward this place. Yet, he could not comprehend why she would dare suggest he was tardy. Oh no! Could it be that she has truly changed her demeanor? The voice continued. Why are you still lingering at the door? Hurry up. Do I need to beg you to bring me the documents to sign? The increasing impatience from within only intensified Zhou Junran's uncertainty. Alas, the situation has reached this point, and there is no turning back. This time, as I stepped into the Qin family's office, it felt akin to entering the lair of a ravenous tiger. If I were to vanish without a trace, it would indeed be a one-way journey. May the Buddha bestow his blessings upon me. Amit Ba. With a cross drawn over my chest, Zhou Junran resolutely opened the door and entered Qin Xiaoyun's office. Inside, Qin Xiaoyun, who had been waiting, finally saw Li Wentian walk in. Without hesitation, she raised her head to scold him for lingering at the door, only to be met with Zhou Junran's gaze. In that instant, she was taken aback, utterly bewildered. What could possibly cause such confusion? Wasn't it me who had just spoken? That could not be true. If not me, then who? Wait a moment. I recall that according to the plot, the Qin group would soon retaliate against the acquisition of shares. Analyzing the situation swiftly, Zhou Junran's face regained a confident smile. He strode forward. Xiaoyun, it has been so long since we last met. You must have missed me to urge me to come in like this. Qin Xiaoyun was still somewhat dazed. Ah yes, I noticed you had been waiting at the door for quite a while, so I let you in. Though she spoke these words, her mind was preoccupied with Zhou Junran's earlier thoughts. What was this about shares being acquired? What retaliatory actions would the Qin group take regarding the acquisition? What was he contemplating? Chapter 49. A night of explosive fame. What on earth do you mean by that? You foolish woman. Are you genuinely concerned about how long I stood at the door? Please, spare me your sympathy. I need you to exhibit the same disregard for my well-being as you did before. I mean, how can I maintain my status as the foremost sycophant in Jiangsheng with you acting like this? The smile on my face faltered as I immediately uttered words that aligned with my persona. I knew Xiaoyun, deep down, you love me. Otherwise, you would not be so concerned for my well-being. Oh, how could I ever utter such pedestrian remarks? If this were to be posted online, I would undoubtedly become an overnight sensation. Suppressing the urge to ridicule myself, I didn't give Qin Xiaoyun an opportunity to respond and continued. Since you care for me so much, how about we have lunch together today? Just as Qin Xiaoyun began to believe he possessed some self-awareness, he uttered that statement. Once more, you invite me to lunch? Can't you come up with something more original? If you insist on taking me out, it's only to see how you would react. I suppose I must agree to that. Just as she was about to voice her decision, Zhou Junran continued, this afternoon, I have arranged a private concert just for you. And in the evening, there will be a magnificent fireworks display along the banks of the Hejiang River, the largest in Jiangsheng. After the fireworks show, I have booked the most extravagant dinner for the two of us. Zhou Junran proclaimed with an air of pride. This spontaneous plan of mine is nothing short of perfect. Having already moved out, sharing a room with me was inevitable. Who knows what might transpire then? I refuse to believe that Qin Xiaoyun has not considered these possibilities. Please, reject me already. Zhou Junran eagerly gazed at Qin Xiaoyun, anticipating that she would utter the words of refusal at any moment. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyun was utterly flabbergasted. It turns out that inviting a woman out is not merely for a meal. There are so many activities one can engage in. With such arrangements, an afternoon outing would no longer seem tedious. However, the evening's plans were indeed rather impressive. If he hadn't mentioned it, I might never have conceived of such ideas. In the business realm, Qin Xiaoyun was undoubtedly a prodigy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved such stature in such a short time. Yet, such accomplishments come a price. And thus her experience in romantic relationships was virtually non-existent. Why are you in a daze? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyun should firmly refuse me. Perhaps even deliver a stinging slap and declare that I should cease dreaming. Instead, she sat there, staring at me like a fool, speechless. If you're having any mental issues, feel free to inform me. I could arrange for a psychiatrist for you when I assist Long Qinxue. Zhou Junran gritted his teeth, internally screaming. Under the barrage of his words, Qin Xiaoyun finally regained some semblance of rationality. She struggled to maintain her composure and spoke. First, thank you for your kindness, Zhou Gongzi. However, I have other commitments and cannot join you for lunch, and as for this afternoon, I knew you would refuse. Among this group of mentally unstable women, finally, one has returned to her senses. My heavens, this is quite a rare occurrence. Not allowing Qin Xiaoyun to finish her sentence, Zhou Junran interjected. I knew you still had reservations about me, but that's all right. I understand you. I can wait for you, no matter how long it takes. For you, I would forsake all other women in the world. I would relinquish my entire inheritance from the Zhou family and the Zhou group. For you, I would lay down my dignity to become the most devoted person in Jiangxing. I would do anything for you. Waiting is of no consequence to me. Now, I just need to find a place to vent my emotions. With that, Zhou Junran turned and strode confidently out, leaving Qin Xiaoyun in a state of utter bewilderment. This cannot be. Did I truly utter such words? This is excessively sycophantic. I am remarkable, having resolved this plot so swiftly. Just moments ago, this woman was about to refuse my lunch invitation, but seemed intent on discussing the afternoon plans, as if I couldn't see through her intentions. Biting my lip to stifle my laughter, I endeavored to contain my elation. Observing his unwavering departure, Qin Xiaoyun's mouth fell agape. Although her romantic experiences were virtually non-existent, she had been pursued by many suitors throughout her life. Zhou Junran was merely one among many. However, he had now shattered her preconceived notions of him. While he outwardly fawned over her, he internally berated her. That much could be tolerated. Yet now, she found herself on the brink of accepting his invitation, and he had already sensed her wavering resolve, only to reject her and make a hasty exit. This cannot stand. I will not allow this to pass. If I were to reflect on this in a few days, weeks, or even years, I would be infuriated. Qin Xiaoyun resolutely prepared to take the initiative. Wait, what is this foolish woman calling me for? You want me to wait? I shall wait for a mere moment, with only 5 or 6 meters to the door. Once I step outside, you will be unable to find me again. Lowering my head, Zhou Junran feigned ignorance to Qin Xiaoyun's call, hastening his exit. Chapter 50. Thank you. Hearing such sentiments and witnessing Zhou Junran's retreat, Qin Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly choking on her breath. In the current predicament, it is astonishing that she wishes to accept Zhou Junran's invitation, yet he remains indifferent to her. Confronted with such a situation, the frustration within her must be expressed. With a sudden burst, Qin Xiaoyun rose from her seat and exclaimed at the top of her lungs, Mr. Zhou, wait a moment. I find a matter you mentioned regarding this afternoon quite intriguing. Intrigued? What nonsense! Have you taken leave of your senses? Have you mistaken your medication for a meal today? I swear, I shall call a psychiatrist for myself, and I will ensure you receive one too. To maintain her persona, Zhou Junran could not move forward any further, pretending he had not heard her. He was left in a state of exasperation, desperately seeking a suitable excuse to depart from this place. Despite my humble origins not matching yours, I possess a genuine passion for music. Qin Xiaoyun remarked with a bright smile. Thus, I wonder which concert you have reserved for this afternoon? Upon finishing her statement, her gaze fixated intently on Zhou Junran's face. You are cursing me in your heart, aren't you? You intend to find me the best psychiatrist in the world, don't you? You claim these arrangements are not properly made, right? This afternoon, I refuse to believe that after pursuing me for so long, you could prevent me from attending the invitation I desire. She pondered these thoughts, her mischievous smile growing ever more pronounced. Look, Qin Zong is smiling at young Master Zhou. Laughing is one thing, but she appears genuinely delighted, and now she is doing so while facing his back. Could it be that love is beginning to blossom? Perhaps. I sense a hint of acidity in the air. Acidity? I haven't taken off my shoes. Get lost. I speak of the sourness of romance. What business is it of yours? There are always a few audacious individuals who enjoy slacking off during work hours. Now, hiding in a corner, observing the office dynamics. When did she develop an interest in music and its study? I recall the author of that book depicting this little minx as tone-deaf, ultimately saved by Li Wentian's bizarre methods. How can she suddenly be knowledgeable now? Surely, this woman must be toxic. Yet, at this juncture, having spoken thus, Zhou Junran could not remain silent. He continued to face away from Qin Xiaoyun, clenching his fists, his body trembling as he spoke. Xiaoyun, I understand you're showing pity for me, granting me some courtesy. However, I, Zhou Junran, am the foremost scion of Jiangqing. Though I may not be pursued by countless women, I am a man of dignity in matters of the heart. His frame shook more violently thus. Although I wish to agree with you now, please, Xiaoyun, do not extend your pity at this moment. Splendid, my words are flawless. Now that I have spoken to this extent, unless she humbles herself to accompany me to the concert this afternoon, there is no way she could follow. But, having always pursued her, could it be possible for her to turn the tables and pursue me now? Clearly, it is impossible. After self-aggrandizing and analyzing his own words, he paused for 2 seconds before preparing to stride forward. Qin Xiaoyun's mischievous grin vanished in an instant. Indeed, she was merely indulging in this amusing situation, an experience unlike any she had encountered before. If this were to continue, it would indeed align with Zhou Junran's assertion. She could neither adapt nor accept the notion of lowering her pride to pursue Zhou Junran. However, for the sake of amusement, perhaps it would not be so bad. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 charm point. With her thoughts solidified, Qin Xiaoyun boldly declared, Mr. Zhou, you must believe in yourself. I truly have time this afternoon, and I can accompany you. Wow, the evidence is undeniable. The scent of romantic tension is palpable. Tomorrow, no, tonight, we shall witness a grand spectacle. Indeed, I wonder when they will tie the knot. A few slackers in the office, upon witnessing this scene, could hardly contain their excitement, nearly exposing themselves. Goodness, I can't help but exclaim, this woman is extraordinarily unusual. I ought to consider whether I should find you the world's best psychiatrist, rather than ponder if a zombie has visited your home. As they passed, they must have taken your brain and devoured it as a pre-dinner snack. After all I have said, how can you still agree? How dare you agree? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Junran feared that if this continued, he might succumb to a fit of rage. However, even in this scenario, he found himself in a dilemma. To agree would mean that the arrangements he mentioned were unprepared, rendering the entire plot pointless. Yet, to refuse would be utterly contrary to his persona, and he would likely have to start all over again. Bang! Just as Zhou Junran found himself in this quandary, the office door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Once again, the iron door, damaged by a kick, revealed a figure standing amidst the dust. You dare to arrive at such a moment. I cannot thank you enough. I not only thank you, but also your ancestors. May your ancestral grave flourish with green water. Indeed, Li Wentian, once I am free, I will ensure to find the author of this book and bestow upon you a harem, so you may revel in blissful intoxication daily. His heart raced, hands trembling. Zhou Junran did not anticipate that at this moment, the protagonist of the book, the Dragon King, would come to his rescue. This meant he was not merely a female antagonist. Had he been, Zhou Junran might have thrown himself in her arms. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyun, standing behind Zhou Junran, found herself in a state of utter bewilderment. Her door had broken again. The last time her door malfunctioned, she had spent several days as an exhibit in a space devoid of a door, where passers-by would glance in. Now, once more, she was to endure such a fate. Why did she not seek refuge in another office? It was simply because the Qin group was expanding too rapidly, leaving certain aspects incomplete. Otherwise, she would never have been reduced to a spectacle in the office. Chapter 51. Taking action. My goodness, who is so bold as to kick the iron door apart? That figure seems familiar. I believe I've seen him before. You two fools, do you not recognize who this is? This is the individual who has persistently teased young Master Zhou. Ah, I understand now. It is that reckless person. Upon this realization, the slackers quickly identified the dust-covered figure. As the dust settled, the silhouette within gradually became clear. With the dissipating dust, Li Wentian seized the opportunity to reveal his signature crooked smile. Li Wentian surveyed the scene, and upon spotting Zhou Junran, a piercing glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, while his gaze towards Qin Xiaoyun flickered with possessiveness. However, these emotions were well concealed. Apart from Zhou Junran, none present detected anything amiss. After surveying the room, he directly addressed Qin Xiaoyun. "Qinzong, I have not arrived too late, have I? Did this scoundrel cause you any harm?" Still in a state of confusion, Qin Xiaoyun was only concerned about her door and the impending humiliation of being observed like an animal once more, leaving her indifferent to others' inquiries. However, he cleared his throat and directly shifted his focus towards Zhou Junran, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this young Master Zhou? Did I not advise you previously to refrain from appearing before Xiaoyun? Has my lesson not sufficed? The previous lesson? Surely he cannot be referring to those marks left on my hand at that time. Please do refrain from exhibiting such a smug expression. With your current capabilities, you cannot breach my defenses. Yet, you are performing admirably. While that foolish woman remains dazed, now is the perfect opportunity for you to strike my face, allowing me to make my escape." Quickly regaining his composure, Zhou Junran retorted with a scowl. "Teach me a lesson? What do you believe you are? What am I? Huh? Compared to your lofty status, I am indeed insignificant. However, should you dare to appear before President Qin and disturb him, I care not who you are. Even if you were the three-eyed Ma Wangye, I would not hesitate to intervene." Upon hearing this, the office fell into a profound silence. How audacious for him to speak so defiantly to young Master Zhou. Indeed, he dared to stand firm, embodying that legendary defiance against authority. Yes, perceiving this, he exuded a certain masculinity, a charm that was somewhat appealing. Under the influence of the collective will and the protagonist's aura, the onlookers swiftly shifted their allegiance to Li Wentian, covertly praising him. Exactly. This is the natural unfolding of the plot, just as it should be. Aside from that foolish woman, the rest of us, myself included, are on your side. To claim you possess the right timing, location, and support would not be an exaggeration. If you were to fail now, then tomorrow I shall have Hua Qingjun, that sycophant, bring a pack of dogs to your home to bite you. Sensing the palpable change in the atmosphere, Zhou Junran became invigorated. His performance intensified. How impressive it was that even with Ma Wangye present, he would attempt to bring him down. He was eager to see how this first son of Jiangsheng would fare against him. With that, he prepared to approach Qin Xiaoyun, intending to sweep her into his embrace. "You're courting death." The cold glint in Li Wentian's eyes intensified as he dashed forward, seizing Zhou Junran's shoulder. "Is grasping my shoulder all you can do? I had thought you were more capable." He scoffed internally. "If another were to touch my woman thus, I would lose control and deliver a resounding slap. At the very least, I would stand between him and my woman. Yet you merely grasp my shoulder. What can you accomplish?" Feigning anger, Zhou Junran exclaimed, "Release your filthy hands. What do you think you are? How dare you touch me?" Having long since recovered from her initial confusion, Qin Xiaoyun observed the spectacle with an impassive expression. Internally, she was overwhelmed by a stampede of thoughts. Is this guy cursing me again in his mind? I'm standing right here, and he is berating me. Foolish woman, you are the foolish one. Moreover, what do you mean by standing between your woman and that person? Haven't you been pursuing me? Where do you conjure up other women? With this in mind, the muscles in Qin Xiaoyun's face began to twitch uncontrollably. Li Wentian, with a disdainful sneer, remarked, "What do you think you are?" The atmosphere in the room reached a boiling point as the two faced off, creating an overwhelming tension that suggested a fight could erupt at any moment. Was Li Wentian genuinely preparing to confront young Master Zhou? Surely not. He was merely putting on a show, unable to genuinely strike. No, look, his fists are clenching. We could trade barbs back and forth about our worth until the end of time. Perhaps that could work. Zhou Junran feigned indifference, thinking, I'm the first son of Jiangsheng. I need not your oversight. With that, he forcefully broke free from Li Wentian's grasp and charged towards Qin Xiaoyun, intent on enveloping her in his arms. You dare. Witnessing this, Li Wentian was instantly consumed by rage, disregarding everything as the pent-up fury within him erupted at that moment. He hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to strike, but ultimately could no longer contain himself. Then, with a fierce swing, he unleashed a powerful punch. This guy really threw a punch. All right, this plot is solid. I want to be hit. I want to be hit. Ha ha ha. However, Li Wentian truly lacks foresight. He did not consider what would happen if I dodged. What of Qin Xiaoyun then? If his force struck her, she might very well perish on the spot. With a glimmer of delight, Zhou Junran deliberately slowed his pace, bracing himself to absorb the blow. Chapter 52. The Feint. How did it escalate to this point? Just moments ago, it was merely an argument. What was Zhou Junran's inner voice saying? If he dodged, Li Wentian's punch would strike me instead. No way. Li Wentian is actually pursuing me. What if Zhou Junran dodges? Wait, he didn't T-dodge. He didn't T-dodge at all. For me, he willingly took that punch. Yet, for her, this was enough to reach her own conclusions. Regrettably, Zhou Junran remained oblivious to her thoughts. Had he known, he would have shouted it aloud. If given the chance, he would have rushed forward, employing body language to convey his unspoken feelings, urging her to awaken further. Bang! Under Zhou Junran's deliberate guidance, the punch landed squarely on his face, sending him hurtling backward from sheer force. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Zhou Junran collided with a glass wall, which shattered instantly. He fell to the ground, shards of glass cascading over him, forming a small mountain. This guy really packs a punch. I initially thought if his force was insufficient, I would leap to assist him, but unexpectedly, he didn't T-hold back at all and truly sent me flying. Thank goodness I didn't T-dodge. Had I, and it struck Qin Xiaoyun instead, she would have genuinely met her demise. Yet with Li Wentian's strength, he must have anticipated this. In other words, he knew but chose to act nonetheless. Does he truly care for Qin Xiaoyun? Surely, he does not wish to harm her. Lying amidst the shards of glass, Zhou Junran seized the moment of collective bewilderment to ponder. Hearing such thoughts, Qin Xiaoyun was now entirely convinced of Zhou Junran's words. Her gaze towards Li Wentian was noticeably altered. Unfortunately, at that moment, Li Wentian was still reveling in the triumph of his recent actions. In that situation, Zhou Junran had dared to attempt to forcibly embrace Xiaoyun. Thankfully, he had acted in time, or she would have been taken advantage of. He could already sense Xiaoyun's fervent gaze upon him. Surely, she must be immensely grateful to me now. What has transpired? How did it transform so drastically in the blink of an eye? It seemed that just moments ago, Li Wentian had thrown a punch that sent young Master Zhou flying. What? How is this possible? How could Zhou Junran be the one struck? Indeed, how dare he throw a punch? What is Zhou Junran's status compared to his own? The onlookers' minds fell into a state of paralysis. They could not comprehend how Li Wentian, merely a subordinate within the Qin Corporation, possessed the audacity to confront the most esteemed heir of Jiangxing. Even if he acted impulsively in a moment of passion, what would follow? Did he not consider whether Zhou Junran, the most illustrious figure of the younger generation in Jiangxing, might seek retribution? Even if retribution were not forthcoming, the fact remained that he had been assaulted, and hiring a lawyer to see him imprisoned for a few years would be entirely justifiable. Immersed in the diverse gazes directed towards him from all corners, Li Wentian relished the attention. He executed his signature gesture, flashed a crooked smile, and turned to Qin Xiaoyun, assuring her, "Rest assured, with me here, you shall encounter no harm." Upon hearing such words, Qin Xiaoyun was taken aback. Although she was an ordinary person and had not clearly discerned his movements in that fleeting moment, she could hear Zhou Junran's inner thoughts and recognized he was no ordinary individual. In such circumstances, Zhou Junran could not possibly be lying. So how could this fellow speak with such shamelessness? How audacious! In such a predicament, he dares to perform his signature gesture. This solidifies his position. Though I am merely an actor, I have read this script to its conclusion. I recall all the female leads seem to be conquered under such a crooked smile. It appears that he has already captured the heart of the mistress of his harem. With this in mind, Zhou Junran believed that his plotline with Qin Xiaoyun had been secured, and thus he could not help but chuckle sinisterly to himself. However, upon hearing the whispered discussions among the onlookers, he feigned distress and slowly rose from the ground. As a member of the Qin Corporation, I cannot stand idly by while our president is bullied, Li Wentian provocatively declared. So, my apologies to you, young Master Zhou. What a grandiloquent statement. Were it not for the fact that I know you acted against me due to your desire for Qin Xiaoyun, I might have almost believed you. But this is beneficial. The protagonist's harem surely enjoys such declarations. With such words, he can win her over. I must collaborate with him further, enhancing the perfection of this face-slapping scene. Leaning against the wall, Zhou Junran covered the area where he had been struck, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I am a member of the Zhou family, the foremost heir of Jiangcheng. How dare you strike me? Do you not fear that I will have you killed?" Witnessing this, Li Wentian could not suppress his smile, stating, "As a member of the Qin Corporation, it is my duty to protect President Qin, even in the face of your vengeance. I shall act on her behalf." The previously quiet onlookers were taken aback. They had not realized he possessed such a sense of justice. Indeed, while he had always ranked first in performance, he had maintained a carefree demeanor. Who would have thought him so principled? How handsome! Why do I feel he is even more attractive than young Master Zhou? Each comment further amplified the admiration the onlookers held for Li Wentian. In contrast, Qin Xiaoyun, the very subject of this spectacle, yearned to unveil Li Wentian's true nature. She recognized that Zhou Junran's earlier attempt to embrace her had been a feigned act prompted by Li Wentian. Otherwise, how could he have moved so slowly? She could not believe that Li Wentian, with his formidable prowess, lacked such perceptiveness. Otherwise, he would surely fall victim to feigned maneuvers in combat. Furthermore, his words were insincere and distasteful. Chapter 53. The heartbroken, such words resonate with the essence of a protagonist. In due course, you may pursue Qin Xiaoyun as you wish. After winning her over, you can engage in daytime flirtations and nighttime escapades while I, the villain, remain uninvolved. Adopting a more furious demeanor, Zhou Junran shouted, "The Qin Corporation. How impressive! Do you believe I cannot acquire the Qin Corporation? The moment I do, your dismissal shall be my first decree." At these words, Li Wentian nearly burst into laughter. He produced a note from his pocket, saying, "Do you see this? It is the access pass that Xiaoyun requested me to procure, allowing unrestricted entry into her residential community. Is that real? The item he holds is indeed an access pass to President Qin's community. It must be genuine, otherwise, why would he declare it in front of so many witnesses? Does this imply they are cohabiting? But if they are living together, what about young Master Zhou? Hadn't there been a palpable romantic tension earlier?" Instantaneously, the onlookers regarded Zhou Junran with newfound sympathy, amusement, curiosity, and a hint of pity, as if witnessing a man who had finally discovered true love, only to be betrayed. "What are you all looking at? Please, whether you praise or scold me, do not regard me with those peculiar eyes. I am perfectly normal. I have always wished for Qin Xiaoyun to be with her stoic, crooked-mouthed dragon king." At that moment, the corners of Zhou Junran's mouth involuntarily twitched. However, his distress was not as the outsiders perceived. It stemmed from a sense of helplessness. Yet, it was all worthwhile, as he had achieved his objective. He spoke in disbelief. "Impossible. How could you possess such a thing? I have asked Xiaoyun for ages, and she never permitted me to acquire it." Just as Li Wentian prepared to escalate his provocation, Qin Xiaoyun could no longer tolerate it. Although she still did not understand Zhou Junran's motives, she knew what she must do. Before Li Wentian could utter another word, she firmly commanded, "Li Wentian, be quiet. Do not speak further." Li Wentian, whose retort was on the tip of his tongue, found himself silenced by her directive. "President Qin has spoken. I am not deaf. I heard her. Surely she would assist him. I believe it is Li Wentian. He just offended a powerful figure for President Qin. So how could she not help him? Yes, I concur with that sentiment." The onlookers were increasingly eager for the unfolding drama. This fellow, though his gaze may be off, at least his words are somewhat agreeable. Moreover, that foolish girl, Qin Xiaoyun, kept her eyes on Li Wentian as she walked to the center. What does this signify? Is it affection, encouragement, or concern? Congratulations, Mr. Li. You have successfully captured the heart of the harem's mistress. While Zhou Junran appeared outwardly tense, his inner tranquility had been fully restored. Among all present, the most assured was Li Wentian, who believed Qin Xiaoyun's reprimand was born of concern for him, fearing he might further offend Zhou Junran. Otherwise, how could she possibly not fall for him in such circumstances? At that moment, all eyes were on Qin Xiaoyun, awaiting her response. Having experienced the previous commotion, she was no longer as agitated. Standing before the crowd, she took a moment to compose herself before speaking. Gentlemen, let us all take a moment to calm down. Young Master Zhou treated me with great respect earlier. Knowing I had no time today, he graciously suggested we reschedule for another occasion. However, the atmosphere drastically shifted upon the arrival of certain individuals, culminating in this altercation. Moreover, I observed just now that the angle at which Li Wentian threw his punch. Had not Zhou Junran evaded it, it would have struck me directly. As the conversation progressed, Qin Xiaoyun directly addressed certain individuals by name, fixing her gaze intently on Li Wentian, eager to gauge his reaction and reaffirm her statement. Li Wentian momentarily panicked, uncertain how to respond. Indeed, while throwing the punch, he was aware of this factor. However, he assumed that Zhou Junran, being an ordinary person, would be unable to evade it, and thus did not consider it further. Although his momentary panic was swiftly concealed, it was still noticed by Qin Xiaoyun. I am utterly exasperated. What are you foolishly doing, you silly woman? I truly wonder how you turn out this way. With everything that has transpired, you still choose to assist me rather than your future husband. Did you grow up eating walnuts that were pinched by doors, and did a donkey kick you in the head after finishing one? Zhou Junran's chest heaved violently. This time, his internal thoughts aligned with his outward demeanor. What? Is it our perspective that is at fault? How could we have overlooked such matters? These details pale in significance. What truly matters is that President Qin is actually defending young Master Zhou. If what President Qin stated earlier is indeed true, it is entirely reasonable for her to advocate for young Master Zhou. After all, they were conversing amiably when someone barged in, not only interrupting but also assaulting him. Who would not be enraged in such a situation? Indeed, look at young Master Zhou's unmasked reaction. His chest is heaving without concealment. It seems he is quite pleased to hear President Qin speak on his behalf. Such a sudden turn of events has only intensified the excitement of these onlookers. You lot, just wait. I will make you pay. Do not leave after class. Oh no, do not leave after work. Although I am not your boss, I assure you I can devise a way to ensure you receive no salary this month. Let me catch you sneaking a glance again, or if you dare to strike again, I will ensure that when you step outside, your electric bikes are left with merely a battery and 2 wheels. You will be left with nothing but the battery and the frame. With malicious thoughts swirling, Zhou Junran resolved to bring forth more sorrow to Jiangxing. Chapter 54. The target of public scorn. Wait, President Qin, allow me to explain. The situation was dire, and Li Wentian hastened to clarify. However, at this moment, Qin Xiaoyun was already aware of what was transpiring. She had no regard for his thoughts or feelings and was determined to continue defending Zhou Junran. Why, at this critical juncture, must you utter so much? Is it not better for you to assist your future husband? What do I possess that warrants such a defense from you? Speak, and I shall amend it. If all else fails, tell me the type of man you detest, and I shall become that man. Surely, a person as foolish as you must detest those who would pose questions to reveal your intellect. Observing Qin Xiaoyun's relentless defense, Zhou Junran finally could not contain himself. He bellowed, Xiaoyun, I sincerely appreciate your support, but some matters are not as you perceive them. What? Is there a hidden truth to this matter? Perhaps there is. Look at President Qin's expression. She seems to hesitate. Yes, indeed. Her hesitation indicates there must be an underlying issue. The onlookers' eyes sparkled with realization as they discerned the truth of the situation. However, at this moment, Qin Xiaoyun was not hesitating as they speculated. She was internally cursing Zhou Junran. Zhou Junran, you scoundrel. Here I am, advocating for you, even if my words disrupt your intentions and plans. But I am ultimately doing this for your own good. How can you harbor resentment toward me? Cursing me is one thing, but why must you seek out elementary school math problems? Were it not for my inability to overpower you, I would truly wish to slap you into submission. Infuriated, Qin Xiaoyun's determination solidified. No longer hesitating, she declared aloud, Very well, since young Master Zhou has stated so, I shall reveal the remaining truth. At this juncture, the hidden onlookers could no longer restrain themselves. President Qin, please speak. Yes, yes. What hidden truths remain? They emerged from their concealed corners, eagerly inquiring. With a sudden glimmer in his eyes, Li Wentian gazed at Qin Xiaoyun with an expression filled with tenderness. He had always known, that Xiaoyun would not allow him to be unjustly labeled. Now, she could no longer suppress her desire to vindicate him. She was indeed a remarkable woman, and once he won her over, he would treat her with utmost care. What? Hidden truths? What hidden truths? As the party involved, how am I unaware? Do not speak recklessly. If you continue to speak carelessly, I shall ensure that the Qin group is acquired. A hint of menace flickered in his gaze. Zhou Junran, facing such a scenario, could only express a slight threat. President Qin, I hope you will choose your words wisely. I do not wish for you to offend those you ought not to offend. After speaking, he cast a glance at Li Wentian. His unkind gaze indicates that this matter is not easily resolved. His veiled threats reiterate that significant figures are involved. Finally, by looking at Li Wentian, he subtly suggests that this significant figure is Li Wentian, urging her to speak favorably of him. I have hinted at this so clearly. I cannot believe she remains oblivious. These actions did not transgress the system's regulations. Thus, Zhou Junran revealed one of his trump cards. At this moment, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Furrowing her brows, Qin Xiaoyun hesitated momentarily before speaking. What do his actions signify? His unkind gaze urges me to speak swiftly. His threatening words compel me to reveal the truth. Finally, his glance at Li Wentian implores me to spare him from embarrassment. Ah, Zhou Junran, I understand. Intentionally ignoring her inner thoughts, Qin Xiaoyun organized her words and stated, the true situation is that I was initially prepared to agree with young Master Zhou, but then, inexplicably, Li Wentian barged in, forcibly creating conflict with young Master Zhou and interrupting everything. Upon uttering these words, not only the onlookers, but even Zhou Junran and Li Wentian were left in a state of bewilderment. You were about to agree? That may be true, but what is the meaning of Li Wentian's interruption? Wait, he barged in. Yet this has no causal relationship with whether you would accept my invitation. Foolish woman, you are attempting to entrap me by forcefully connecting our fates. Zhou Junran's lips twitched uncontrollably, while Li Wentian was utterly confounded. An invitation was one thing, but now, in front of everyone, all blame was being laid at his feet. His anger erupted from within. Li Wentian cast a disgruntled glance at Qin Xiaoyun, then fixed his gaze intensely on Zhou Junran. It is him. Everything is because of him. Yet, after encountering this man, everything has changed. If this were overseas, how would he allow this man to continue to act so brazenly in this world? This aligns perfectly with what President Qin previously mentioned. In other words, Li Wentian wishes to pursue President Qin, but since young Master Zhou is already close to winning her over, he retaliates out of humiliation. With this conclusion, the onlookers' gazes toward Li Wentian shifted dramatically, filled with disdain and disgust. The situation is likely as follows. Qin Xiaoyun cast a glance at Li Wentian and sensed that his emotions were awry. She hastily added, perhaps Li Wentian is just too anxious, which led to these incidents. I hope that next time you enter my office, you will knock first. Although her words provided some support for Li Wentian, the impression that several idlers held of him had already formed. Even with Qin Xiaoyun's defense, it was of little avail. It was predictable that in a couple of days, Li Wentian would become the target of scorn within the Qin Corporation, and even that timeline might be shorter. Chapter 55, A Warning. You actually know how to speak up for Li Wentian? What is wrong with you, woman? No, I cannot stay here any longer. If I linger here, I don't know what Li Wentian will become, but I will undoubtedly transform from the villain into a righteous little team of heroes. Feeling that the situation was becoming increasingly dire, Zhou Junran dared not remain any longer. You handle your internal matters at the Qin Corporation. As she observed his demeanor, Qin Xiaoyun was reminded of Zhou Junran in videos or on television, brimming with confidence as he pointed out the world. Now, however, he bore none of that countenance, only the visage of a plan gone awry, hastily departing. The thought nearly made her laugh. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained an attack power of 1. Once he had fully departed, the idlers began their chattering once more. Is young Master Zhou not planning to hold this against anyone? It seems so. There's a sense of forbearance. Yet, how can he refrain from accountability in such a situation? What a generous man. Indeed, but why does he not pursue responsibility? It must be because Li Wentian is under President Qin's wing. Otherwise, I would definitely have sought legal counsel. Absolutely, Li Wentian is far too oblivious to his standing. With the real big shot gone, the idlers felt free to speak without restraint. In the now empty office, aside from the door that was about to be replaced, only Qin Xiaoyun, Li Wentian, and the idlers remained. At that moment, their mocking voices pricked Li Wentian's ears like needles. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Witnessing this, the idlers hesitated to speak further, yet their reaction only deepened their disdain for Li Wentian. Qin Xiaoyun noticed his reaction, her brows knitting tightly in concern. Previously, she had gleaned some insights from Zhou Junran's remarks, which had already colored her impression of Li Wentian unfavorably. Having witnessed his impulsivity multiple times, and now his extreme response, her opinion of him had further deteriorated. Once she had sent the idlers away, she spoke again. It was not that I did not help you. It was simply that your actions were too rash. We both know Zhou Junran is the head of the largest conglomerate in Jiangsheng, a corporation that ranks among the top in Huaxia. Regardless of whether you intend to assist me, we cannot afford to offend him. Understand? After listening earnestly, Li Wentian took a deep breath, feeling his mood lighten somewhat. He realized that Xiaoyun's earlier lack of support in front of others stemmed from her concern over the matter. He had misjudged her. He ought to understand her better and refrain from such impulsivity in the future. However, while he could forgive Xiaoyun, Zhou Junran was absolutely unforgivable for repeatedly provoking him. After all, Li Wentian was the Dragon King of the Long Wangdian overseas, a figure whose mere sneeze could shake the entire region. At that moment, he began contemplating his next move regarding Zhou Junran. Noticing that he had been staring blankly, Qin Xiaoyun's furrowed brows deepened further. She continued, "Though you have offended Zhou Junran this time, do not fear, for I am here to shield you." What if that fellow became infatuated and used the access card she had given him to invade her? Where could she go to seek justice? She extended her hand. Now that you have offended Zhou Junran, things are bound to escalate. To prevent further transgressions against him and to ensure our own integrity, please hand over that access card. Li Wentian's brows knitted momentarily, but soon relaxed. He perceived that Qin Xiaoyun was somewhat rattled by Zhou Junran, yet still wished to protect him, hence this approach. An access card was trivial. If she wanted it, he would give it to her, as he understood her intentions. "It's fine. You are my company employee, and it is only natural for you to worry about me." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before concluding their conversation. Upon leaving the office, Li Wentian took only a few steps before encountering the idlers again. Although they refrained from overtly expressing their disdain, their glances spoke volumes. Ignorant fools. Just wait until I conquer your President Qin. You will see." Bypassing them, Li Wentian turned a corner and retrieved his phone. After deftly tapping a few times to compose a message, he selected a contact and sent the unencrypted message. This was his confidence. He was certain no one would dare intercept his communication. After sending it, he gazed skyward through the glass. "Zhou Junran, consider this your warning. If there's a next time, it will cost you your life." The cold glint in his eyes solidified at the final utterance. Achoo! Zhou Junran, who had just parked his car, sneezed mightily before he could even exit, nearly colliding with the steering wheel. A sneeze? Someone is thinking of me. Who could it be? It can't possibly be that foolish woman, Qin Xiaoyun. I hope it is not her. If she is indeed thinking of me, coupled with this string of peculiar reactions, could it be that she genuinely harbors feelings for me? Damn, if she has truly developed feelings, that would be troublesome. After contemplating the scenario, Zhou Junran deemed it highly plausible. Thus, he decisively opted for a cold treatment. As for the acquisition of shares that had surfaced, it could be postponed. Otherwise, what would he do when he next encountered Qin Xiaoyun and she openly showed her kindness to him? He could not simply cast her aside. Chapter 56. Learned just for you. Reclining on the living room sofa, Zhou Junran reviewed the storyline once more. He recalled having seen Li Ling'er in peril. According to the plot, he should visit a piano store in Jiangsheng in the coming days. There, he would catch a glimpse of Li Ling'er from afar, forming a faint impression, which in subsequent developments would lead to a significant impact due to that almost negligible connection. According to the storyline, I must select a piano at the store in the next couple of days due to certain matters. Last time, I had to accompany Lung Qianxue for her sake. But with so many changes this time, I wonder how it will unfold. Regardless, I shall visit the piano store personally in the next few days. After confirming his next course of action, Zhou Junran called his most loyal subordinate, Hua Chengjun. After delegating his tasks to Hua Chengjun, he endured a barrage of flattery for over 10 minutes before finally ending the call. Exhausted from a long day, he thought to himself, time to sleep. Rising from the sofa, he made his way to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep in an instant. When he next awoke, the night had fully descended. Awakening from a deep slumber, Zhou Junran instinctively recoiled from the blinding glare of his phone screen, realizing that it was already past 1 o'clock. Surprised by the duration of his sleep, he glanced outside and beheld the resplendent moon hanging high in the sky. After stepping off the bed, he walked across the luminous moonlight to the living room. Was it Xiaoli who was on duty tonight? He needed to check on the food she had prepared. Taking out his phone, he reviewed the duty roster and confirmed that indeed, it was Xiaoli assigned for the evening. Xiaoli? Is she asleep? If so, she need not rise. He pondered, what is going on? Are my servants plotting a rebellion? He dismissed the thought, reasoning that if a rebellion were to occur, it would wait until after the month's wages were dispersed, for it was indeed the end of the month, and they would need sustenance. Moreover, if a rebellion were afoot, they should have confronted him by now. As he attuned his senses, Zhou Junran realized he was alone in the villa, save for a single familiar presence, accompanied by an inexplicable fragrance. Ah, now I comprehend the situation. He mused, you have granted these servants a holiday again, and their salaries have reached 5 figures, with some nearing 6. Every day, you bestow upon them paid leave, and all this money is deducted from my account. This woman is truly extravagant. Before his eyes, a figure clad in a flowing long-sleeved hanfu danced gracefully under the pristine moonlight. Standing tall and elegant, she moved with a fluidity akin to a sea serpent, soft and boneless. From the very outset, Zhou Junran found himself utterly captivated, unable to divert his gaze. Goodness, if I were more cultured, I would certainly say, the dance skirts flutter green as they descend, the wine brings a rosy hue to the cheeks. Yet here I am, a mere rustic, left to marvel in awe. Previously, he had only known that Lung Qianxue could dance, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. She dances with such freedom. Thank goodness my home is spacious enough. If it were not, or if she were on a stage, she might misstep and fall flat on her face. Is she drinking as well? The aroma is quite delightful. While he appreciated the fragrance, he lamented that one should not drink while dancing, nor dance while drinking. His nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of the subtle scent of alcohol, which he found rather pleasant. Upon sensing his thoughts, Lung Qianxue's exquisite and graceful movements almost faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. Oh dear, just as I commend you, you seem to have hit a snag. Miss, your internet connection seems unstable. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for an upgrade, so you need not worry about interruptions while dancing in the future. Zhou Junran, keenly aware of her momentary lapse, could not help but make a jest, his irritation rising. Despite the interruptions, Lung Qianxue endeavored to maintain her composure. After all, the one admiring her dance was her most cherished person. She refrained from making any sudden moves, knowing that any misstep could delay the next time he would watch her dance. In the midst of her enchanting performance, Lung Qianxue gracefully approached Zhou Junran, and at that moment, the scent of alcohol intensified around her. Unaware of her own fragrance, she leaned in closer, first approaching him from the front. Then, when he was inattentive, she skillfully maneuvered to his rear. Who knew this girl was so agile? He mused. But why this agility now? Are you attempting to seduce me? Ah, I see. You are not trying to seduce me. Rather, you intend to sneak up on me. Standing tall, Zhou Junran maintained a stoic expression. Yet internally, he was filled with incredulous thoughts. At such proximity, Lung Qianxue could hear his thoughts as clearly as if someone were whispering in her ear, leading her to contemplate a moment of mischief. As she stood behind him, he felt a slight chill at his neck. In that very instant, as he turned around, Lung Qianxue gently rose on her toes and embraced him. Embracing me again, are we? He thought, inwardly exulting, so soft and ample. Truly, Lung Qianxue, you are remarkable. Though reluctant to let go, Zhou Junran was aware of the lines he ought to deliver at such a moment. However, Before he could speak, Lung Qinshu interrupted him. Her crimson lips pressed firmly against his, her tongue darting forth like a nimble serpent, swirling within before retreating just as quickly. She tugged at his neck, drawing his ear closer, whispering, Junran, this dance tonight, I learned it specifically for you. Chapter 57. Strategy, what is this attire? My goodness, Zhou Junran exclaimed. I thought you wore a full hanfu, yet it appears you don't wear anything beneath the sheer fabric. Wasn't the window open? With the wind blowing so fiercely. Are you not cold? Regardless of your temperature, I must remark on the fairness of your skin. Having marveled at Lung Qinshu's attire, Zhou Junran swiftly adopted a demeanor befitting his character. Striving for an impassive expression, he declared, it is merely a dance. What significance does it hold? There are countless women willing to dance for me. What makes you so special? Lung Qinshu, having already caught wind of his thoughts, found herself secretly delighted. Unfazed by his words, she opened her mouth, playfully nibbling on Zhou Junran's earlobe, saying, this dance was created by the most beautiful woman of the Tang dynasty for her beloved, yet her fate led her to follow him into the afterlife. With her hands gripping Zhou Junran's shoulders, Lung Qinshu leaned back slightly, their eyes locking in earnestness. I am willing to dance for you, and likewise. I would gladly face death for you. As she finished speaking, she winked playfully. Could it be that you are the Zixia fairy of this world? He thought. Your gaze is irresistibly alluring. I know you would sacrifice everything for me. Yet, I insist that you maintain your distance, for if you draw closer, I may lose control. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Junran uttered words he did not believe. To die for me? Do you truly think you are worthy of such devotion? I, Zhou Junran, shall forever hold a place in my heart only for Qin Xiaoyun. No one else shall ever take her place. At his declaration, Lung Qinshu froze, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes momentarily blank. However, in the next instant, Zhou Junran's thoughts echoed in her mind. Who cares about Qin Xiaoyun? You, Lung Qinshu, far surpass her in every regard. Let me tell you, if I had to choose between you and Qin Xiaoyun, it would not be a matter of sanity. It would be a question of my intelligence. Compared to her, I prefer you, I adore you. Every single aspect of you. With a grave expression, Zhou Junran felt that he had never been so serious in this narrative. Yet, in the next moment, as he bore such a solemn demeanor, Lung Qinshu burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble, drawing Zhou Junran's gaze to her bosom, which swayed in rhythm with her laughter. Indeed, I recognize that you hold me in higher regard than Qin Xiaoyun. She pales in comparison before you. The issue lies in your ignorance. For how could you suddenly smile so joyfully? Alas, it seems that Jiangcheng's most beautiful woman is destined to transform into the foremost fool. Zhou Junran endeavored to divert his attention through sarcasm. Yet despite his efforts, the magnificent peaks remained an irresistible magnet for his gaze. Regardless of whom you may cherish, my heart will always belong to you. Lung Qinshu beamed with delight, declaring that all of her being and affections were devoted to him, irrespective of the person who occupied his thoughts, for her love remained solely for him. What nonsense is this? Sister, I have laid my feelings bare, and you still respond this way. Zhou Junran lamented. Indeed, I shall never again aspire to be Jiangcheng's top sycophant. This title is now yours. You shall henceforth be known as Jiangcheng's foremost flatterer, a female one at that. Being privy to Zhou Junran's inner thoughts, Lung Qinshu understood the turmoil within him, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Yet she stifled her embarrassment, stepping forward to embrace him, pressing her face firmly against his chest. With a voice tinged with tremor, she murmured, if it pleases you, I am willing to be whatever you desire. Enough, enough. From now on, you shall be my dear sister. He protested. Your actions render me powerless. I cannot maintain my composure. This cannot continue. I must seek more potent distractions. Collecting his thoughts, Zhou Junran resisted the allure of her captivating form, fixing his gaze upon Lung Qinshu's eyes. In a serious tone, he asserted, do you not comprehend my words? I have freed myself from your embrace. The one I adore is not you, but Qin Xiaoyun. Do you not understand? Has your mind been led astray? Having heard his true feelings, Lung Qinshu struggled to contain her laughter at his earnest performance. This man is truly amusing. I consider myself fortunate to have fallen for him. Yet, I cannot fathom why he treats me this way. Is he bashful? She recognized his inner conflict, understanding that his words were meant to shield his vulnerabilities. However, now that she could hear his heart's whispers, she resolved not to act foolishly as she once did. Stepping closer, she rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Zhou Junran's. Indeed, the tongue is the most delicate part of a woman. Her kiss is surprisingly skilled, yet there is an air of unfamiliarity. Her hands tremble as she embraces me. Who would have thought that she, so composed among powerful figures, would be nervous? Wait, what am I thinking? Shouldn't I be assertively pushing her away? He thought, frustration bubbling within him. Who gave you the audacity to kiss me? How adorable. How can a woman be so endearingly foolish? He resolved to suppress such emotions, determined not to fall under her spell. Taking a deep breath, he instinctively scrutinized Qin Xiaoyun's entire being, seeking her weaknesses. However, his gaze became fixated upon the magnificent mountains before him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Chapter 58. The piano delivered to her home. You have triumphed. I concede. Your charm has defeated me. Must I take my leave now? Struggling against the urge to linger, Zhou Junran glared fiercely. Keep your distance. Do not appear within my sight again. Before he could finish his sentence, he retreated, hastily departing the scene. My dear Junran, you are simply adorable. Upon witnessing his retreat, Qin Xiaoyun could no longer contain herself and erupted into laughter, her exuberance causing her form to sway enticingly. After Zhou Junran had been gone for some time, her laughter gradually subsided. Junran, though I cannot grasp the reasons behind your continual rejections, I find it perplexing that you pursue a woman named Qin Xiaoyun, who possesses not a single quality superior to mine. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am aware that you love me, that you cherish me. I shall pursue you relentlessly until you become wholly mine. Qin Xiaoyun leaned against the railing, gazing longingly in the direction Zhou Junran had departed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained enhanced vision. Under the moonlight, her graceful figure swayed gently in a breeze, her hanfu fluttering elegantly. With a faint smile adorning her face, she wrapped herself tightly in her garments, seeking warmth against the summer chill. Having fled from the villa, Zhou Junran climbed aboard his unremarkable luxury vehicle, valued at a mere 700 million. What is with this woman tonight? She is exceptionally alluring. Curse that author. This premise is utterly illogical. In reality, who would forsake a beauty like Qin Xiaoyun in favor of a foolish woman like Qin Xiaoyun, especially after this reset? Her intellect seems somewhat impaired. In comparison, who would choose her, abandoning a gem for a mere stone? As Zhou Junran lay within his inconspicuous vehicle, he glanced at the sky. It remained shrouded in darkness, with only the moonlight illuminating the surroundings a few meters away. Although the system had enhanced his vision, the dim light posed no hindrance. At this hour, there were few people outside, making it preferable to remain in the vehicle and enjoy a moment of relaxation. Zhou Junran decisively retrieved his phone, opening the app dogblood to browse videos. Ah, this is amusing. This one is delightful. I shall give it a thumbs up and have my assistant invest $1 million tomorrow for a series. This car looks sleek. How is it only 400,000? Quite the bargain. Perhaps I shall buy it as a toy. The sounds of Zhou Junran's laughter echoed throughout the vehicle for the entire night. Before long, dawn began to break. Peering outside, Zhou Junran gauged the approximate time, stretching as he rose from bed. This app is rather enjoyable and quite intriguing. Unfortunately, it is still in its infancy. There are few prominent figures, and the video repetition is excessive. I must find an opportunity to instruct my assistant to acquire this company. After a leisurely morning routine, Zhou Junran stepped out of the vehicle, finding that daylight had fully arrived. Glancing at his wrist, he noted the time, still shy of 7. Would the piano store even be open? Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before dismissing the concern. Though the store may not yet be open, it is early enough. Departing at this hour, I should avoid traffic. If I encounter traffic this early, I shall truly be at my wit's end. With this in mind, he chose a relatively stylish sports car and set off. However, just 5 minutes later, Zhou Junran found himself enveloped in silence. Why is there traffic? It is not yet even 7. Traffic at this hour? What madness is this? And it is not merely congestion. This line stretches at least 300 meters. How long must I endure this? I woke up early for this torture. Zhou Junran decisively disembarked from his vehicle, tossing the car keys to a delivery boy, and swiftly rode his tricycle towards the piano store. In the crisp morning breeze, the delivery boy, clutching the car keys, silently observed Zhou Junran exerting himself to pedal the tricycle. Once Zhou Junran turned a corner and vanished from sight, the boy lowered his head and sighed. "Brother, my tricycle is electric-assisted. You need not exert yourself so much." With the aid of the tricycle, Zhou Junran sped past Lamborghini and Ferrari, arriving at the piano store's entrance in less than an hour. After parking the tricycle, which was worth over 10 million, he exhaled deeply, astonished that pedaling for an hour nearly made him break a sweat. Wait, isn't it already 8 o'clock? Why isn't the piano store open? What nonsense! It opens at 10. The last time I came, you were already open. Why are you not opening this time? Don't you care about making money? Just wait. I will have you open the door shortly. Observing the sign indicating a 10 o'clock opening, Zhou Junran was instantly displeased. Previously, he had come due to his sycophant, Hua Changjun, when the morning was equally early, greeted by beautiful women in qipao lining the streets. Now, however, he found himself utterly alone, and the doors remained shut. He promptly pulled out his phone, muttering, "Don't even think about sleeping. Call the head of the piano store and purchase it for me. I want them to open within half an hour." All right, I will handle it immediately." Still half asleep, Hua Changjun sprang up, hastily dressing as he began making calls to facilitate the transaction. "I initially thought today would just be a casual outing, but it seems I must spend money. Spending money is one thing, but to think it would cost me some equivalent to my lunch, great, I bought a piano store and now can't have lunch. Once Li Linger arrives to buy a piano, I know where she lives. I must ensure every piano is delivered to her home. Not only that, but I will also block her path with a piano. If it gets damaged, she will have to compensate me." The thought of Li Linger's character made Zhou Junran chuckle. As he pondered, the piano store manager hurriedly approached, panting from exertion. This morning, he had been lazily lying in bed with a model until a phone call jolted him awake. Upon realizing it was Zhou Corporation wishing to purchase his store at a generous price, he abandoned the model and rushed out. Now, upon seeing Zhou Junran perched on the tricycle, he scarcely caught his breath before exclaiming, "Ah, Master Zhou, you have arrived. How did you come so quickly? I had not expected this sycophant's abilities to exceed my prior estimations. If possible, I must ensure to exploit him further. He ought to accomplish the work of 20. Displaying a capitalist's exclusive grin, Zhou Junran regarded the breathless store manager and declared, "I am now your employer." "Oh, yes. I shall be in your service from now on, Master Zhou," the store manager said, bowing with utmost respect. Another sycophant. Alas, as a villain, one always has supporters, which is rather delightful. Yet, being supported is contingent upon my wealth. Without money, alas. Fortunately, I lack nothing but money. I relish being adored wherever I go. This is the life I desire. Stepping down from the tricycle, Zhou Junran, concealing his mischievous glee, maintained a stoic facade and said, "All right, open the door." "Of course, I will do so right away." Fearing he had offended Zhou Junran by arriving late, the store manager hurriedly dashed to unlock the piano store's door. While ascending the steps, he stumbled and fell, but, disregarding his injury, he quickly rose to continue his task. "Brother, no offense, but you are old enough to be my elder. At your age, why such frantic urgency? What is the rush? Let me tell you, now that you've fallen, it is not during working hours. So it does not qualify as a work injury. I will not compensate you, nor will I be extorted." Zhou Junran instinctively stepped back, maintaining distance from the store manager, who could easily be his elder. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, he empathized with the plight of workers, having once been a cog in the corporate machine himself. Thus, upon arriving, he had instructed his sycophant to double the salaries and benefits of the staff, while extending their time off and reducing their working hours. Initially, the executives opposed this decision, attempting to dissuade Zhou Junran. However, as employee morale skyrocketed and productivity surged beyond expectations, their objections ceased. This left Zhou Junran, who had merely sought to prioritize employee welfare over corporate interests, pondering, why do those bloodsuckers refuse to adopt such beneficial practices when providing greater pay and more rest results in superior outcomes? Stepping through the open doors of the piano store, he marveled at the aesthetic decor. Even though I've been here before, I still find the decor quite appealing, especially that nude art piece. I adore it. Wait, there's the piano. I see it, the one Li Linger noticed from afar. Upon entering, Zhou Junran approached the piano, tenderly caressing it, aware that he would soon spend many days with this instrument. Master Zhou, do you have a fondness for this piano? If you truly like it, I can purchase it for you. The store manager, attempting to be clever, interjected. What do you mean by that? Are you unaware that my previous encounter with Li Linger stemmed from this very piano? Well, it appears you do not know, but wouldn't you inquire given your ignorance? Zhou Junran replied nonchalantly. Do you think I lack money to require you to gift me a piano? No, that is not my intention, Master Zhou. I only observed your admiration and wished to. As the store manager spoke, he noticed Zhou Junran's impassive expression, causing his tone to diminish until he was rendered speechless. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by the hurried female manager, who immediately altered her perception of Zhou Junran. Ignoring the store manager, Zhou Junran began to explore the piano store. Meanwhile, the store manager briefed the female manager before departing. As she surveyed the surroundings, the female manager recognized that the man before her was to be her new boss and the foremost scion of Jiangqing. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her attire, loosening 2 buttons, and approached Zhou Junran, offering, "Boss, would you care for some water?" While presenting the water, she made an effort to lean forward, revealing glimpses of her alluring figure. This woman is rather forward. Although I encountered her previously, she was dressed modestly at the piano store. Why does she reveal so much upon seeing me? Is it particularly warm today? Ah, never mind. I shall merely observe. Her intentions are of no concern to me. The female manager seemed to sense this as she moved to a more appropriate position, continuing to lean forward. With a bright smile, she inquired, "Boss, aside from water, do you have any other requests? I am at your service." I found myself in a state of disbelief. This simply cannot be. If I were to speak of it, I would undoubtedly make headlines in just a few days. Alas, I shall continue my surreptitious observations. But wait, what do I mean by sneaking a glance? It is a biological instinct for a man to gaze upon a woman at first sight. Only when one continues to stare after that initial glance is it truly considered sneaking a look. Nevertheless, as long as I do not blink, it remains the first glance. An innate response beyond my control. With this logic firmly in place, Zhou Junran began to gaze with a sense of entitlement at the grand, pristine piano before him. The female manager seemed to comprehend his intentions and fetched a stool, sitting quietly beside him. Not for any other reason, but to glean even the smallest fragment of wealth from this affluent patron could afford her a lifetime of comfort, far superior to currying favor with a former dog shop owner. In the following days, Zhou Junran unexpectedly discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the system had granted him a talent for music, and quite a considerable endowment at that. Momentarily inspired, he played a few pieces and found that musical instruments could indeed be so delightful. In the remaining time, he continually challenged himself with increasingly difficult compositions, ultimately garnering a substantial following of admirers. The media buzzed with sensational headlines, such as shocking. The first young master of Jiangqing neglects work to indulge in such antics, and astonishing news. The owner of Jiangqing's largest conglomerate takes such measures for a piano. The crowd murmured, "What moral decay or distortion of humanity is this?" As the esteemed top youth of Jiangqing spent his days with a piano. With a click, Zhou Junran silenced his phone, at a loss for words against the unscrupulous media. What on earth is wrong with you people? I merely came to play the piano, and you nearly twisted it into a scandal. He finally understood the helplessness of those who have been slandered in reality. Yet it mattered not. While they were powerless against rumors, he was not. Just wait, once I resolve this plot point, you'll find yourselves begging for coins from me. Disregarding these distractions, Zhou Junran focused on his intentions for the day. In the midst of the crowd drawn by the spectacle, a girl with a high ponytail and clad in denim pushed through the throngs. She peered ahead, surrounded by heads of onlookers, and found herself tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. Given her stature, unless she were to don stilts, it was impossible to see anything within the sea of bodies. Why is it so crowded? It was not this congested when I came to purchase the piano. However, these past few days, The one who allows me to hear my thoughts was also present here. I longed to see him. Alas, it appeared impossible to push through, so I would settle for observing from afar. After several attempts, the petite Li Linger ultimately chose to retreat, standing on a distant stone pedestal to elevate her view. Before long, the air resonated with the melodious strains of the piano. As the music concluded, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Bravo! This young man plays magnificently. Indeed, his skill was remarkable, surpassing many masters I had previously heard. The praises echoed among the spectators, and for reasons unknown, a smile crept upon Li Linger's lips. Just as she prepared to join the chorus of compliments, a male voice suddenly called out from behind her. "Linger, what a coincidence to see you here!" Gao Feng exclaimed, feigning surprise. Startled by the unexpected voice, Li Linger stumbled off her pedestal. Recovering, she asked Gao Feng, "What brings you here?" "Oh, I heard that a master, the first young master of Jiangcheng, was showcasing his talent, so I thought I would come to see for myself," he replied, having prepared this line in advance. Li Linger found his words peculiar, yet could not pinpoint why. In truth, Gao Feng had been waiting since Zhou Junran first gained notoriety. Unable to articulate her discomfort, she merely said, "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Let us continue to listen." Standing there, Gao Feng felt awkward and could only agree, accompanying her to enjoy the piano performance. "Apologies, everyone, but today, as piano pieces conclude here," a voice rang out from within the piano store. "What? Is it already over? Such a pity. Indeed, what a shame. I just arrived yesterday, and now it's finished. Enough already. You both are better off than I am. I only came this morning, and now it's over." The crowd expressed their discontent, lamenting the fleeting opportunity to hear such exquisite music. Zhou Junran, aware of their sentiments, remarked, "Comrades, despite my current skills, I still fall short of Beethoven-esque level. However, with the system as assistance, I am not far off. To hear a single piece outside would cost a fortune. I have allowed you all to enjoy this for free for so many days, yet you remain unsatisfied. If you must place blame, direct it toward Li Linger for arriving so early. Otherwise, you would have had more chances to listen." Having said this, Zhou Junran rose to depart. However, through the crowd, Li Linger caught his thoughts, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Seriously? I just arrived, and you have no shame," she blurted out, completely forgetting her suitor beside her. Hearing this, Gao Feng seized the opportunity to assert himself. "Linger, it's merely a piano performance. If you don't want to listen, then don't. Besides, I can play just as well. You can listen to me in the future." Li Linger felt a wave of nausea wash over her. How could he be so brazen? The last time she was in peril, he had fled. Now, in the face of someone clearly superior, he still had the audacity to speak such words, utterly devoid of shame. Ignoring him, Li Linger chose to remain silent, continuing to tiptoe atop her pedestal, hoping to catch another glimpse of Zhou Junran. If she missed this chance, who knew when she would see him again? Seeing her intent, Gao Feng grew flustered. "What is the matter, Lingo? Do you not believe in me?" Rolling her eyes, Li Linger, hoping to deter his incessant chatter, replied, "Of course I believe you. You are the best, all right?" Gao Feng frowned, feeling wronged. He had merely acted in self-preservation, yet she treated him this way. If he were captured, he was certain she would flee as well. What right did she have to judge him? "Linger, do you truly not trust me?" he demanded, pulling her down with fervor, his voice drawing the attention of many. Uncomfortable under the gazes, Li Linger could only respond helplessly, "I believe you. I have already said you are the best." "Ah, so you still don't believe me, huh? Just wait. I will prove it to you," he declared loudly, forcing his way through the crowd toward the piano store, proclaiming, "I challenge the one who just played." With this declaration, the once muted crowd now turned their full attention to him. What is he saying? Has he lost his mind? Piano skills are remarkably high. Where do you find the audacity to think you can compete with him? This child seems somewhat familiar. Is he that so-called sea turtle? Sea turtle? I might as well be a seagull. This fellow must be quite foolish. Amidst the crowd, a voice of mockery erupted, followed by a chorus of laughter. What on earth is happening here? Moreover, I recall you were not merely a sycophant for Li Linger. Tell me, why would a sycophant create trouble for another sycophant? Turning around, Zhou Junran helplessly gazed at the simpleton opposite him, who was also a sycophant. "Please, my good fellow, does he not shy away from a challenge?" Zhou Gongzi merely chooses to ignore you. Indeed, the video of Zhou Gongzi playing the piano has circulated online, astonishing even foreign masters who wish to observe him in person. You, calling yourself a sea turtle, is merely a euphemism. Frankly, you are akin to a turtle. What courage do you possess to challenge Zhou Gongzi? Brother, if you seek fame, there are better avenues than this. Do not humiliate yourself. With a renewed provocation from Gao Feng, the crowd erupted in even louder laughter. Behind the throng, Li Linger watched Gao Feng with a look of astonishment. Although she had just begun her journey with the piano, she could discern Zhou Junran's level of skill, while Gao Feng's abilities were commendable among the youth. Comparing himself to someone of Zhou Junran's world-class caliber was nothing short of self-inflicted misery. What is happening? Why does it feel as though I've become the protagonist of this story? Why is everyone rallying to my defense? Could it be that this Gao Feng fellow is actually the hidden protagonist of this narrative? Should I step forward and engage him in a contest? Then I could triumph over him and humiliate him, ultimately crafting a character inferior to Li Wentian. With an eye roll, Zhou Junran assumed his role. Speaking with disdain, where did this garbage spring from? I have never heard of you. Oomph. Gao Feng snorted. I've been overseas. It is only natural that a country bumpkin like you hasn't heard of me. But worry not. By the end of today, you shall know who I am. Country bumpkin? Me? Brother, it seems you're the true sea turtle, the real turtle. Are you not currently blinded by love? After playing the piano for so long, you dare to provoke me? Forget it. It is not my concern. I shall simply play the role of the villain. Zhou Junran scoffed. I do not care how well you mingled overseas. Even if you excelled there, this is Jiangsheng, not a place where you can wreak havoc. Upon uttering these words, all eyes in the room turned to Zhou Junran. Is he really going to make a move against this provocateur and perform a piano piece? Li Linger's gaze was also fixed on Zhou Junran. Yet she could hear his inner thoughts, her mind filled with question marks. Why does he claim to be the villain? It is Gao Feng who is provoking him, attempting to use him as a stepping stone. Moreover, the Zhou Group's benefits are the best in all of Jiangsheng, having donated billions for the construction of hospitals and schools. How can such a person be the villain? Can a villain engage in such noble acts? While she was engulfed in confusion, Gao Feng spoke again. Jiangsheng is not my territory, but it is not yours either. If you have the courage, like a man, come and compete with me. Otherwise, I shall hold you in contempt for the rest of my life. His face flushed, his tone dripping with provocation. He believed himself quite manly, stealing glances at Li Linger below. Noticing her attention on the piano store, he grew more impassioned. Your words are so juvenile. What do you mean I will forever look down on you if you do not compete with me? Who am I? I am Zhou Junran, the recognized first son of Jiangsheng, among the top 10 outstanding youths, with assets sufficient to purchase the entire city, ranking among the youth worldwide. Do I need your approval? Moreover, does my masculinity require validation from you? Surely you do not expect me to lower myself to your level. Wait a moment. Are you one of those? How bizarre. Zhou Junran did not hide his disgust, stepping back and saying, "Get away from me." What? Gao Feng, who had just assumed the role of justice in Jiangsheng's piano world, was momentarily taken aback by these words. The crowd, which had been rallying behind Zhou Junran, was also stunned by his sudden reaction. As everyone stood bewildered, laughter suddenly erupted around them. Could this girl also be a fool? What did she just say to provoke such laughter? She must have some issues. I cannot afford to associate with her too much, lest my intelligence be dragged down to her level. Zhou Junran regarded her with the eyes of a fool. Upon hearing such thoughts, Li Linger's laughter abruptly halted, and she instinctively glared at Zhou Junran. However, when she noticed everyone looking at her, she froze, quickly lowering her head to become an invisible ostrich. Staring at the ground, her face turned crimson in mere seconds, as if she were about to burst into tears. Chapter 62. For Jiangsheng. Seeing Li Linger's current state, Gao Feng's heart began to race wildly. This woman is indeed the one he has been pursuing. Even her shyness is endearing. No matter the strength of the opponent, he must defeat him and win her heart. With that thought in mind, he declared loudly, "Zhou Gongzi, if you do not dare to accept my challenge, are you truly afraid? Are you even a man? This fellow has started again. Does it really not concern you? If you were a woman, I could demonstrate my masculinity to you. But as a man, how am I to prove it? Should we compete to see who can urinate higher? Unthinkable. Do not dream. Zhou Junran's expression grew more contemptuous. Do you truly wish to challenge me without understanding your own limitations? You are nothing but a sea turtle. How could you possibly compare to Zhou Gongzi? Indeed, if Zhou Gongzi wished to deal with you, it would be a trivial matter. A chorus of onlookers cheered, many of whom genuinely understood the piano and supported Zhou Junran. Noticing that the crowd was no longer focused on her, Li Ling'er finally lifted her head, eager to see the unfolding drama. It seemed the two were genuinely poised for a contest. She was curious to see how Zhou Junran would dismantle her sycophant. How thrilling! If Zhou Junran could hear her thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter at the sheer absurdity of such a pathetic sycophant. Stealing another glance at the goddess, Gao Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "It is not that I am foolishly challenging you. It is for the sake of Jiangxing's piano community that I must defeat you." For the sake of Jiangxing's piano community? What has happened to it? If I play well, will you become the avenger? If I perform poorly, will you then condemn me? Since you are such a man of justice, speaking like a protagonist, I shall generously grant you the life circumstances only a protagonist could possess. Nodding slightly, Zhou Junran took out his phone. For the sake of Jiangxing's Qin community, very well, daring to speak to me in such a manner, I shall refer to you as werewolf. However, given your current strength, a formal challenge against me may not be feasible. Hence, I shall send some minor creatures to assist you in leveling up. Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Send some minor creatures to level up? Indeed, to provide you with opportunities to gain experience and enhance your abilities. Otherwise, with your current strength, not only would you fail to deal with me, but even your goddess's future husband could effortlessly blow you away. After composing and sending several messages on his phone, Zhou Junran calmly began to wait. What do you mean by that? For some inexplicable reason, Gao Feng felt a wave of anxiety. His inner voice was telling him that he had just made a grave mistake. It seemed that Zhou Junran intended to target this Sea King. He wondered how Zhou Junran would assist him. You all do not understand, do you? Zhou Junran refers to him as werewolf and intends to help him level up. It must be that he is preparing to assign him a task to prove his worth as a werewolf. It was not entirely impossible. Everyone present knew that Zhou Junran had the power to shape a person's destiny, and they could not help but begin to speculate. Upon hearing Zhou Junran's thoughts, Li Ling'er was filled with curiosity. She was eager to discover what kind of fate Zhou Junran envisioned for a protagonist or how he planned to punish Gao Feng. What do you mean? As his inner trepidation mounted, Gao Feng questioned loudly. Oh, why are you so anxious from the very start? Brother, your composure is lacking. Look at Li Wentian. Even when cornered multiple times, his reaction is nothing short of fearless. And then there's you, cowering like a frightened rabbit, trembling from the very beginning. TSK, TSK, TSK. How can someone like you be a protagonist? You're nothing but a failure. Growing weary of the situation, Zhou Junran merely revealed a smirk reminiscent of Li Wentian's signature Dragon King grin. The resemblance was uncanny, while one could not definitively claim that the real person had arrived. It was certainly a close match. You, Gao Feng extended a finger, realizing that not only was his challenge being disregarded, but the other party was mocking him with such audacity. After a brief moment, his phone rang. At the same instant, the entire piano store fell silent. Gao Feng's hand instinctively moved towards his pocket, but just as he was about to retrieve his phone, he hesitated. He suddenly remembered that the individual before him was capable of wielding immense power in Jiangxing, able to alter destinies with a mere word. Just moments ago, he had boldly provoked this man in the name of love. After accepting the challenge, this man had said little, only making a phone call. But could it be that this very call was the reason his phone was ringing now? With this thought in mind, Gao Feng dare not answer. If it were merely a mundane call, it would be manageable. However, if it were indeed a call instigated by Zhou Junran, it could rewrite the course of his life. Come on, it's just a phone call. Why the theatrics? Wait, are you that exhausted? Your hands are trembling and your legs are shaking. Brother, this is broad daylight, not the midnight bell of doom. You shouldn't be scared to the point of wetting yourself. Zhou Junran could no longer contain himself and urged, What's the matter, great hero? Why do you hesitate to answer a simple call? Exactly, just moments ago, you were so bold in challenging Zhou Junran. Channel that same courage and answer the phone. You haven't gone soft, have you? Unbeknownst to him, someone in the crowd shouted the last line, which Gao Feng overheard. He suddenly turned towards the crowd, shouting in a near scream, "You worthless lot! I stepped forward for the sake of Jiangxing's Qin community and music scene. You lowly dogs! Not only do you fail to support me, but you also aid in my downfall." Chapter 63. Rewarding Oneself. After shouting these words, Gao Feng seemed to lose all strength and leaned against a nearby piano. The onlookers who had originally gathered to admire Zhou Junran's exceptional piano skills now turned into spectators eagerly anticipating his downfall. Li Ling'er furrowed her brow tightly. She resolved never to encounter this man again. Initially, she had thought he was merely timid, and, as she was not his wife, it was reasonable for him to retreat in such a situation. However, now, having boldly provoked another, he had the audacity to berate the crowd. Such a person, if she were ever to be with him, would surely lead to an unimaginable outcome should life present even the slightest inconvenience. Thus, for her own well-being, Li Ling'er decisively severed ties with Gao Feng. Gasping for breath, Gao Feng felt the phone's ringing momentarily cease, but within less than a second, it resumed. At this point, how could anyone be unaware of the situation? How could they not understand why Gao Feng was reluctant to answer the call? "Brother, I simply had my lackey acquire the company of your sponsor, and then I instructed him, along with everyone in Jiangxing, not to provide you with any support in the future, followed by a warning to all music venues. Tell me, how could you possibly crumble under such pressure? If you can't survive in Jiangxing, you could always find a place elsewhere for 100 or 80 years and then make a comeback. Though by then, I might have already perished at Li Wentian's hands, but at least I won't be the one to force you into oblivion." Zhou Junran had no desire to linger any longer. He strode directly to Gao Feng, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and answered on speaker. "Gao Feng, you scoundrel. That amount was a full million. Not only did you fail to return the money, but you also incurred Zhou Junran's wrath." The frantic voices of a couple erupted from the phone, their tones frantic as if they were about to leap out and tear Gao Feng apart. Bang! Upon hearing the voices from the phone, Gao Feng could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground. "It's just a company. Does this couple really need to react like that? Their company barely makes 20 million a year, and they have to hustle day and night to secure business. All right then, I'll arrange for these two to manage my branch. They earn 10 million a year, though it's half of what they made before. They want to have to work around the clock, just 5 to 6 hours a day, and it'll be far more enjoyable." After orchestrating matters for the couple on the phone, Zhou Junran hung up. "If I remember correctly, you called for Gao Feng, right?" He looked down at the disheartened Gao Feng, reminding him that there are certain individuals one must never offend in this lifetime. Offending them would lead to utter ruin. As he spoke, he audaciously bent down to tap Gao Feng's face with his phone. Not for any other reason, but to craft the perfect image of a villain in Li Ling'er's mind. This entire performance was seamless. I truly excelled. Not only will Li Ling'er perceive me as a formidable antagonist, but even I now regard myself as a true villain. Gao Feng, you have indeed played your part well. After this, I shall arrange for you to become a music teacher." Content with his own performance, Zhou Junran had effectively resolved Gao Feng's life dilemma. Listening to Zhou Junran's heartfelt thoughts, Li Ling'er felt her world shaken to its core. Originally, she had considered herself a member of a modestly affluent family, believing that someone like Zhou Junran, no matter how wealthy, could not dictate another's fate. Yet now, everything seemed to contradict her beliefs with just a few casual words. He had deftly maneuvered a company and her suitors with remarkable clarity. As he straightened up, Zhou Junran left the scene with purposeful strides, under the astonished gazes of those around him. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he chose to exit through a side alley of the piano shop instead of the front door. Although this incident might land him on the front page and potentially cause adverse repercussions, he remained unfazed. He had a public relations team at his disposal, and even if that proved ineffective, the power of this book's rules would assist him in crafting his persona. In that moment, thoughts swirled in Zhou Junran's mind as he exchanged glances with Li Ling'er, who unexpectedly uttered a line that took him aback. "Young Master Zhou, may I have a moment to speak with you?" Zhou Junran paused, incredulous. "You wish to discuss something with me? What could we possibly talk about?" "We are destined to be rivals. You dealt me a heavy blow for the sake of your future husband, the Dragon King. Had my reflexes not been quick, I might have suffered a fatal blow from you. In fact, I should seize this opportunity to eliminate you before you become a formidable opponent." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Junran responded in a manner befitting his persona, placing his hand atop Li Ling's and gently squeezing it. With a voice imbued with charisma, he remarked, "My dear, it seems we have met before. What? Have you become utterly enamored with me since that encounter?" Chapter 64. She likes me as Zhou Junran's thoughts echoed in her mind. Li Ling found herself oblivious to the fact that her hand was being held. Her brain was nearly overwhelmed. This man, who wielded immense power in Jiangsheng, had the audacity to claim she would deliver him a crushing blow in the future. The reason being his quick reflexes, which had spared him from a fatal consequence. Yet, it appeared that they might indeed become fierce rivals. Was it because he had discovered her ability to hear his innermost thoughts? With that realization, Li Ling promptly shut her mouth, fearful that she might inadvertently reveal her secret. This girl is well-maintained. Her hands are quite delicate. The texture is commendable, perhaps rivaling that of Lung Qin Xiaoyun. If only I could have Lung Qin Xiaoyun and her stand together, allowing me to feel both their hands, I would surely discern which is the finest. Noticing her lack of reaction, Zhou Junran continued to caress her hand in plain sight. Suddenly, upon hearing his thoughts again, Li Ling sprang back to reality and attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Zhou Junran, mindful of his persona, could not relinquish his hold and was compelled to maintain the facade. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Feng was lurking behind a nearby tree, seething with rage. Emerging from the piano shop, he had felt the crowd part ways, as if he were a pariah. Finally escaping their gaze, he stumbled upon this scene. "How could you have gotten involved with this scoundrel already?" Gao Feng seethed quietly, his teeth clenched. "I pursued you for so long without success, only to find you have already been ensnared." He longed to confront them, but dared not, fearing Zhou Junran might wield his influence to obliterate his standing domestically, leaving him with no recourse should he find himself abroad. Thus, even in his fury, he could only watch from behind the tree as his goddess was caressed by another. Meanwhile, Li Ling exerted considerable effort to free her hand. Ignoring her earlier thoughts, she repeated, "Young Master Zhou, may we talk? What is wrong with this girl? So single-minded and unafraid? I recall her character profile. She has never been in a relationship, so why is she so composed after having her hand held for so long? Could it be that she genuinely harbors feelings for me?" With a confident smile, Zhou Junran naturally placed his hand on Li Ling's shoulder. "How about we find a room and discuss matters at length?" Li Ling was taken aback by his boldness. Instinctively, she felt the urge to protest. Yet her curiosity about this man, who could hear his own thoughts, quelled her voice. She attempted to pull away, but as someone who rarely exercised, she found it exceedingly difficult to escape Zhou Junran's grasp. Their struggle appeared more like a playful exchange than a genuine attempt to break free. This scene infuriated Gao Feng, whose grip on the tree bark was so tight that his nails dug into the wood. He felt as though the tree were Zhou Junran, a target for his unrestrained fury. "Are you truly resisting? With that force, it feels as though you are enticing me. If I were not aware that your future husband is that crooked-mouthed man and familiar with your character, I might have been tempted to take you right now. However, I must admit, as the second most attractive female character in this book, your profile is indeed captivating. Especially in this outfit, your pure aura radiates from within. No wonder Li Wentian chose you as part of his harem. Who wouldn't he be drawn to you?" As Zhou Junran reveled in his thoughts, Li Ling's face flushed, nearly crimson. Just then, she spotted an inconvenient pillar in their path and seized the opportunity to slip away, freeing herself from Zhou Junran's hold. The two then walked side by side to a nearby milk tea shop. Upon entering, Zhou Junran purchased the entire establishment and ordered 2 cups of milk tea, insisting Li Ling watch him drink one while he observed her with the other. Fuming, she snatched both cups and took a sip from one. "Let us see how you drink this. This girl truly has no experience with the harsh realities of life. Does she not know that in this world, there are made cafes where one can purchase milk tea sipped by beautiful women, often priced exorbitantly? Even in my reality, there are establishments selling the essence of beautiful girls for staggering sums." Zhou Junran casually took a cup and savored it. "Ah, this milk tea tastes even better now. Li Ling'er was not merely shocked that Zhou Junran had consumed her drink, but was utterly appalled at the thought of someone actually purchasing a person's essence. The mere idea sent shivers down her spine, recalling news of a female streamer arrested for selling worn stockings that had been worn by unsightly men. What could she possibly be thinking, so lost in thought? Zhou Junran mused, increasingly convinced that she had developed feelings for him. Could it be that she realized, "I saved her last time"? That seems improbable. The system's gift have never failed. As he scrutinized her innocent visage, Zhou Junran's mind raced with possibilities. Upon hearing such heartfelt words, Li Ling'er could only twitch her lips, too apathetic to acknowledge him. She gathered her thoughts and spoke. "Young Master Zhou, may I inquire why you would so casually alter the course of another's life over such a trivial matter? Did you come to discuss this with me?" She thought, "While this aligns with your persona of being pure and just, isn't it a tad juvenile? Come on, I've already alleviated your troubles. Should you express your gratitude instead of sulking?" Mockingly, Zhou Junran articulated words befitting his character, and she felt a surge of delight, relishing the freedom to act as she pleased. Chapter 65, A Duel of Wits. "What?" I said. Zhou Junran reiterated, "I am happy, I am willing, I shall do as I please." Is this man truly the foremost among the 10 outstanding youths of Jiangxing? Is he genuinely the one who confidently discusses his contributions to Jiangxing on television? Believing there must be a flaw in her approach, she rephrased her question, "Young Master Zhou, don't you think your nonchalant alteration of others' destinies is somewhat inappropriate? Why the change in phrasing? Do you think I misunderstand your intent?" He retorted, "Though I may appear striking, so much so that my looks could obscure all else, I am no fool, capable of comprehending your words." "I must provoke her," Zhou Junran insisted, repeating, "I am happy, I am willing, I shall do as I please." This left Li Ling'er speechless. What manner of creature was this man before her? Was he sent by heaven to torment her? She envisioned lifting the table before her and giving him a hefty whack, yet she knew she could never best him, inciting her frustration. Realizing this inquiry would yield no answers, Li Ling'er shifted to another question. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Do you not feel any guilt in so casually reshaping the fates of others? Even if Gao Feng offended you, at least the one who supported him did nothing wrong." "Guilt? What is that?" He replied dismissively. "Have you not grasped my nature? I am simply a capricious villain." "Your inquiry suggests I am some virtuous protagonist," he thought. Faced with such inquiries, Zhou Junran resorted to his previous refrain, "I am happy, I am willing, I shall do as I please." Li Ling'er exclaimed, again with that phrase. She was on the verge of exploding with rage. Had she not been able to hear this man's inner thoughts, she might have stormed off in anger. After several deep breaths, she endeavored to rein in her emotions and spoke again. "You have made so many contributions to Jiangxing. Why allow yourself to be provoked over a few insignificant individuals? Furthermore, if this matter were to leak, it would certainly impact your company. When did I express anger? At that moment, my greatest negative emotion was helplessness. Indeed, how could I possibly be angry? What gave you that impression? What nonsense about being enraged is even more absurd? When have I ever acted in such a manner?" Perplexed, Zhou Junran continued with his mantra, "I am happy, I am willing, I shall do as I please." Shaking with frustration, Li Ling'er clutched her milk tea tightly. Under the pressure, the contents spilled onto the floor. She fervently reminded herself of his life-saving grace, vowing not to repay kindness with enmity, nor to resort to violence. After reflecting on this, her anger remained uncontainable, so she admonished herself once more, "I cannot fight him. This man is formidable. Tenemy would not suffice against him." After more than half a minute, Li Ling'er finally subdued her ire. She understood that the man before her had never intended to engage in a meaningful discussion. This so-called conversation was doomed from start. She spoke as calmly as she could. "Young Master Zhou, a few days ago at the music hall, are you aware that a kidnapping occurred that night? The concert incident? Why is she bringing this up? Could it be she has uncovered something? Impossible, impossible. Why would she mention this now?" Coughing, Li Ling'er nearly choked on her milk tea. Why was this man not at all as captivating as he had been that night? Now, she felt a surge of impulse to eliminate him. Wiping her mouth, she steadied herself and asked, "Young Master Zhou, could you share what you were doing that night? Why the sudden inquiry?" I'll say it again. Or perhaps I won tea. Perhaps I shall just continue to vex her. It is rather amusing. But will this affect the plot? Given how far off course it has already strayed, it should be inconsequential. Zhou Junran pondered, feeling somewhat uncertain. Yet he found great amusement in provoking Li Ling. He mused aloud. That night, I was at home enjoying a late-night snack, and midway through, I heard of a girl being kidnapped, which made me chuckle. Li Ling, although she now firmly believed that the man before her was indeed the one who had rescued her that night, she felt a strange urge to enact a tale akin to the farmer and the snake, Donghua and the wolf, or how Jian and the old lady, not for any other reason than to vent her frustration. Taking a deep breath, she forced her rage down and, with a voice nearly gritted through her teeth, asked, "May I ask what you were eating at the time? Why such a detailed inquiry? I see. You must know something and are now attempting to confirm my identity. But how could she possibly have discovered this? Surely, she has gotten information from Li Wentian. Has she? Li Wentian, you are truly failing as a protagonist. I practically delivered the answer to you, yet you still allowed her to escape." Just then, he asked with a smirk, "By the way, do you know what steak is beautiful?" "Of course I do. If given the chance." She would wield a knife against Zhou Junran, determined to settle their rivalry. Even knowing full well she could not prevail, yet she would still rise to the challenge. Chapter 66. To end it all. Below, their verbal sparring continued, once again reddening Li Linger's face more deeply than before. Yet this flush was not from shyness or bashfulness. It was pure rage. The milk tea shop staff were astonished. They had never witnessed a girl as pale as snow transform into a furious crimson in mere minutes. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Is it possible that Li Wentian took her as a member of his harem simply because she could be provoked into a furious crab-like state with just a few words? I really can't hold back. Please stop asking, dear sister. Zhou Junran's face, too, was tinged with red, albeit not from anger but from stifled laughter. In her frustration, Li Linger finally recognized the undeniable truth. She was no match for Zhou Junran. She stood up, feeling a bit lightheaded, nearly losing her balance and toppling over. Zhou Junran, quick on the uptake, steadied her, ensuring she remained upright. Despite his earlier jesting, he knew it was all in good fun. He certainly did not wish for her to suffer any adverse effects due to her elevated blood pressure. "Thank you," Li Linger instinctively said, her upbringing guiding her words. Upon realizing that it was Zhou Junran supporting her, she blurted out without a second thought, "Get lost." I recall this girl never used to curse. Last time, she scolded Li Wentian and refused to let him into her bed. How is it that she is now hurling insults? Could it be that she is now destined to sleep on the floor? Truly, I might just become the first to drive the female protagonist to madness. Get lost. I don't need your help. Though this alleviated her anger slightly, Li Linger had already resorted to profanity. This declaration nearly caused Zhou Junran to burst into laughter. Had he not feared provoking a cerebral hemorrhage in Li Linger, he would have reached out to support her again, curious about her reaction. Once he composed himself, Li Linger gradually walked outside. As she stepped out of the milk tea shop, a gentle summer breeze caressed her face, stirring a few strands of her hair. The fury that had nearly erupted moments ago suddenly dissipated. "Oh no, did I just curse?" She pondered, wishing to glean more insight from him, to hear his innermost thoughts. How did I end up cursing? I've never done that in my life. Momentarily lost in thought, Li Linger stood still. Why am I not moving? Have I truly scared her into a fit? Surely, her mental fortitude could not be so fragile. Yet, she realized that future encounters were likely to be few, and perhaps it was best to leave such matters for another day. Standing beside her, Zhou Junran shielded her from the wind. He gently remarked, "You sweated quite a bit from your anger in the shop. Don't let the breeze chill you." When Li Linger looked up at his earnest face, she found herself momentarily entranced. Was this man truly the same one who had irritated her in the milk tea shop? Was he still that man who merely repeated himself? Why did he suddenly appear so handsome? What is she doing staring into my eyes? This gesture is merely in line with my role as a domineering CEO. He mused. I hope she doesn't fall for me because of this. My true affection lies with the super supreme hamburger. Yes, that was indeed his greatest love, unrivaled by anyone or anything else. As they silently gazed at each other, Zhou Junran's expression remained serious, while his mind wandered in myriad directions. Suddenly, A laugh escaped Li Ling'er, unable to contain herself. What is this? The most formidable youth in Jiangsheng has a passion for a hamburger rather than the well-known Qin Xiaoyun. However, she was genuinely curious about what kind of hamburger could inspire such devotion. She longed to try it herself. Why are you still standing here, staring at me? Do you intend to remain like this indefinitely? I haven't eaten breakfast or lunch. I'm quite hungry. Zhou Junran replied with a gentle smile. Let us go. I'll take you. At that moment, he noticed Li Ling'er's expression shift from a light smile to astonished surprise. Behind you, she exclaimed. Behind? What about behind? Wait, what is that in your pupils? There's a small figure running towards me, holding something. This silhouette is so familiar. It seems like her devoted admirer. But why was her admirer rushing towards her? Was he seeking revenge for her association with another? With the enhanced perception granted by the system, Zhou Junran discerned certain details from Li Ling'er's pupils. Just as he contemplated, the figure had already approached, and instinctively, Li Ling'er pushed Zhou Junran aside, not wishing for him to be harmed. Yet, with the system's multiple enhancements, what appeared to Li Ling'er as a fleeting moment was merely a blink of an eye for Zhou Junran. Shouldn't I be making a hasty exit, leaving Li Ling'er here alone? He thought. However, if I abandon her, she might fall prey to her admirer. Should he lose a female protagonist, particularly Li Ling'er? After all this time spent playing the fool, should I not emulate Li Wentian, who could easily dispose of this admirer, but chooses to sustain injury to save the girl? No, that would deviate even further from the intended narrative. We're near a high-end shopping center. Surely, there are security guards or even police nearby. Let them handle this. Knowing what needed to be done, Zhou Junran ducked and easily avoided the sweeping blade coming from behind. He swiftly gathered Li Ling'er and retreated into the milk tea shop, escaping the range of the assailant's attack. Chapter 67. Are you there? You wretched couple. So, you have been entangled all along. I will make you pay. Gao Feng bellowed, brandishing a long knife as he charged forward. Where on earth did he procure such a long knife? Zhou Junran wondered. This knife is unsheathed. He genuinely intends for me and his girl to perish here. Brother, you are not even close to being a proper admirer. This is unacceptable. At a time like this, you should learn from me. Why would the goddess be flirting with another man in a milk tea shop? Clearly, that man possesses leverage over her, using it to threaten her. Otherwise, she wouldn't behave this way. Reflecting on his own skills as an admirer, Zhou Junran reached for the shop's door to secure it. With a loud bang, Gao Feng's knife struck the door, easily slicing through the thin wooden barrier. You two scoundrels die, he screamed, yanking the knife free and attacking repeatedly. Yet, Zhou Junran was quick. Seizing the opportunity while Gao Feng was distracted, he slammed the door shut and barricaded it. The knife struck the wooden door time and again. But Zhou Junran had already managed to fortify the entrance with a table from the shop. While the knife could penetrate the door, it could inflict no harm upon those inside. Help! Someone is trying to kill us. There's a murderer here. Help me, Mommy. Call the police, quick. The patrons of the milk tea shop cried out in terror, retreating to the farthest corners. The owner of the shop, who had been preparing drinks, felt immense relief that she had tea-cut corners during renovations. Otherwise, the door would have been shattered by now. Yet, she lamented the damage done to the door, pondering how much it would cost to replace it. In the next moment, she recalled that the shop had already been sold, so it was no longer her concern. Joining the chorus of frightened screams, she too became part of the panic. In the center of the shop, Li Ling'er instinctively watched the man bracing the door. Unlike her admirer who fled in the face of danger, he had instinctively protected her, pulling her into the shop and shielding her from harm. Although she could not hear his thoughts clearly during the chaos, she was no fool from Zhou Junran's actions. She could infer that his sentiments were undoubtedly to protect her at all costs. Otherwise, why would he exert such effort to hold the door against the onslaught? Brother, could you exert a bit more strength? She urged. Honestly, I could hold the door with a single finger right now, but that would ruin the performance. However, if you want me to continue performing, at least allow me to feel some pressure. In this situation, I could easily push you away with a gentle shove, yet I must pretend to exhaust myself to keep you at bay. This is rather awkward for me. No, once you enter, you must relinquish your chicken legs to me. Otherwise, I shall not be satisfied. With his feet firmly planted in a horse stance, Zhou Junran lowered his head, resolutely bracing against the door. To an outsider, It appeared as though he was exerting every ounce of effort to prevent the intruder from entering. Yet, from a lower vantage, one could observe his expression, which was devoid of emotion and even bore hints of boredom. Lost in her emotional reverie, Li Ling'er did not pay much attention to Zhou Junran's inner thoughts and automatically filtered them into a resolute determination to protect her, believing her to be the most important person in his life, deserving of his utmost sacrifice. After conjuring such sentiments in her mind, she felt tears welling up. Bang! Crash! Ultimately, the modern industrially produced wooden door could not withstand the relentless assault of the long knife and shattered, creating a significant breach. Ceasing his attack, Gao Feng peered through the opening, realizing that Zhou Junran was futilely attempting to secure the door. I wield a knife. He thrust his knife through the hole and began to swing it wildly while shouting, "You wretched couple! You've conspired to ruin my life. And since I am destined to become a useless being, you shall perish alongside me." With that, he intensified his frenzied motions. He intends to kill us all. Is there a back door? Let us escape through the back. Yes, let us flee through the back. There's a window. We can escape through the window. The panicked crowd paid no heed to Gao Feng's ramblings and began to scramble chaotically. No, why are you all running? Setting aside whether he can even enter. Even if he does, he is certainly coming to kill us. Why are you fleeing? Moreover, given his foolish demeanor, he likely doesn't even venture into the kitchen on a regular basis. Although he wields a knife better than the one who kidnapped Li Ling'er last time, his technique is still lacking. Besides, how could he attack with one hand wielding a long knife through a wooden door, lacking visibility and unaware of the situation inside? If he dares to reach through like that, how intelligent can he truly be? Why are you so frightened? Hearing the commotion around him, Zhou Junran was utterly speechless. Suddenly, he understood why, prior to any incidents occurring, Li Wentian could thrive in this world with just a crooked smile. With the intelligence of these individuals, it would be challenging not to flourish. Meanwhile, Li Ling'er, attuned to Zhou Junran's inner voice, felt no fear. Instead, witnessing his struggle to hold the door provided her with some comfort. Wait, has it been 5 or 6 minutes? Why haven't the security personnel arrived yet? Could it be that the security here is similar to the old men at my village entrance, incapable of mustering more than 10 teeth among them? Surely not. If that's the case, I would have to reveal my capabilities before Li Ling'er. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer, if no one arrives soon, revealing a little shouldn't matter. After a while, Zhou Junran could no longer wait and shouted, "Li Ling'er, are you there?" Yes. Startled by the sudden call, Li Ling'er quickly responded affirmatively. Chapter 68. Then let us try what a shock I gave her. This silly girl isn't frozen in fear by this scene. Is she? Never mind. She's just a little girl. It's normal for her to be frightened. With a bit of sarcasm, Zhou Junran commanded, "Go find a weapon you deem suitable for me." Good. Although Li Ling'er heard Zhou Junran's remarks about her, she paid them little mind and hurried to follow his instructions. Outside, Gao Feng, wielding the long knife, swung it for a while, feeling somewhat fatigued. Ha! I knew it would come to this. This is merely trash. Accept this reality. You are about to be abandoned by her and killed by me. Switching the knife to his other hand, he thrust it through the hole and continued to swing. Oh, brother, your initial actions, along with the reactions of those below, gave me the impression that you were somewhat of a protagonist. However, how is it now that your words and actions resemble those of a mere cannon fodder? And you're switching hands because you're tired? Let us be real. With this approach, you couldn't hit anyone. Don't you know to run home in the rain? Don't you realize that food dropped on the ground isn't safe to eat? Zhou Junran helplessly mocked him, choosing to ignore him and continue bracing against the door. At this moment, those who had tried to escape through the window but found themselves unable began to realize something. It seemed that the person outside could not enter. Indeed, what we have to fear. Wait, who is the one holding the door? It's young Master Zhou. Upon recognizing Zhou Junran's identity, several individuals who felt entirely secure erupted into joyous laughter. They each took out their phones and began snapping pictures of Zhou Junran. Why are you all taking out your phones again? I thought that without the piano, I wouldn't be treated like a monkey anymore. Once again, I've been turned into a spectacle. Just make sure to capture me looking good when you take those pictures. remember to elongate my legs, maintaining his posture as if he were still exerting all his strength against the door. Zhou Junran noticed more and more people realizing the situation and gathering around him to take pictures. To avoid being discovered, his facial expression finally shifted, no longer remaining impassive. How long has it been? In this short time, I must have accumulated over 100 photos. Why hasn't she brought back a knife as proper as Gao Feng's? Unable to wait any longer, Zhou Junran felt an urge to search for her himself. Junran, I found a weapon. Gasping for breath, Li Linger joyfully brandished the weapon she had finally located and hurried over. I finally found it. Being with you, I absolutely cannot venture into dangerous places. Otherwise, with your efficiency, I fear I might be devoured by a monster before you even provide me with the tool I need. All right, let us see what the second-ranking woman beside the crooked-mouthed Dragon King can offer her future enemies. As he reached out, Zhou Junran felt the cold, metallic grip of the weapon. Initially, he felt a surge of excitement, but as the weapon came into view, he stood frozen in place. This is a spatula. ISNT it. Zhou Junran nearly gritted his teeth as he exclaimed, You give me a spatula because you think I resemble SpongeBob SquarePants? Li Linger, having calmed down upon realizing there was no danger, responded with utmost seriousness. As you wish, Junran. Now you do indeed resemble SpongeBob. You. Stay calm. This woman is one of the protagonists. I cannot harm her. If I do, I will have to start all over again. Patience, Zhou Junran. You have weathered many storms. Do not stoop to the level of this little girl. Casting her glare, Zhou Junran took the spatula and cautioned, Stay back. Don't get hurt. All right, hearing his thoughts, Li Linger's spirits were evidently high. She was acutely aware that Zhou Junran was no ordinary individual, and at this moment, she had completely set her heart at ease, placing her full trust in him. Observing the scene, Zhou Junran donned chef's hat, wielding a spatula with deftness as he forcefully flung it. The sound of metal striking an arm and clattering to the ground drew everyone's attention, creating a tense atmosphere as the crowd held their breath, fearful of disturbing Zhou Junran. Ouch! My wrist! Gao Feng winced, pulling his arm back sharply. He took several steps back, maintaining a safe distance from the wooden door, his gaze fixed intently upon it. If his glare could kill, those within would surely perish under its intensity. Suddenly, a noise echoed from inside, followed by the creaking of the door as it opened. A familiar voice emerged from behind it. At last, someone has come out, he mused. When it comes time to fight, should we employ Taoist techniques? Or perhaps utilize the mystical arts of cultivation? Western magic could also be an option. Zhou Junran, poised in a boxing stance, declared Gao Feng. Weren't you curious to test my masculinity? Very well, let us find out. Gao Feng swallowed hard at Zhou Junran's professional demeanor, feeling a wave of insecurity wash over him. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped a nearby stool, summoning the courage to shout, Come on, let's see what you've got. Zhou Junran smirked. All right, let's give it a try. With a fierce determination, Gao Feng raised the stool high and charged forward. However, before he could take more than a few steps, an unexpected force surged from behind, causing the stool to crash to the ground and him to tumble down as well. In an instant, 4 or 5 security personnel restrained him, barking orders to remain still. Don't move. If you do, we will resort to using electric batons. Behave yourself. The security team, clad in uniform, firmly controlled Gao Feng. What do you mean I'm cheating? As the saying goes, all's fair in love and war, he retorted, and besides, I was unarmed while you wielded both a knife and a stool. Zhou Junran, pleased to conceal his true abilities, observed the events unfold. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a figure atop a nearby building silently watched the commotion before turning to leave. Who was that? Earlier, Gao Feng was tailing us, and now I find myself under surveillance. It feels as though I'm a celebrity, constantly followed, devoid of privacy. Is this the burden of being adored? Alas, my striking appearance seems to invite such troubles. Straightening his attire, Zhou Junran prepared to depart. Wait, Zhou Gongzi, as the hero who saved an entire milk tea shop and its patrons, do you have anything to say? A reporter interjected. Yes, Zhou Gongzi, don't you want to share something? We'll feature you on tomorrow's front page. Another chimed in. I heard that you had a confrontation with a knife-wielding man in the piano shop this morning, and now he is seeking revenge. Is that true? Please, say a few words. Before Zhou Junran could take a step, a throng of journalists surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. Goodness, it's been less than 20 minutes since this all began, he thought, astonished by their efficiency. In that brief time, the security personnel arrived. And now you reporters are here as well. Do you all reside together? Amused by the reporter's promptness, Zhou Junran casually responded, Yes, you're absolutely correct. The journalists recognized his dismissive tone, but pressed on, crowding him so tightly that he could hardly move. Observing from a distance, Li Ling'er stifled a laugh at the sight of the chaos surrounding Zhou Junran. She glanced at Gao Feng, who was pinned to the ground by security, a look of disdain evident in her eyes. It seemed Gao Feng sensed her gaze, turning towards her. Their eyes met, and he saw the overwhelming disgust and disappointment in her expression, as if she never wanted to see him again. He opened his mouth, wanted to shout something, but before he could, a foot came down on his head, sending him crashing to the ground, his front teeth flying. In that moment, upon catching sight of Zhou Junran, the disgust in Li Ling'er's eyes transformed into pure delight. Compared to the two men beside her, Zhou Junran was undeniably superior. Watching him struggle to navigate through the reporters, she found herself smiling softly. After finding a suitable spot, she raised her phone and snapped a picture. Meanwhile, Zhou Junran, still surrounded by journalists, noticed a taxi parked at the roadside. He yanked the door open and, retrieving a wad of cash from his wallet, tossed it towards the driver. Go, now. The driver, initially bewildered, quickly complied upon receiving the money. Seeing Zhou Junran leap into the taxi, the reporters sprinted after him, but ultimately, they found themselves unable to catch up. Zhou Gongzi is so handsome. Every photo I took of him in the shop turned out great, one exclaimed. Especially the one with him in the chef's hat, holding the spatula, another added. As the taxi sped away, passers-by couldn't help but gawk, laughing and swooning over Zhou Junran's charm. The reporters, realizing they had lost their quarry, became energized by the chatter about Zhou Junran's good looks, eagerly pursuing the opportunity to buy photos. You truly are, just as they say, quite dashing. Li Ling'er murmured to herself as she gazed at the pictures on her phone, her thoughts drifting back to a name that had echoed through Zhou Junran's mind. Li Wentian. Who was he? Why did Zhou Junran insist she would one day be one of his concubines, and that he had nearly been harmed because of him? Contemplating, she realized she knew too little about Li Wentian. Her impressions of him limited to a few charming smiles that had once made her feel safe and captivated. Yet now, knowing he would be an adversary to Zhou Junran, those smiles appeared insincere and repugnant. As Zhou Junran sat in the taxi, unaware of the shift in Li Ling'er's feelings towards him, he simply felt grateful for his swift exit from the chaotic scene. The reporters are truly relentless, akin to a pack of rabid dogs. Were it not for the system's enhancements I had received, I might have found it exceedingly difficult to escape. Fortunately, this time the female protagonist survived, albeit nearly fainting from rage. Her anger, while diverging from the original narrative, only served to deepen her disdain for me. When she eventually learns from Li Wentian that I am his adversary, her animosity will only intensify as she aids her husband in loathing me further. Perhaps with this assistance, she might manage to deal me a grievous blow, or even eliminate me before that time comes. The prospect of being prematurely dispatched brings a sense of glee. As Zhou Junran reveled in these thoughts, the taxi came to a halt at the estate's entrance. After disembarking, he casually tossed a few handfuls of red Huaxiao coins from the security booth into the car before proceeding inside. Chapter 70. Taking action. Madame Chong, who was busy at work, greeted Zhou Junran as he approached. However, upon observing her, he noted a remarkable improvement in her complexion, which appeared more youthful and her demeanor more composed. This, he surmised, was indicative of her growing strength. A fleeting thought crossed his mind regarding her apparent enhancement, but he refrained from inquiring further, respecting the fact that everyone harbors their own secrets, and probing could jeopardize her relationship with the Zhou family. Your words flatter me, but as the steward of the Zhou family, I am merely a servant, and it is only right that I partake in such duties, she replied. Acknowledging that further conversation would be futile, Zhou Junran exchanged a few casual remarks before ascending the stairs. Once upstairs, he meticulously inspected the entire estate, finally at ease when he confirmed that Lung Qianxue was not present. After indulging in the pleasure of having the servants feed him, he lay back in bed, eventually turning to his phone to play a game. Please, let Lung Qinshuan not arrive tonight. If she does, I fear I might truly lose control. He wished fervently that no one would disturb his peace, allowing him to enjoy a restful night. However, with Madame Chong overseeing the estate, one of the few who had nearly brought Li Wentian to his demise, he felt a modicum of safety. With that reassurance, Zhou Junran idly scrolled through his phone before succumbing to a deep slumber. The night was dark and oppressive, with clouds looming heavily over the city, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The sweltering summer heat, perhaps foreshadowing an impending downpour, left the streets nearly deserted, with a few souls out hurriedly wrapping themselves in thin garments as they rushed home. Suddenly, shadows darted swiftly through a narrow alley, sending a shiver down his spine as the chilling wind swept past. The figures that had just passed him had long since vanished into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed atop the rooftop as three figures sprinted in unison. The leader, Zhang Yi, spoke into his communicator, Xiao San, how much longer until we reach Zhou's estate? Trailing behind, Zhang San replied nonchalantly, we're almost there, just 2 minutes away. Understood. Zhang Yi responded solemnly. This mission was personally assigned by the Dragon King, and our target has repeatedly provoked him. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, swiftly suppressed. The Dragon King's authority must not be challenged. Although the task merely required a warning, they needed to present the might of the Dragon King's palace. Soon, the trio arrived at the periphery of Zhou's estate, observing the bright lights and formidable defenses. Each security personnel within the estate was a retired Special Forces soldier, possessing exceptional emergency response capabilities capable of overpowering multiple assailants. Such was the reputation of the Zhou family, that even the estate of a mere heir was fortified to this extent. Despite his exaggerated bravado, Zhang Yi remained unimpressed, lamenting the misfortune of encountering the three brothers united in purpose. Brother, once we enter, should we reduce him to a vegetative state, or simply sever his limbs? Zhang Yi, his hand poised over a dagger, was already eager for action. This mission was a direct order from the Dragon King. He was determined to uphold their reputation and contribute to the cause. Patience. If he complies, a mere dismemberment of a hand will suffice. If he proves obstinate, Zhang Yi's mind wandered back to the missions in small African nations where he had carelessly sliced foes as though they were mere fish. A predatory smile crept across his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Enough, Zhang San's voice cut through their eagerness, calm and composed. Since their arrival, he had been diligently typing away on a specially designed laptop, successfully disabling all surveillance and defense systems of Zhou's estate. Now, with a mere keystroke, he could render the estate's defenses utterly incapacitated. Zhang San's demeanor was devoid of emotion. He simply acknowledged, yes, having grown accustomed to such subordinates. Zhang Yi checked the time and nodded. Let us proceed. With a click, the progress bar on the laptop surged from 0 to 100, extinguishing the estate's defense systems one by one until complete darkness enveloped the area. What's happening? Why are the lights out? The surveillance is down. All personnel, converge on my location. There's a breach. Intruders may be inside. The estate plunged into a state of emergency as Madame Chong, freshly emerged from the bath and draped in a towel, approached the window, parting the curtains to peer through a narrow gap. At last, someone dared to challenge the Zhou family? Her expression remained calm. After lowering the curtains, she let the towel fall and, in her bare form, selected a flowing gown from the wardrobe before stepping out of her room. Chapter 71. 12 billion Hmph. A bunch of mindless insects. Zhang Yi scoffed at the Zhou family security personnel scrambling below. Zhang Yi echoed his disdain, questioning their intelligence, revealing the true nature of the Zhou family. Meanwhile, Zhang San remained silent, observing the scene with a calculating gaze. When the moment was ripe, Zhang Yi gestured, leaping from the tree first, landing deftly on the ground. Following closely were Zhang Yi and Zhang San, as they brazenly pried open a manhole cover in the middle of the road and jumped inside. This was part of their plan, to draw the attention of all Zhou personnel above, leaving them oblivious to the situation unfolding below. Evidently, the prolonged tranquility had dulled the vigilance of Zhou's estate's guards. None suspected this approach. The three infiltrators stealthily navigated their way into the estate. In the meantime, Zhou Junran turned over in bed, pulling the covers over his head, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, as Madame Chong, now adorned in her gown, leaned against the doorframe, a glass of red wine in hand. Should anyone dare to approach, she would be an unstoppable harbinger of death. Certainly, if the intruder had entered through the window from the room, she would have sensed it, rushing in an instant to protect her young master. Uncertain of the identity of the visitor this time, whether from those hidden families or concealed sects, Changma took a gentle sip of red wine, her gaze distant as she reminisced about days gone by. No, that couldn't be right. These so-called hidden forces would likely disdain to act against mere mortals. So, who could it be? Just as she pondered this enigma, a foul stench assaulted her senses. What was that? Before she could discern the source of the odor, a thunderous crash echoed through the room as glass shattered. With a resounding crash, the bedroom window exploded, jolting Zhou Junran, who had been peacefully asleep, into instinctive action. The trio of Zhongs, having fallen in from the window, stood in bewilderment. Where's the person who was just lying in bed? At that moment, they all shared the same thought. What on earth is going on? Just a moment ago, I was sleeping in bed. How did I end up here? And wait, was this foul-smelling entity standing in my room, dressed in what resembled ancient night attire? Were they playing in my room? If they were to play, at least they could have brought some alluring companions instead of these unsightly creatures that crawled out of a public restroom. Accustomed to sleeping in the nude, Zhou Junran hastily donned a pair of pants, assessing the three assassins sent by Li Wentian to threaten him. Remarkably swift. This individual is certainly not ordinary. The three exchanged glances, registering the shock reflected in one another's eyes, while simultaneously grasping each other's unvoiced thoughts. Were you three gazing at so affectionately? Did you come here to smash my window and force me to witness your display of affection? Moreover, this is the Zhou family manor. I am a member of the Zhou clan. In Jiangcheng, we wield significant influence, and across all of Huaxia, we are formidable figures. While this dominance predominantly pertains to the business realm, how dare you three pathetic beings, whose combat prowess is less than 5, brazenly intrude here? Just then, a loud bang interrupted Zhou Junran's musings as Changma, having enjoyed her wine outside, forcefully pushed open the bedroom door, sending it crashing heavily onto Zhang Yi. The impact was brutal. Zhang Yi instinctively raised his hands to shield himself from the wooden door, but it was Changma who had struck, even if it was unintentional. Her strength was beyond Zhang Yi's capacity to withstand. That blow rendered his arms nearly useless, and the force reverberated through his body, causing him to spurt blood. "Boss!" Zhang Er instinctively cried out. Zhang Xin turned to Zhang Yi, his eyes wide with astonishment. Among the three, Zhang Yi was the strongest, capable of besting 2 others. Yet he could not withstand a casual strike from this woman. Was someone out to eliminate them, laying traps? Or had Long Wang provoked an enemy whose depth he did not comprehend, using them to test the waters? But how is it that Chang Ma's exhibited strength seems to surpass that of Li Wentian? No, according to the narrative, Chang Ma was always stronger than Li Wentian. In the end, that crooked-mouthed Long Wang only triumphed over Chang Ma due to the protagonist's halo. One cannot deny the might of this protagonist aura. It allows one to conquer any adversary. Zhou Junran observed as Chang Ma entered with measured strides, her recently withdrawn aura now fully appreciated. Simultaneously, he noted her physique in its entirety. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Chang Ma inquired warmly, conveniently disregarding Zhou Junran's scrutinizing gaze. "Whether I am fine is evident at a glance, but clearly my door is in dire straits." Zhou Junran retorted, "Why did you have to destroy it? Could it be that Qin Xiaoyun, after having her door wrecked by Li Wentian, has now employed you to demolish mine? That doesn't make sense. She should be seeking someone to dismantle Li Wentian's door instead." Zhou Junran lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at the splintered remains of the door. "I'm fine, just a bit heartbroken. It's merely a door, it's nothing. I'll deduct it from my salary," Chang Ma replied nonchalantly. Zhou Junran sighed. This door was crafted from a tree that grew on Mount Everest over a decade ago. In summer, it exudes a chilling aura, and it cost 12 billion. Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals in the room fell silent, their gazes fixated on the wooden shards scattered on the ground. Changma twitched her lips. Although she was aware of the door's seasonal chill, she had not anticipated its exorbitant worth. Meanwhile, the 3 assassins, here to warn Zhou Junran, discreetly kicked the wood debris aside. Given the current situation, they were clearly outmatched, and when captured, they could not afford to be implicated. Clearing her throat, Changma remarked, "Had I not arrived in time, you would have already been booted around like a ball. Do not dwell on the door." "Goodness, Changma, I genuinely underestimated you. I always thought you conducted yourself like a noblewoman. Yet here you are, displaying such prowess. However, if the door's value is to be compensated, Changma would have no salary in the Zhou family, meaning she would essentially remain here for a lifetime. Spending a lifetime here to be admired, indeed." Feeling a surge of delight, Zhou Junran instinctively glanced at Changma, only to meet her gaze, which now bore a hint of menace. Such a stunningly beautiful face could, at this moment, appear quite intimidating. "That is more like it." Changma resumed her poised demeanor, addressing the 3 assassins. "Will you kneel and beg for mercy yourselves? Or shall I assist you in doing so?" Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, and Zhang Sen exchanged wordless glances. With a hesitant clang, Zhang Er unsheathed a dagger from his waist and charged at Zhou Junran, shouting, "Die! Brother, are you serious? I have someone here who could effortlessly eliminate you all with a mere breath. Yet you, with that little knife, lack any semblance of intimidation." Unperturbed, Zhou Junran calmly began to maneuver towards Changma. At that moment, Changma found herself at a loss for words. She could not comprehend how this individual dared to strike, given that her strength was apparent. Must she always act to maintain her image as a lady before others? "Brother, you are doomed." Zhou Junran shot a glance at Changma, already aware of Zhang Er's impending fate. With a subtle motion, Changma shifted half a meter towards Zhou Junran, extending her hand to grasp the thrusting dagger. With a snap, the dagger was seized. Zhang Er frantically exerted force. Yet regardless of his efforts, the dagger remained immovable. "Get to me, break," he bellowed, sinking his feet into the ground with all his might. Outside, the Zhou family security personnel, on alert, exchanged glances before hastily rushing towards the villa. Inside the bedroom, Zhang Yi anxiously watched Zhang Er, his arms rendered useless, leaving him with no means to assist. Now, he could only pray for Zhang Er to conjure a miracle in this dire moment. Meanwhile, Zhang San's gaze was fixated on the surroundings, desperately searching for an opportunity to escape. He understood that tonight, it was not merely a warning for Zhou Junran. The very question of whether they could escape alive from this place loomed large. Presently, among the 3 of them, one must flee, even if it necessitated the sacrifice of the other 2. Alas, a miracle did not unfold. The dagger shattered under Changma's palm, scattering into fragments that fell to the ground. Zhang Er stood bewildered, gazing at the broken blade, momentarily lost in thought. He had never anticipated that the dagger which had accompanied him since his debut would be so easily crushed in such a straightforward mission. "Why do you look so disheartened?" "Brother, your demeanor suggests we are the villains here, attempting to assassinate you. Though we truly are the antagonists, it is you who is plotting against me now. Can you not exhibit some professional decorum and refrain from displaying such a sentimental visage? You are, after all, an assassin." Zhou Junran internally critiqued the melodrama. Once he finished his thoughts, he prepared to act in accordance with his character. How dare this insignificant fool attempt to assassinate me without considering the formidable figures by my side? With that, he extended his foot and placed it firmly upon the man's forehead. Bang! Zhou Junran's sudden kick caught Zhang Er off balance, causing him to tumble to the ground. "Zhou Junran, do not go too far," Zhang Yi shouted, witnessing his brother's humiliation. "What is this? You come to take my life, and now that I have you in my grasp, you admonish me for being excessive? One is too frightened to utter a word, another plays the victim, and one here speaks utter nonsense. Are these 3 truly sent by Li Wentian? What caliber of assassin possesses such high standards?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Junran delivered another kick to Zhang Er's face. "Do you not know that as an assassin, you must be prepared for the possibility of death?" With that kick, blood gushed from Zhang Er's nose. "Zhou Junran, you Zhang, he was at a loss for words. Recognizing the grim reality that one must have such awareness when entering their line of work. I came here thinking I might have some fun and find an opportunity to let you go. But seeing that you remain defiant, very well, you refuse to submit. Do you? With a smirk, Zhou Junran whispered to Chang Ma, "Step forward a bit, placing this man between us." Assuming it was for interrogation. Chang Ma moved ahead without a second thought. As she advanced, Zhang Yi, who had been agitated moments ago, began to retreat. "Perhaps you should come at me instead of targeting my brother. Who would have thought you would retreat at this moment? What a plastic brother you are." Zhou Junran could not help but smile at the scene before him. They truly were exemplary brothers. Under the bewildered gazes of Chang Ma, Zhang Yi, and Zhang San, he quietly bent down to retrieve a slipper from the ground, employing both hands and feet to engage in a rather unique form of communication between the slipper's soul and Zhang Er's face. Under the horrified stares of Chang Ma, Zhang Yi, and Zhang San, Zhang Er's face swelled grotesquely, transforming into something resembling a pig's head. "Quite satisfactory. My aim is becoming increasingly precise. At this rate, he will only suffer lifelong disability. I remain too lenient. Compared to those you have attempted to assassinate, how benevolent I am." Rising slowly, Zhou Junran was quite pleased with the pig-like visage he had crafted. "You bully too much." In his daze, Zhang Er managed to utter this phrase through a narrow slit of an eye. "You bully too much? How amusing. Who knew one could possess such audacity?" Observing the bloodlust hidden within your spirit, though subtle, it is evident you have taken the lives of at least 7 or 8 individuals. You are merely a mercenary who takes money to kill indiscriminately, and yet you claim I am the one who bullies excessively. Very well. Let me show you what true bullying entails. Gathering a measure of strength, Zhou Junran stepped forcefully upon Zhang Er's abdomen. "Ah!" The cry erupted as Zhang Er's eyes widened in horror, pointing a trembling finger at Zhou Junran, his gaze brimming with resentment. He sensed that under Zhou Junran's foot, his meridians had shattered. Even if he were to recover, his strength would never return to its former state, rendering him incapable of even lifting a heavy water jug in the future. "And still you glare at me. You are truly obstinate. Chang Ma, I cannot afford to act excessively, lest my position be revealed. But it matters not. Do you not have several brothers to bear the consequences?" In a lesson taught through hardship, Zhou Junran, under Chang Ma's scrutiny, refrained from overt displays. Yet he found delight in taunting Zhang Er, leaning down to ask, "Is it that my previous kick was too severe? Should I assist you in alleviating your pain? I will kill you." Before Zhang Er could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness from the agony. "Kill me? You may as well wait until your next life. In this life, I will allow only Li Wentian the honor of that task, and you lack the capability. Perhaps after you hone your ancient martial arts for 200 years, and borrow another 500 from the heavens, you might stand a chance of defeating one of my hands. Good luck, young one." No longer paying heed to Zhang Er, Zhou Junran turned his gaze towards the 2 remaining individuals. Old 2, Zhang Yi's eyes reddened at the sight of his brother unconscious on the ground, filled with an overwhelming desire to tear Zhou Junran apart in vengeance. "Are you truly assassins?" Chang Ma questioned, clearly perplexed. The individuals before her were entirely unlike the cold-hearted killers she had envisioned, those who would forsake everything to accomplish their tasks. Yet aside from the taciturn Zhang San, the other 2 appeared to possess a sense of loyalty and brotherhood. Nevertheless, she was not overly concerned, irrespective of their sentiments. There were still mercenaries who took money to kill. Tut tut, such loud cries. Had the protagonist of this tale been you, I would have ensured your demise, even if I had to slip and impale myself upon your weapons. Regrettably, though your actions resemble those of protagonists, you are not the protagonists. At this juncture, Zhou Junran had indeed lowered his guard. There was no longer a necessity for vigilance. The most formidable combatant, Zhang Yi, had been rendered ineffective upon entry, and Zhang Er, who seemed capable, was now incapacitated. The trio of assassins was left with only the silent Zhang San, who seemed utterly dazed. Under such circumstances, regardless of whether he possessed enhanced abilities or was merely an ordinary person, Zhou Junran would not maintain heightened caution. Emerging from Chang Ma's protective cover, he faced the 2 who could still speak, offering them a chance at life. "Reveal who sent you, and I shall spare you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi instinctively looked towards Zhang San. Yet, Zhang San simply hung his head, remaining silent as if Zhou Junran's words had not reached him. "Speak, Xiao San," Zhang Yi urged, but Zhang San continued to remain mute, his head bowed, as if the world around him held no significance. "Xiao San, at this moment, you must speak. Hasten to utter your words," Zhang Yi anxiously urged. "Now, only you have the chance to escape. Seize this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Zhang San was slightly moved, yet he remained inactive. Understanding the nature of his brother, Zhang Yi continued to persuade him, "You need not betray the organization. Merely utter a name." "No, elder brother. This opportunity is yours. Your strength surpasses all, and although your arms are incapacitated, your experience is unparalleled." Finally, unable to contain himself, Zhang San began to dissuade his elder brother instead. "Why are the two of you still here debating? Shouldn't we consider the emotions of assassins? Your feelings are your own concern. I do not impede you, but at least show us some respect. At this moment, I feel as if Ma Chang and I are the true assassins, for it is we who are awake at this late hour to eliminate you. Why does this scene evoke a twinge of conscience in me? Alas, forget it. I shall relinquish my conscience. As long as I possess none, my heart shall remain untroubled." Growing weary of their dialogue, Zhou Junran stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, and declared, "Silence. You now have 3 seconds to reveal who speaks." He picked up Zhang Er's dagger and struck it against Zhang Er a few times to affirm the veracity of his statement. Kuhing, Zhang Er, who was on the verge of regaining consciousness, succumbed to another fainting spell under the blows. Zhang Yi and Zhang San's eyes widened in disbelief. They had anticipated a lengthy discussion, only to see Zhang Er suffer the consequences. I shall speak," Zhang San finally stated, exchanging a final glance with Zhang Yi. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, the security personnel within the manor hurriedly rushed in from outside. "Young master, are you unharmed?" The burly leader, holding a firearm, gasped. "Your arrival is impeccably timed," Zhou Junran replied. "Ma Chang and I have subdued the intruder, and we were on the verge of extracting information when you arrived. Your timing is impeccable. It seems that after years of safeguarding, this is the first time Zhou's manor has been breached. With such a response speed following an intrusion, where has the billion-dollar security budget gone?" Contemplating this, Zhou Junran's expression darkened. He scrutinized the hurried security personnel, their heavy breaths causing him to feel unease. Finally, he stated coolly, "From now on, your salary shall be halved." Chapter 74. An unfortunate incident, huh? What transpired? Why has our salary suddenly been slashed by half? "Young master, The security personnel, bewildered by Zhou Junran's words, sensed their failure to manage the situation and dared not voice their grievances, enduring the humiliation in silence. "You dare to feel aggrieved? I should have deducted half of your salaries earlier. In fact, I ought to have reduced them to the original amount. That would have been more fitting. No, the more I ponder, the more infuriated I become. Why should I reduce their already meager salaries for not fulfilling their duties? They should not feel aggrieved. There shall be no meals provided from now on, and tomorrow I shall send a lackey to do the cooking." The burly men swallowed hard in unison, sensing an unsettling aura from Zhou Junran's smile. It seemed that what they would lose the following day would outweigh the half of their salaries lost that night. Take him away and interrogate him thoroughly before handing him over to the police. Zhou Junran casually pointed to a team of the weakest security personnel, instructing them to conduct the interrogation at their secret hideout, ensuring no one else learned of it. "Understood," the designated personnel replied, escorting Zhang San away. "Young master, what shall we do with him?" The head of the security team made a slashing motion across his neck with his hand. "Did I not see correctly? Is there a murderous intent in your gaze? Moreover, why did I not notice that you were enveloped in a bloody mist? Good heavens! I did not realize that the head of security had once been a ruthless individual with blood on his hands. Now, this fellow has become so lax. I shall assign you to Africa tomorrow to mingle with the local inhabitants. I hope that during your time there, you will regain your peak condition. If so, I will arrange a good position for you, perhaps at Hope Primary School, to carry bricks. If you fail to recover, I shall still send you to Hope Primary School for training to accumulate merit." Having mapped out his subordinate's future, Zhou Junran patted him on the shoulder, praising. You performed admirably tonight. Your ideas were commendable, and tomorrow, you shall be given a lucrative assignment. Frowning, Ma Chong cast a disapproving glance at Zhou Junran. She was displeased, not with his actions, but with his manner of speaking, which was unbecoming of a young master. Such matters should not be publicly discussed. If they were, they ought to be expressed more subtly. The other security personnel, witnessing Zhou Junran's familiar camaraderie with their leader, were immediately engulfed in envy and resentment, wishing they had taken the initiative to propose such ideas earlier. I never anticipated that all of you desired to go to Africa. Very well, once I fulfill your wishes, I shall find a suitable pretext in a few days to send you all to Africa to revel with the local populace. Seeing their envy satisfies me. I truly am an exceptionally benevolent employer. Meeting his gaze, the head of security, employing his years of experience, sensed that this supposed lucrative assignment bore hidden dangers. No, it was not a fatal threat, merely something exceedingly demanding. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, he could not voice his objections. All right, thank you, young Master Zhou. Oh, what are you looking at? This fellow possesses quite the awareness. Very well. I shall see to it that you are sent to the most impoverished region of Africa. Such training will undoubtedly yield better results in restoring your abilities. How considerate I am of my subordinates. I truly am a wonderful employer. Pleased with their reactions, Zhou Junran further commanded. This one with arms resembling noodles also attempted to assassinate me. You shall devise a suitable method to deal with him. Yes, the head of security saluted. He then turned to Zhang Yi, his eyes revealing a glint of menace, contemplating whether he could not assist his superior in seeking retribution. TSK, 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 this fellow is in for a rough night. The withered chrysanthemum scattered and wounded your smile. Quietly humming a tune in his heart, Zhou Junran maintained a serious facade. Glancing at the time, Ma Chong gently suggested, Young master, you should rest in the adjacent room. I shall handle the remaining matters. I was just pondering how to excuse myself, and you have provided the perfect solution. Truly, you are an excellent steward, Ma Chong. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. I have decided that the salaries deducted from the security personnel will be added to yours. Although it seems you do not desire salary, I shall have to keep it for you in the meantime. Content with this arrangement, Zhou Junran immediately consented. Very well, I shall trouble you, Ma Chong. It is no trouble. After watching Zhou Junran enter the adjacent bedroom, Ma Chong set up a minor security measure at the doorway and then leaped to the window, establishing a similar precaution. Thus, should anyone attempt to enter the room from the outside, she would be alerted. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss, furrowing her brow as she approached the spot where Zhou Junran had stood upon her entry. Ma Chong gazed at the bed, murmuring, "This is at least 5 meters from the bed. How did he manage to leap away before the sound of shattering glass reached my ears?" Upon reflection, she had not arrived at any definitive answers. However, with her extensive experience, she likely discerned the events transpiring with Zhou Junran and understood why he had recently seemed transformed. It appeared he had encountered some extraordinary experience, whether it was a fall from a precipice or an elderly man captivated by his remarkable physique. Offering him a tome of secrets for a mere 10 coins remained uncertain. With a wry smile, Chong Ma resolved to find an opportune moment in the coming days to discreetly investigate Zhou Junran's circumstances while he slumbered, ensuring that any potential complications stemming from his adventure could be addressed. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi was escorted away by the head of security from the Zhou estate. After an amiable exchange of inquiries, he was ultimately deposited at the entrance of the Jiangxing police station in a van. As for Zhang Yi, he was unceremoniously abandoned at the threshold of Jiangxing First People's Hospital. Zhang San, initially intended for careful supervision, inadvertently escaped his handcuffs following a few calls from Zhou Junran and vanished into the shadows of Jiangxing's night.